Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. How is everybody doing today? Oh, man, oh, man. Have I got a ton of news? Folks, this is what you're going to be in store for today. Yeah, that's what all is going on with SoFi right now. All right, Alex, good morning to you. We get to pick you a gift. We're going to pick you out. You're either going to pick from one of these. I can order you directly from Amazon, and you can have it say whatever you want. You can get a Catfish mug. So write these down. This is number 1, number 2. So you can have a number 2. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You could have a number 3, which I can, again, order directly from Amazon, have direct ship, drop ship to you. You can, number 4. Oh, goodness, what do I got on my shirt up here? I get some coffee on me? Don't even go there. Yeah, that looks better. Y'all, you early birds get to see me all messed up. I don't know what. Cat mug. Al says cat mug. Okay. 10-4. Do you like the number 1 or number 2? I'll take this is number 3. Number 1, number 2, or number 3. Number 2. All right, we got one of these headed your way then. I'll call Pedro and tell him to get it out to you. Dewey P happens to mention that he did a number 1 and a number 2. He did a number P and a Q. He did a P and a Q. Folks, look at all this information I have for you about SoFi today. You better get ready to expand your mind because I'm going to be filling it with SoFi stuff. We should call Pedro right now. I wonder if I have enough storage left on my little friend over here. She B69 Rich. Is SoFi going much higher? Adam, welcome to the channel. I believe it's possible you might speak. I have a lot of people listening to me in Saudi Arabia. Someone donated to me the other day from Saudi Arabia, paid me in Saudi Arabian currency. Oh, shoot. Give me 1 minute, please. I got to sign in here, and they're sending me a code on my phone. So you guys, just hold on. The screen's going to spin like I got disconnected, but I'll be right back. Just hold on. All right. Continue. So how's everybody doing today? VZ Rover says SoFi was at 21.44 in pre-market. Well, someone told me it was at 21.52 in the chat up at the top. And so I don't see that comment there anymore. Well, anyway, you can see my comment that I started the day off. Today, I'm going to sell the pump up on the open interest covering. Then I'm going to wait for the dump down around 10 a.m., 9:45, 10 a.m. to 11 to lunchtime, through mid lunch and even end of lunch. And they might try to run it down till 2 o'clock. See, here's the thing. They already know that there's going to be a lot of covering. And so they already know there's going to have to be a run up. And so they already know the smart thing to do is take up a long position this morning. Okay. And then buy into it with everybody else. They take up a long position. Just think about how much sense this makes for them to take up a long position, then get everyone to buy in and buy it up. And then whenever they decide this morning or at lunchtime or at 2, just, you've accumulated now. You already got millions of shares you're shorting. And then you're going up here and you're buying and accumulating more. And then you get it up here and then what do? Well, you short that position, right? You short sell that position, and then the thing falls $1.50. Folks, this is going to get very radical with SoFi. I'm just telling you. So you just be ready to be strapped in, and you better be ready for a very wild, volatile ride. It's not going to be a simple process of up and then down and up and down. I think we're going to see some true volatility start to kick in. I've seen it before, folks, when the stock really starts to engage and it gets all that volume going to go in behind it and things get radical. One time I was on which one was it? Things get radical. Oh, hold on a second here. Which one was it? Things get radical. Oh, there we go. I mean, I was on, I'm trying to remember what stock it was, but one day it was running up and down within 5 minutes, $1 each way. And when it started to make its real takeoff, I can't remember which one it was, but at any rate, oh my gosh, that thing was insane for day trading. Man, you just had to have your finger on the buy, sell, and just, 2 minutes and then 3 and then sell and then wait, then 2 minutes and then buy and then wait and then 2 minutes. And I'm not kidding. I made a lot of money that day. I can't remember the stock it was on. But when it happens, folks, it's going to be crazy. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, because I've seen this kind of activity before. And what we're starting to see right now, and I keep pointing out to everyone, is we're just seeing plateaus. We're seeing move ups and plateaus, and then we're seeing move ups and plateaus and moves up. It's not like it's been before. It's SoFi's always been very, I mean, a lot of herking and jerking usually with SoFi. And right now, things are different, folks. I've been watching this stock a long time. Burnett or Die, good morning. Jimmy Justice, good morning. I'm going to start addressing everyone. Dewey P, yep. VZ Rover, morning. Sledge, good morning, team. There you go. Gotcha, Sledge 1312. Don Bartolon, hello. Good morning to you all in the tank, yes. All right. Good morning, tank. Yes, BB69 Rich. B69 Rich. The Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling out SoFi again this morning. All right, Cat Mug, it is Alex Bacall. And I've been watching you for so long. I remember us buying SoFi at $4, baby. I love you. You made me so much money. Ah! Woo, woo, woo. Well, assalamu alaikum, if you know what that means. I think that you probably know already that I can at least do the numbers and stuff. Shalom. Morning, guys. Alex Bacall, 2. Okay, I got it. I did a number 1 and 2. I know. Thanks, Dewey, for filling us in. Alex, got it. Bonjour, Pascal. Bonjour, cet matin. Alex, Pakal, cool. Okay. Is SoFi going much higher? Yes, it is. B69 Rich. Caca. B69 Rich. Caca. SoFi 2144 pre, 2144 now. Gwinnett, I want to say thank you for a contribution I did not see that came in from you, and your name is now on the list for Gwinnett. Thank you, Gwinnett. And David Garcia, I want to also shout out to David Garcia for a massive $50 donation. And he only said he made $500, and he $50, man. He's going 10% for me. Wow. David, if you're listening. All right, anyway. Thank you, David. All right, Gwinnett. Thank you very much, because we've got a lot of donations which this channel relies on to keep flowing. My wife won't let me just do this just for my own good. She will make me get a job if I don't make $1,000 a month. On this channel, it has to pull in $1,000 a month, or it's whack. So don't let that falter, please. Right now, we're down to 900 or something. You guys, or some of you are making, man, I got an email from somebody who's, I couldn't even believe how much that person told me they have been making on my channel since trading with me. It was insane. And I'm not going to share that with you unless they tell me it's okay to. Mopar for life. Listen, Gwinnett, 2160 at around 11 p.m. Okay, good. So what I want to do is I want to go over to my buy high low sheet, and I've started putting in. Let me show you guys. Hold on here. So on my buy low sheet, I do the opening price of the day, but I'm starting to put the high of the pre-market too. Or in this case, it was last night at 11, but we'll still call it the pre-market. And it was 2160. All right, thank you. We got a price hound sniffing out the high. Nice. A price cat, I should say, who sniffed that high out. Which was surprising because we usually sniff out the bottoms, but man, she sniffed out that high today. Good. Thank you, Gwinnett. That's quite a keen sense of smell that you have. All right, let's see what else is going on. Mopar for life. Goldman Sachs, first of the big banks to initiate coverage on Nebius, gives a buy rating and price target of $68. Current price $47. Whoa, cha-ching. Good morning, Mopar. How you feeling, man? I bet you're doing pretty good with your SoFi investments. You've been with me since SoFi was in the 6s and 5s, I believe. Oh, man. Some people are back I haven't seen in a while because I haven't been streaming in the narrow. I've been doing all the broad streams, but I wasn't getting any more subscribers. They just tapped out the broad stream subscribers, and so I went back to narrow and for other reasons. But to make a long story short, glad to have you back here, and thank you for being here with me. I've been watching you for so long. I remember us buying at 5, baby. I love you. You made me so much money. Cheers, buddy. All right. Any news? Hey, listen, wherever you are, if I ever come over there, can I come and visit? Let me know where you are. I'll come and visit you. My wife and I are going to be traveling soon. We're not going to keep doing this forever. Well, we might be the traveling traders, the traveling troubadour traders. How do you like that? The troubadour traders. Any news that will affect SoFi today? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, this is all the news I have on SoFi today. And just me broadcasting it here is going to affect SoFi's price, is my belief. So look at all this news I've got. There's plenty of news about SoFi. All right, and everything surrounding it. So we're going to start at the very beginning, which is a very good place to start, okay? And I'm going to target, first of all, I'm going to target SoFi, and then we're going to broaden out to a lot of other things, okay, everyone? All right, so first of all, SoFi was up in after hours, as I predicted, up to 2137, And I told you I wasn't going to sell any shares at all on Friday because I had a feeling that we were going to see a massive amount of covering. And I also want you to know SoFi has now received a whole new high in institutional ownership with 1,012 owners. And I want you to also, we're going to take a look today at fails to deliver, which in a sense is what is the basically what they call naked shorting, folks. I'm going to show you here in a moment. Now, just let me first of all, let me get the stream going over here on this screen and make sure that we have full visuals. I have to be able to watch over here on this screen here. So we're going to get over here and put in YouTube. I have another laptop over here to my left, ladies and gentlemen. And just so you can keep up with what I'm doing here. And man, I mean, there has been some great videos coming out from all of the troubadours of the SoFi, I would say. It's just amazing. Some great information being out there by everyone. I hope that you, by the way, I hope that you like today's. And speaking of that, in just a minute, let's all hit the like button together. The time is 9:04. Can we do it at 9:04 and 48 seconds? We sure can. Let's hit it now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hit that like button right there. Boom. Oh, yeah, let's hit the like button, even if it isn't 9:04 and 48. Let's just all, and let me see some love on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go over here and let's see some love pop on the screen here. And I want to thank you all for being here this morning. And in a minute, I'm going to show you a whole lot more about how high SoFi can go. Abdul, it doesn't allow me to. There we go. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. There's a heart on for me and a heart on you see. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. Yo, mama, S. Jones 26. Look at all the love we've got here. Look at all the love. Yes, I cannot donate. It doesn't allow me to. Oh, man. Yeah, I accept all currencies. You have to tell me where you are. Where are you, my friend? What country are you in? We got Saudi Arabian money yesterday from someone. SAR, it's called. Yo. So good morning to each and every one of you. Daniel Davidson. Any news that will affect SoFi? Oh, yeah, we've got a lot of it. All right, so we've got this up. I can see the stream. I can see what you guys are saying. And now we're going to come over here and we're going to look at our Think or Swim. And don't worry, if you missed the hitting the like button, we'll do another like button simultaneously. You can see today on SoFi, I'm up $225, and I expect to be up a lot more as soon as the bell rings. And then we're going to see a real run up and a bunch of covering, and then we're going to see a spike price where we're going to sell. And I want you to know that you should have your sell orders up at these numbers right here. You should be selling at 21.66. You should be selling at 21.65. You should be selling at 21.64. Now, I don't care if you, oh, by the way, I'm not a financial advisor, everyone. So I'm just going to show you how to trade on Charles Schwab. This is where the software is from. It's called Think or Swim platform. I have some special candlesticks that I have modified this software with, and my candlesticks are better than Think or Swim's. And if you want to get those candlesticks, become a member at the Goliath level, and you'll have candlesticks that will really help you a lot, I do believe. And you'll also get access to my dividend stocks that pay great dividends. And by the way, in case you're not aware of it, there's a lot of current money moving into dividends. There is a massive amount of money flow coming into dividends right now, everyone, in case you didn't know it. All right, so let me put this back down here, and I'm going to show you. Someone just asked, how high do you think SoFi is about to go? Well, I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to show you where I think it's going. So this is the SoFi one-day chart, but instead I'm going to look at the long-term chart to tell where SoFi is going. This is a 5-year chart you're looking at, everybody. And before I go any further and show you why SoFi is about to go to $28 a share within weeks, months, or, I mean, it could happen today. I'm not kidding you at all. Please consider hitting that like button, those of you that just joined in. All right, and then I'm going to show you. So at 9, 10, and 8 seconds, for those of you that missed out before, here we're going to do it in 1 minute. We're going to all do it together. And I mean, hit the like button. But I'll go ahead and show you until we get there so I don't keep you waiting. Look over here. You see all these lines that I have here? Each one of these white lines I have? Each one of these white lines that I have in place here are places where historically there has been resistance with SoFi, okay? And quite frankly, in the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, there hasn't been anything going on in this range, okay? There's been no... All right, here we go, folks. Let's hit it. Ready? Here we go. We're going to hit the like button in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, hit that like button right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. So now let's get back over here. Take a look. So each one of these lines I have down here, there was at one time resistance, see? And I've had these lines here for about a month. And look at that line of resistance that was there and there. Look how we broke over that. Now, look at this line I had here. See how we broke over that? There was only there one time. We were only there one time. But I called that there was going to be resistance there, and there dang sure was resistance there, wasn't there? Does anybody remember that we had resistance at $19? And we went to 1888 and 1920 and 1888 and 1920, and we made a bunch of money there. And then the next place I told you was going to be resistance was here, where this 10-day, orange 10-day moving average line capped out. So I told you there was going to be resistance there. And was there resistance? Was there any resistance? Does anybody recall whether there was any resistance at this price right here? $19.66. Oh, yeah, there was. And you guys remember, I told you to be selling there. Sell, 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 or sell it at 1966 now. And that was the high of the day, basically, 1967, I think. And then I told you that's where we should get out. And then it dropped all the way back down. And, well, then the next one, the next line of resistance, folks, for SoFi is way back here, there, right here. And does anybody remember us having any resistance with SoFi at $20.55? Of course we did. It stopped at $20.55, and I was shouting at everyone, sell at $20.50, sell at 48, 49, 50, 51, 54, 55. Sell, sell, sell. I was yelling at everyone to sell there. A lot of people did. Well, it pulled back from there because that line right there was a point of resistance a long time ago. It was a little teeny one. It was a very small one right there, but it was a line of resistance. Now, the next line I put in was here, because you can see this turquoise line that ran down here along with the 10. This is the 10-day. This is the 5-day. When this came up here, this 5-day, it stopped. The 5-day did. And I showed you that. Now, there was never any resistance on the price running from this price right here of $20.66. There was never any resistance from $20.66 all the way up to this price right here, ever. Never was there to 23. All right. There's never been any resistance there. But I showed you that there was going to be resistance at that level because that was where the 5-day moving average had met resistance once and twice. So I told you there was going to be resistance at that level, okay? And there was. But now, folks, take a look at where we are. I mean, just look where we are, folks. And I got news for you, ladies and gentlemen. I got news for you. This, when you're looking at this chart, this is a spike. That's a spike. That's a spike. This is a spike. That's a spike right there. But ladies and gentlemen, when you zoom in on this area right here, ladies and gentlemen, when you zoom in on that right there, and I'm going to zoom in now on it. Let me pull this down here so you can see it in the middle of the screen. Let me get it down in the middle of the screen. There it is. And I'm going to zoom in more on it. And I'm going to zoom a little more. And I'm going to zoom some more and some more. This is on a 5-year chart, people. And now I'm going to move this line away. And ladies and gentlemen, what you have right here, this is actually a shoulder. Now you can't really see it on a 5-year chart, unfortunately. But let me go to a 1-year chart. Okay. All right. There's a 1-year. Let's go to a 6-month chart. Let's take a look at the 3-month chart. Dang. Well, the first thing that I note right here is, do you see this progression right here? Now, what you see on this, look at the acuteness of the angle, and then look at the angle of accumulation. Then look at it, take this angle, then look at a second angle of accumulation. It's at the same point, folks. Right now, it's at the same point as there. There it is. It's going to do it again, folks, because this daggum 10-day and this 5-day, they just keep getting further and further away from each other. Look how close they were here, further away. The gap increases, the gap increases, the gap increases, the gap increases. Folks, I don't know how high this is going to go, but the next line of resistance I have on it is right here. This is where my next line is. Why do I have it there? Well, I'm going to show you why, okay? I'll show you why. Man, I was really zoomed in there. Let me get on the 5-year. Okay. See where we are? Look at where we are, folks. We just broke this line of resistance. And that's a huge line of resistance, because if you look back 5 years ago, let's move this across and see where it was. Look at that line of resistance. And I moved this line down. I should move this back. It's right there. We just broke over that line of resistance right there, folks. Am I right? On the 5-year chart, didn't we just break over that? Let me make sure I'm right in the right here. Okay, we are now 1, 2, 3, 4 bars. We just broke over the 4th from the top. So just so I understand this correctly, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, we just broke over. We just broke over that 4th bar. Oh, did we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, man, oh, man. Whew. Folks, the reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because where we're sitting right now, right here, you can see it's where the 10-day average hit once and it hit twice. Where we are right now, coincidentally, is right there. right there. That is where we are. The tops of these two 10-day, 5-day moving average lines. That's where we are right now. Folks, and why I'm saying this is so important is to understand is because once we break over this line right here, once the stock breaks this resistance point, they don't want me to show you this, but folks, once this breaks this resistance point right here, this is the next place it's likely to go is right up here because there's never ever been any resistance in this area at all, okay? So likely once we break this line where we are now, we're going to go to the price of 21.97, okay? That's where we're going to next. See in the middle of the screen, 21.97. That's where the price is going to go next. Because why do I say 21.97? Because 21.97, well, hell, I don't even know why I say 21.97, to be honest with you. There shouldn't even be a line there, to be honest with you. I don't see any resistance there at all. So I take that line away. Where's the line there? That must have been one I moved up earlier. No, that's not going to be resistance there. We're going to delete that. Okay. This line's going to get deleted. Delete drawing. All right, folks. So I hope that makes you understand what's about to happen. And if I zoom in on this a little bit more, where we are currently, the price where we are, and this is on the 5-year chart, folks. It's on the 5-year chart, and we are zooming in on this thing because I want to hit right on it when I get in there, and they won't even let me move it anymore, so I'm going to pull it up here where it should be. There. So there it is, folks. That's on the 5-year chart where we are, and that line, there should be no resistance from there up to this price right here. 22.66, folks, is where we're going to see resistance up there. Look at that line. There should be no resistance on this stock from here to there. 22.66, folks. They're going to plant a foot in the ground there, baby. I guarantee you. Because, ladies and gentlemen, they did it years ago, 4 years ago. Look at the 5-year chart. Look at the 5-year chart. This is where they stopped it before, right there, 5 years ago. And folks, that's going to be 22.66. I'm telling you right now, you can see it right there, 22.68. Call it 22.66. Okay, everybody? All right, that's my call. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And you don't need to get greedy, folks. You can start selling at 22.47, 48.49, and you'll be very, very pretty because they might stop it there first and pull it back to 41.88, 41.97. Then they'll take the push over the 50 to the 66. Okay, that's what I think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, well, we got 9 minutes away from the opening bell. Man, it's exciting times, folks. It's exciting times right now. Okay, let me take a look at what everybody's throwing out here right now. We've got the cat mug thing, SoFi. And by the way, the news out is from Mopar for Life, who's been here for years with us, Mopar for Life. Goldman Sachs, first of the big banks to initiate coverage on Nebius, gives a buy rating and price target of $68. The current price is $47. Thanks, Mopar. And I've got so much news to tell you guys about SoFi. I have 5 pages of headlines. Daniel Davidson, and good morning. Nebius up 7% pre-market. I feel like this is going to move. Thank you, Mopar. Where is HYPD going? Samuel, I don't know. I'll write it down. HYPD, Samuel. But Samuel, if it's running up, we won't buy it until tomorrow when they run it down. We don't buy stocks on the run. We buy them when they run them down. VZ Rover Cat, how long should I put some buy orders in for the run down? How low? Oh, uh, usually if let's just say, listen, let's just say we sell at 22.49, then I just said they'll pull it back down to 21.88. But first, from what we sell this morning, you guys should already should know where your sell orders should be this morning already. You should have already sold, some of you just now, at 21.43 and 21.44. And I've already got sell orders in at 21.48. I've got sell orders in at 21.54.55. I've got sell orders in at 21.64, 65, 66 through 67, 8, and 9. Because a lot of times they'll stop it at 21.70, folks, and then pull it back to 21.44, 43, 33. So 21.70 is probably going to be close. And then we'll see the run back on up to 21.77, 76, 77, pull back to 21.66, of course, and then up to 21.88, and then down to 21.77, and then up to 21.93, and down to 21.86 or 80 or 66 or 21.49. Folks, from 21.97, 98, 99, it could easily fall to 21.03 or 13. I'm not kidding you, folks. When they reach numbers where they're profiting, they can really just pull the plug fast. So we're not going to be overexposed. We're going to keep our exposure limited today. We're going to keep our exposure limited, okay? All right? So anyway, congratulations to each and every one of you who've been here on this channel with me for years. I cannot donate. All right? VZ Cat, how low should I put in some buy orders? Do an exaggerated shrug for Michael Jordan to edit, bro. I don't get that at all. INKT down. INKT down 32%. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. I haven't been doing much sneezing lately. INKT down 32%, thanks to my buddy, one of my buddies, Gary Inwards, down 30 in the pre-market after a 750% run up Friday. Good. INKT, that could be a good play. INKT, all right. Well, she just broke over 21.50, folks. That's critical. And by the way, that was easy. Dang, did you see how it broke through 21.50 like it was just a knife through butter? Folks, we could quickly go to that 22-something level that I'm talking about. Good morning. I'm sorry I'm not addressing everyone yet this morning. I'm trying to catch up to where everyone is. NBIS up 10% now. Mopar for life, all right? NBIS. Okay, INKT. And thank you for shouting all these out, folks. Others can take advantage of these, too, by the way. Hi, Scott, 2412S. Maximiliano, Taekwondo. Hi there. Welcome to the tank. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Mark, good morning, Big Cat. Yes. Good morning to you. Adam, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you can. Well, I don't know how this person did it, but someone donated to me yesterday right through the channel. They went down, they clicked the three dots down at the bottom of the phone, and then they clicked the three dots. There's a dollar bill sign that you can click on, and you can donate in your own currency. Just so you're aware of that. And And if you're on a laptop, just look right down below the chat area. There's a dollar bill sign there. Click on that. And I guess maybe you have to have an account connected in some way. I don't know. But anyway, you can. Someone donated to me from Saudi Arabia on Friday, and I'm very grateful to them. One day I'm going to come to Saudi Arabia. Maybe we'll get to see you guys. All right. Let's see here. Yes. Taekwondo. I really like that. Maximiliano Taekwondo. Taekwondo. I like that. All right, Scott Johnson, that's ignorant. Whatever you say. There's not much ignorance on this channel, believe me. Thought it was around 2257. Gary Edwards got my eye on Hood this week also since crypto is running. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. And I'm wondering, speaking of that, I'm wondering how Bitcoin is doing this. I mean, not Bitcoin, but BITF. I wonder how they're doing today. All right. Now, I want you to know yeah, good. BITF, good. All right. Well, one day I think this stock's going to be over $3 or $4 and fairly soon when they get all of the equipment that they just ordered online or they've ordered and get it all up and running. All right, now listen, folks. I got some major news, and I want you to go and I want you to watch. I want you to watch. Just give me a second here. All right. Okay. Okay, everybody. Now, hold on just a minute here. Let me get this screen going here, and I want to get over here on SoFi. And we got a lot of news to share with you folks. So much good news about SoFi, and I'm going to refresh this screen now. And there's the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. We are up and running, and I want you to take a look at, number one, I want you to watch this video that was put up by Tanner. Watch that video that was put up by Tanner yesterday, everybody. New data shows SoFi can go higher. All right? And I'm not done showing you that all that I want to show you. Hold on. I want to show you another video that you need to watch. Just give me a second here. And I am having trouble finding this video now. All right, hold on a second here, folks. By the way, this is a good number to come in on, the 33. Well, doggone it. I don't see this video that I watched here. Here it is, right here, ladies and gentlemen. This video right here. Okay, RJ talks. Jerome Powell to resign. And folks, I'm not going to guarantee this, but the headlines are that Bill Pulte, the chair of the U.S. government-backed mortgage lenders, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, posted on X that he heard reports of Powell wavering about finishing his term without providing any evidence, but said, I think this will be the right decision for America. The economy will boom. The former journalist, private equity titan. He's a private equity titan. And folks, apparently he is considering resigning, and the pressure is growing over this lavish $2.5 billion headquarters, which is, by the way, being paid for by you and me, and also all taxpayers should know it is $700 million over budget. 700 million over. And there's an inquiry going to start on wait a minute, what's going on here? What is this lavish? And they say the place looks like the Taj Mahal. It's a palace. This guy has been misusing, apparently, our funds to just overspend. Go figure that. And I could be wrong, but that's what the biggest news is I want to report for you today, the top story. Okay? If he gets out of there, watch out. Banking will take off, home mortgages, rate comes down, everything. And by the way, this individual had 3 cuts. This same guy, 3 cuts under the previous administration last year. And suddenly the brakes came on completely on any cuts at all, even though we're down to 2% goal inflation. And then he tried to use the reason that he didn't want to make a move and lower interest because tariffs. Well, tariffs are deflationary, historically proven to be deflationary, okay, not inflationary. And so this guy has just been misappropriating our American taxpayer dollars on a Taj Mahal for his Federal Reserve. Now, I want you guys to also know that video that I just suggested you watch, when you watch that video that I just told you, and I am actually going to share this video, there's a segment in here that explains how the Federal Reserve was created. Does anybody know? Would you like to know how the Federal Reserve was created? All right, I'm going to be buying SoFi right here, 2066, folks, 2064. This is where you're buying. Step in. Hey, Austin, if you're here listening to me, this is where I want you to put your order in. Your first order for 5 or 10 shares. Okay, Austin? This is where I want you to put in your first order for 5 or 10 shares right now. Please do that. I knew they'd run it down. Sign YouTube Studio. Just give me a second here, folks, because I want to put this link for you guys. All right, hold on, folks. Just hold on. There we go. And then you'll get to hear in the middle here how the Federal Reserve was created. It's quite a story. I could pass it along to you, but not as good as the video will explain it. So I'm going to put it over here so you guys can check it out. And well, I will in a nutshell. You can watch it all. I suggest you watch this. And I'm going to put Control V. Hold on a second here, folks. I can't see my dang keyboard. There you go. All right. So let's get to trading here. Let's see what's going on. Or if I can trade anything, I should have been selling on this account. I wonder if my numbers actually sold. I had some sell orders up here. I wonder if they sold. They must have. Let's see. Hold on. How high did we just hit? Oh, nope. My orders did not sell. Okay. So I'm going to take those out right now. But the buys will, let's see here. 2142. Okay. Where are we now? 2181. We're 60. Folks, they just took it down. They just took it down 80 cents, folks. 80 cents. That's it, man. 80 cents to the bottom. Powerful move, powerful bunch of selling. So the exact opposite of what I expected to see happen has occurred. The exact opposite of what I expected to see happen has taken place. And look at it, already recovered 20 cents. Good going. Austin, I hope you just bought just then. And I want to know right now, I'm going to ask, did anybody buy at 2066 just then? That's what I want to know. Start a poll. And I'm going to change this to say, did you? Because not anyone. I'm just going to say, did you just purchase around 2066 on my encouragement? Start poll. And I guess the word really should be suggestion. Yes, 71% said yes. All right. Now let's make some money, people. Let's make some freaking money. And I'm not worried about this account here. You guys know this is a paper money account that I'm trading with here. And with my real account, I have buy orders at all of the places where I always buy, and my sell orders at the sell places I always sell. So I don't need to do anything with that account. They're already preset. Good till canceled orders are already in place. And I just bought, I'm sure, at 43 and 44. I'm positive because I have buy orders there at these prices, 43, 44. I also bought at these prices, 48, 49, and 50. I also filled just now at 55, 56, and I filled at 64, 65, and 66. All right. So now I'm just waiting for this thing to go up because, ladies and gentlemen, what I've been noticing and I keep track of, and you might find interesting, is I not only keep track of where the price opened each day, where the high was and the low was and the closing, but I also track other important things. I'm also tracking over here what was the difference between the high and the low, the spread, and what was the recovery off of the low that day? How much did SoFi come back off of the low? This is what I watch, okay, and look for, so I can kind of determine how much it's going to move off of the low each day, how much it'll recover, and where I should exit it. Okay? So this is the reason I'm showing this to you all now, is because these swings lately have gotten radical. Now, to give you a comparison to what the stock used to do, let me take you back in time. Doom, 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 doom. Gonna go back in time. Doom, 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 doom. Gonna go back in time. Doom, 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 doom. We're gonna go way back, ladies and gentlemen. Going back into August of last year. Look at this. Hey, James Bond 007. I say thank you for being here and contributing to the tank with your negative skepticism. People here pay off their houses early, 10 years. People here make $500,000 over the last 2 years on my channel. I got an email yesterday from one of them. Another one had $70,000 they've made since they've been watching me, and said his wife and family appreciate it. So you can say whatever you want, but people here, and I make no guarantees that anybody's going to duplicate that, but I got some information I'm going to share with people that really want to learn. So if you don't mind, let me get back to what I'm teaching everyone. So over here, folks, just in August and September on SoFi, stock symbol SOFI, I want you to see the price number one was in the sixes and the sevens, okay? And then I want you to see that the price swings from high to low were only 22 cents, 20 cents, 17 cents, 30 cents. Look over here. The recoveries sometimes were 23 cents off 30 down or 23 cents off 35 down. Each time they tried to run it down, the biggest amount swings, it always recovered the most. See that? I like that. Now over here, Bo, look at the volume was only 24 million, 26 million, 27 million. This is 1 year ago, people, in August and September, 11 months ago, okay? Now the volume then started to pick up. And we started to see 30 million a day, 36, 37, 38. And look at the swings. The swings started to get bigger. 33 cents, 44 cents, 35. And then the recoveries on the biggest day drops were the biggest recoveries. All right, now down here, the volume gets even bigger now. We're moving into September. Okay, look over here at the date right now. We're getting into September. And the price is now $7 and $8 from the sixes. Look at the volume pickup, and we get 45 million, 44 million. And look over here. Look at the spreads from high to low. They get bigger and bigger. Then the volume comes up into November, October, November now. We're into October, November. Volume picking up. 55 million, 60 million, 41 million. Look at the price swings from high to low. 88 cents, $1.20, 95 cents. Whoa. And folks, this is critical because 57 million shares here used to only see not $1.20, but 57 million on the average would only get a 40-cent swing or 38 cents or 33 cents on 58 million. But all of a sudden, we're starting to see 57 get $1.20 swing from high to low. And look at the recovery off the low, $1.17. Hello, that is majorly strong. And look down here when they tried to run SoFi down $1.03. Look at down here. They tried to swing it $1.03. Look at the recovery by the end of the day, 95 cents. Very strong, people. All right. So now we're coming up into January and February and March. And look at the volume now. 77 million, 49, 52, 71. Getting big. The swings are $1.24, $1.34. Now the volume continues to increase. 70 million, 80, 91 million, 91 million. Swings are $2.05 from high to low. Comes back $1.26 off the low. Swings 208 from the high to the low here on April the 9th. April the 9th, folks. April the 9th is what we're looking at. Swings 208 and comes back 208 off the low. Dang! 91 million shares traded. Wow. Daggum, everybody. That's a strong stock right there, boys and girls. Man, oh man. I hope you're enjoying this, what I'm showing you. Coming in here in April and then the May, the volume's up in the 70s. No more 20 million a day, 25 million a day, people. This is a different SoFi now. And now we come up into more recently. Here we are in June now. Look at the price in June. Look at the volume. Look at the swings, 80 cents, 74 cents. And then we get in to the end of June, and then we come into the earnings day announcement on this day, and they drove the price down. Just a little flash drop down when they announced that they were going to do earnings on the end of July. And that was just a quick drop, and then off she went, folks, just like I predicted it would. And look at these swings now from highs to lows. $1.33, $1.13, $1.23, $1.08, $1.11. This is recent, folks. These are the last few days. And the volume just keeps picking up, picking up, picking up. And I haven't even updated this yet now, but ladies and gentlemen, things are getting exciting for SoFi right now. It's very exciting. Good day trade stock because they're swinging it so much now. They're swinging it so much, folks. That's what I'm saying. The data belongs SoFi, SoFi, SoFi stock. Now, I want to show you something else, folks. I got more to show you, so just hang on here. So Jerome Powell is considering resigning, and as pressure grows over his lavish headquarters that they're building. So the word is Jerome is headed for the exits. And when that happens, could be a great thing for SoFi and all banks, because we get more lower interest rates like the rest of the world has been doing. Then we're going to see incredible increases in people coming in for mortgages, refinancing, all types of things. I mean, folks, loans for all types of businesses and business capital will be available. And we're just going to see I believe, a major surge. Now, I want you to know also that right here, I'm going to be showing you some interesting stuff here. Hold on a second. Let me go back here. Let me go back and find this stuff first, and then I'll show you. Right now, also, the fear greed index is very strong for people that are wanting to invest right now. People are not afraid to come into the market right now, folks. They are not afraid to be coming into the market at this stage. And just so you're aware of that, there really is no fear in the market. I want to show you now an article that came out yesterday that you need to read. And there's a lot more here to tell you about regarding SoFi. So let me just first go back to that. And I was trying to find some other data here on SoFi's growth rate right now that I took some amazing photographs of, and what is going on with them right now. And I'll be dang if I can find it. Just give me a second here, folks. All right. Looks like we might not be able to pull this up where I was hoping to show you these photographs. But at any rate, here it is. This is what I want you to see right here, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a look at the data that I'm about to share with you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is going to be showing you institutional buy-ins, okay? And I also want you to know that I've been showing you recently institutional accumulations of over 100%. Many institutions with many big buys. Multi-million-dollar buys are happening crazily right now on SoFi, folks. Institutions are all over this thing. Now, I want to show you another one, another picture, and why I don't know. There it is. This right here that I'm showing you shows right now SoFi 3-year sales growth rate. Folks, check this out. 52.2%. Do you know how much legacy banks would want to be having this kind of growth rate over the last 3 years? Holy smokes. And their 3-year EPS growth rate is currently at 34.8. But folks, look at this. Their EPS is estimated to ramp higher this year by plus 91%. Holy smokes. Now it makes sense why the stock has been generating big money interest. Okay, this is big money interest, folks. Marrying great fundamentals with money flows has found some big winning stocks over the long term. Now look at the money flow. And it says SoFi just became a top-rated stock at money flows. That's when the stock saw unusual buying pressure with its growing fundamentals. We have a ranking process that shows, but look at this, folks. Just look at the money flow. Look at the money flow on SoFi right now, everybody. This is insane. We've never seen anything like this, people. Never, I'm telling you. We've never seen anything like this. SoFi just received its first outlier inflow signal, which is hugely bullish. It says this blue bar below, and that's right over here, folks. This blue bar below, it says, shows when SoFi was a top pick. This could be the beginning of a big money boom. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is on Seeking Alpha, I believe is where this information was gathered from. And so just be aware of that, folks. This is huge possibility for SoFi. And just think about all the announcements that are yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we soon are going to hear about one of 10 businesses, big, humongous customers having signed deals with SoFi. And there's going to be 10 of them which come rolling along, one after another, like a big fat freaking steamroller squishing shorts along the way. Every single one of these announcements that's going to come one by one, and they're going to be coming out because Anthony's been warning everybody, folks, we've got 10 huge clients that we're going to be telling you about soon that are getting their banks changed and using our product, and their proof of concept is underway, and we will soon announce who they are. And there's going to be 10 of them, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they could come out once a month, which is what I hope SoFi CEO does. He's got until 2026, June 2026, he's got 1 year to get the price to $45. So let's just release one of them a month. And I would think it would be masterful for him to talk to each one of these people that he's got these deals going down with, and SoFi's signed all these deals with Galileo and so forth, to just say, hey, how about we announce yours in January? And the next one says, I'm going to announce so-and-so in January. Hey, can we do yours in February? Yeah. Can we do yours in March or, June, or you know what I mean? He can say, hey, how about we release yours in July? And they say, all right, sure. You can let everybody know we're one of the customers. And we want to call the next one in August. And yeah, you can release ours in August. And let them know who we are. And then September. And man, I'm telling you, folks, man, once this starts happening and they start announcing these other legacy banks that are all part of their program now and signed on, this stock is going to rocket so much higher. And then what else do you have for a catalyst? Crypto. What else do you have for a catalyst with SoFi? Oh, how about access to funds which were never able to be bought by anyone like you and me before? How about private companies now being available who were up until this day only available to the highest level clients at brokerage firms and to people, the ultra rich were the only ones who got calls and offers to get in on these types of deals that now SoFi is going to be able to give people access to. Folks, they're a game-changing company. They're not going to stop changing the game. They're not going to stop increasing revenues. Their EPS is supposed to go up by 94% projected this year, folks. And that's not anything I can promise is going to happen, but I can tell you right now, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And let me tell you something else. If anybody thinks that anyone is selling SoFi under duress down 1.6% today, well, this is all they've ever been able to run it down, folks. That's what they did last week, the same amount. It was down 1.54, and I even showed you they're trying for 1.66. I told you they're trying for it to be down 1.66%, and look what they're trying to hold it down now. 1.66, people. And that failed just then. So it's time to come in, knock, knock on heaven's door, because 166 gates just got closed. And at any rate, folks, hey, beautiful.
Laundry.
Oh, it's okay. Yep. And if you do some, can you close that door when you start it up so it's not so loud in here? All right, guys and gals. Well, my beautiful just arrived on the scene, and she brightened up the room and didn't even turn on the light. All right, look at this, folks. Time to get some at 2088. and sell it at 21.20, folks. How many times have we done this before? How many times have we purchased SoFi at any 88 number and sold it at the next dollar higher in 20 cents? I can't even count how many times on both hands, feet, toes, and my wife's hands, feet, and toes, and her kids, all of them, our kids. I couldn't do it. I mean, this is practically a no-brainer. A buy of SoFi when they drive it down to the 88-cent mark is almost a guaranteed move up to the next dollar higher in 20 cents. And so I asked people earlier, did you buy SoFi with me at 20.66? And some of them, 75% of them said yes. Let me see. Let's see what it says now. 75 votes. And 48% said yes. Okay. All right, well, congratulations, those of you that bought at 2066. I think you did real well there, and I'm congratulating my son, too, if he did. And now, like I said, it's just a matter for the buys at 2066. I always like to sell them at 2108. I like to sell 2106, 7, and 8 from the buys at the 66. And then the buys I get at 77, I like to sell the buys I get at 2077. I like to buy those at the 21, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And then the buys I got at 2088, I will start selling at the 2020 through 2030, 2020 through 2038. So pretty soon, folks, you're going to see the orders that we just got there, and there isn't going to be any way anyone is going to be selling here down 1.66%. And again, you just saw it start to making a nice recovery and making a move. And what number did they try to take it to again? 1.66, folks. It was there. And how long was it there? Not even freaking 1 minute, folks. It wasn't even there for 10 seconds, in fact. So this thing's out of here. There's no way they're going to hold it back. They can't hold a 1.66. Whoop-de-frickin-do if they did. No one's really selling there. It's just artificial, simulated selling of shares that they... By the way, I told you I was going to talk about naked shorting. I want you to see something, folks. By the way, it's supposed to be illegal. That's right. Supposed to be illegal. So I'm going to be using the data from Fintel. And first of all, I want you to see, Fintel shows that SoFi has now reached the highest number of institutional owners that it's ever had, with 959 having long positions and only 25 dumb enough to short this thing, okay? Now, there are some that are smart and go both ways, long and short, and they play the game on the drops and the run-ups. But there's a lot of dumb ones out there too, 25. But look at that, 959 on the long side, long only. In the most recent quarter, they've increased by average 3.16% to their portfolios. Now, here's what I want you to see, though. I'm going to go up here to short interest, fails to deliver. This is called naked shorting. This is where you borrow shares that you intend to sell and then try to get the price to fall, and then you buy them back and return them to the brokerage that you borrowed them from. And usually the brokerage charges a percentage. Well, up until recently, they were actually trying to pay people to short SoFi. They were giving them negative interest to borrow shares to short. But here's what I want you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most interesting part. Well, I find this interesting. Let me explain what the ideology is behind naked shorting or failing to deliver shares, okay? What they intend to do is they will hold the shares back that they're supposed to return in an effort to the following day make the price fall. So let me show you. Here on this day, they failed to return $772,000 worth of the stock, okay? And before that, they failed to return 1.8 million, 1.844. Now, why they did this and failed to return these is because their design is to following day sell them those 143,000 shares, they want to sell them on the market and make the price drop from 1287 and make the price fall. That's their intent. Okay? So it was at 1287 on March the 24th, and they shorted $1,844,000 worth of the stock. 143,000 shares. The next day they wanted to sell to keep the price from going up anymore. But what did the price do? It went up to 1372. And just think, if they didn't have $1.8 million to sell that day to keep it from running up, how high it would have gone? Probably $14. But they sold 143,293 and failed to deliver on $1.8 million. Well, 2 days later, they failed to deliver $770,000 worth of the stock. And then they sold those 66,000 shares the next day and made the price fall that time. Yay, success. They got success. But let's take a look up here. Here they naked shorted $127,000 worth. Price was what? $10.94. Did they make the price fall the next day? No. Failure, $10.98. So they shorted $167,000 worth. Did they make it fall? Yes, they did, $10.69. Then they shorted that again, the same amount, exact same amount virtually. And what did they do? Make the price fall? No, it went from $10.69 to $12.31. And they're like, dang, let's short $1 million worth. So they shorted $970,000 so they could sell and make the price fall from $12.31. But the price went up. Holy crap, that's costing them money. Jeez, that was a mistake. So they short a little more, and then they short another $854,000. The price is at $13.20. They're going to sell this $854,000 worth the next day to make the price fall, and it goes from $13.20 to $13.27. Dang, cha-ching, they lost more. Here they said, well, let's just short 266,000. And by the way, they get fined each time they do this. It's just such a small fine, they don't give a crap. But here they just naked shorted, failed to return 266,000. Going to keep these shares to sell the next day and make the price drop. But it goes from 13.18 to 14.04. God dang. Oh, geez, people. Then they short 678,000 the next day. The price goes down. They finally got it to fall once. God dog it. It fell finally. But look where the price is now. Look where the price is now. Look where the price is now from the 13s and 14s and 15s with all this naked shorting. You just makes you wonder, where would the price be without all of this? Without all this cheating the system going on and not paying back and returning shares and getting fined, it just makes you wonder where SoFi would really be right now without them even trying these shenanigans. But I'm here to expose it all and let you know how it's been working for them, and it hasn't been going well. It hasn't been going well at all. In fact, over the last 5 days, SoFi is up 14%. And if you think anyone is going to sell this down 1% today, you would be dead wrong. Take a look at the 1 month gain for SoFi, 40.75. Look at the 6 month gain, 49%. It just keeps getting bigger. Look at the 1 year. But look at, not the year to date, forget about that. Look at the 1 year, up 213%. Wow. And look at it, folks. It's going into uncharted territory, folks, going into land that's never been before. And look at all these attempts. Look, folks, here's the deal. The thing's going to start to escalate. What do you get? You get 3 downgrades. Bank of America, Piper Sandler, you get, I'm guaranteeing you this is probably 3 downgrades. 3 downgrades because it had run up. So they said, we got to stifle it. So they probably came in and analysts, $12 to $14 price range. Where is the price when he's saying 12 to 14? Well, it was at 12. 14 to 14, 10 to 13. Then on this spike, initiating coverage, that's new blood coming in. Then up here on this spike, look at this. Nice Barclays comes in. Price target 12 to 18. Chasing the stock, baby. 12, 12 to 18. I told yesterday on a video I put up on Friday, I told people buy SoFi on any pullback. Buy SoFi on any pullback. And they bought it this morning on the pullback, $20.66. Congratulations. I want you to also be aware of something, folks. I have 4 pages of news I haven't even told you about SoFi yet, so I'm going to break into it now. Get ready for a lot of information. We are going to bring it. Hello, Alencita. Man, I haven't said hi to everybody in a while. Got to catch up. James Bond, yep, he literally just said he has buy and sell orders already set. He doesn't have to sit there and watch it. Yeah, dude, we are making money. Yeah. Wow, woke up early just to be negative. Good job, 007 Bond. Yeah, James Bond, scammer alert, people. Yep. Volume doesn't do anything, you know that. Yep. How should I DCA average? Hey, listen, Paraminder, volume doesn't do anything. You know that. You're completely wrong. I just proved to everybody how much volume means to a stock movement. Volume means a hell of a lot, and you should probably, before you say something dumb, do some research like I did, because I can show you right here, my friend, that volume used to be only 22 million shares a day on SoFi. And you can see right here the price swings were only 20 cents a day and 17 and 30 and 35. And when the volume went up to 30 million plus, the swings got to 33 and 35 and then 40. And when they got up to 40 million plus, the swings went to 48 and 49. And then when the volume went up here to 50s, it went to 95 and $1.20. And the volume got up here. I mean, folks, you just got to look. The volume went up to 91 million. 91 million saw a $2.08 swing. 91 million here saw a 205 swing. So don't tell me volume doesn't mean anything unless you just want to sound dumb. And I don't mean that, derogatorily, but don't make comments that you don't know, understand. How should I dollar cost average SoFi? Well, you can watch what I'm doing, Kello Trades. Just do what I'm doing each day, and when I suggest to buy it, pick up a little bit and try it out. Don't buy heavy. You buy in light. Buy in very light. Every entry should be very, very light. Keep your powder dry, most of your powder dry. You know what, James? Back when he was telling people to buy at $4, $5, $6, $7. Oh, yeah, I see someone supporting me here. I can't get up here where it says BBAI at 613. Okay. Okay, hold on here. I got a long ways to back up. Oh, he says, please do visit. This is Adam Abu Sahel says, please do visit. I'm in Saudi Arabia in a city called Jeddah. Massive city with plenty to see. Yep, I'm great. And life's much easier now when you're up 350%, says Mopar for life. No more on the edge, LOL. That's right, my friend. Bitcoin rip is good for SoFi. That's right. You're right, Dan Paul. S. Jones, yo mama. Okay, man, I'm trying to catch up with everybody way back when. You guys are going back a half an hour now, so I'm going to go very fast through here. So I'm going to move through here fast. Nexer, good morning. Scotty Johnson, that's ignorant. Thank you for saying whatever you said there. SoFi, NBIS is moving. Mopar for Life says NBIS is moving, folks. NBIS. Take a look at it. let's see. Sorry, I'm just going to try to get through here as quick as I can. Good morning, good morning, Penelope Carbon. Welcome, Ronald Hart. Three sneezes means money. All right, I like that. Bullet Serenade, long and strong on NAK. Thank you, Bullet Serenade. Let me write that down. NAK, Bullet Serenade. Hold on. NAK, Bullet Serenade. Let me also get over here and get off of this chart now so I can show you the screen of what's going on. But folks, volume makes differences. Believe me. Don't believe what that person just said. They don't know what they're talking about. Volume makes a difference, a big difference, especially if you're looking for a great stock to day trade. And look at SoFi now going up over 21 again on its way to 21.20. If you just bought at 20.66, you can start putting your sell orders in at 20.06, 20.07, and 20.08. 21.06, 7, and 8, please. All right? If you just bought at 21.66, I would like you to sell. I mean, 20.66, I'd like you to sell some. Start selling at 21.06, 21.07, and 21.08, please. All right, let me get back over here. Good morning, Cat and Tank. Alan Cedar Jones, welcome. What do you think about BBAI? I like it. I like it. And so does Double K. In case you know who Double K is, Phil. The Inn at Wood Knuckles Cove, 111. Yep, BITF, 112. Good. Thank you for letting me know. Gary Inwards. Hello, Gary. AIRO, up 30%. Let me write that down. AIRO, Gary Inwards. Thank you. All right, ding, 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 TNXP. So I know now that I'm freaking 45 minutes behind you guys. Review this. Jay Powell needs to go. Yep. SoFi, buy the dip with me. Yep. TNXP, 43.66, up 7%. Next chapter, Philippines. Oh, that's a dip. Cat, you missing dip? No, Mike Schmidt, I didn't miss the dip. I bought it. Jekyll Island, Cat. Jason Perry, Jekyll Island, Cat. I'll take the red day. Next chapter, Philippines. Yep, BBAI 613 could be the bottom. Thank you for letting me know. Wood Knuckles Cove. BBAI. Let me quickly take a look at that. BBAI. Hold on. Wow. No, that can't be. Yes, SRFM. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's old data. Hold on. Might be a time to get in on that if it was up 20% on Friday. They might be running it down this morning. Oh, yeah, they did. Was it down to 766? The low was 730. 730 on SRFM. Huh. Okay. Let me look at BBAI, though. Just because I know that a lot of people are onto that one. Well, certainly not moving at all. By the way, the S&P is down right now. The Dow is down. The NASDAQ is starting to recover. The Russell is green. Barely green, but it is green. The Russell is green. Watch SoFi. SoFi's been moving so nicely upwards through all of this red. Through all of this red, folks, SoFi has just been so resistant to any of this red days. I mean, it has just been dominating. And there she goes. Here's the last picture of 2099. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your cameras out so you can show them to your grandchildren when they're sitting on your lap and asking, how'd you get so rich, Grandpa? So make sure you take a picture right now. The very last time you're going to see SoFi at $20.99, ladies and gentlemen. Take a picture of it. Take a picture of it. Take a picture of the time. Take a picture of what time it was. And I want to take a picture of all you happy SoFi owners right now. Anybody want to tell me how much money you've made on SoFi since you bought in on this thing? Mara, 2063, yes. 2068, yes. All right. All right, let me see. And what about the 11 Fed governors Powell has been messaging for? Yes, absolutely. That's right. Absolutely. Ding, 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 ding. TNXP. Nicer dip in SoFi. Jay Powell needs to go. Jay, bye, bye, bye. Okay, TNXP. Let's see here. Gary, yes, thank you. Wendy, hello. Wendy Twong, hello. Sorry it took me so long to get to you. BTIF up 6%. Yes. WJR 20.63. Lady Hurst 2068. Go. Wendy Twong, I just back from church. Oh, God bless you. Next chapter, Philippines. Do we go back to 20 today? No, man. SoFi will be at 4% this week. 20.55. I hear what you're saying, Kello Trades. Thank you for letting me know. Gary, hey, Wendy, WJR 2453. It's another flush out. This is becoming old now. Yep. Goat. Kello Trades. Yep. APLD +4. All right. Thank you for letting me know, Jason Perry. APLD is over 4, folks. Why aren't you trading from your real account? James, I used to trade from my real account, but I was told by my CPA to cease and desist that behavior because it was far too risky. And also, people don't need to know how much money I really have. If you don't believe what you're seeing here from other people's comments and their profits, then I don't know. I don't have to try to convince you, James Bond 007. Everybody was buying this stock with me at $4 and $5 and $6, and now they know to buy it on the pullbacks, and it runs back over. Look at this, folks. I just took a picture of the last 19.99, and now I'm going to get the last 21.02. Ha ha! Yes, called it, folks. And if you will back this up, James Bond 007, you'll hear me tell everyone to buy this stock at $20.66 1 hour ago. And I suggested everyone do it, and I had 50% of my viewers. You can see the number that would be. About 80 people did buy with me at the 2066. So what you have to say means nothing. No one cares. Everyone here will make money today, most likely. And they don't always. There's some days that we do lose money. We pick the wrong ones sometimes, but we often do very well. Volume doesn't do anything, you know that, yeah. Kello Trades, how should I dollar cost average be? Do you know what, James? Back when he was telling people to buy at $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, he had people in chat telling him he's a clown and SoFi will crash, and here we are. Yes, there you go, BG. Jay Reezy, 101 007 Bond must have sold all his shares. Yep, James Bond, if you don't know how to trade, just say that. Yeah, he's definitely a short. James Bond, I'm a real SoFi holder, not selling. Well, that's too bad for you because we make a ton of money buying and selling it every day. We buy it at the 66, we sell it at the higher 20. We go back to the 66, we buy it again, we sell it at the higher 20. We do it over and over. We make a lot of money doing it. You have got data, that's nice. Yeah, I have good data. I don't need to see his goofy comments. Haha, Kello Trades back to 21, baby. Just hold his name and hit block, folks. Nigga down 34 was way up last week. Oh, thank you. New Egg down. Jason Perry, New Egg down 34 was up big last week. New Egg. Hold on, Jason. Hold on. New Egg. Jason Perry. All right, thank you very much. Others can look into these too, folks, not just me. All right, let's see here. SoFi, yes. Ashton Macy only got $200 to my name. Put it in there and going to let it ride for the rest of the month. LOL. Good deal, Ashlyn. I hope you got it in there when it was the 66. 2066. I'm trying to retire off SoFi, LOL. Hell, a lot of people will be able to. FFYI, for anyone that doesn't know, PG is character in Bond movies, not being dirty here. Okay? Just funny. Greed leads to SL hunting. Yes, NCNA 0.04 now. Jimmy Lopex. Wow, 0.04. No. I don't buy penny stocks, Jimmy, but thanks. NCNA .04. Wow. Wendy Twong said hi. Yes. Parminder. Huge buy there. All right. Thank you for knowing. SRFM rundown just filled at 775. VZ Rover. Good deal. SoFi is just getting started. Yep. I believe it too. Kello Trades. Jimmy Lopez, BBAI. He's running it, calling it out. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Paraminder, you only trade on SoFi or others as well? I trade others as well. Oh yeah, we trade others. If you moderate me, I'll sub to your channel. No, TJ boys, that doesn't work like that. My moderators have been here for a year. Got to be here at least 6 months to become a moderator. And you want to subscribe as a member too to be a moderator. Get yourself a Goliath membership. 6 months later, you'll qualify. Let's see here. Let's get on up here. They have been naked shorting for years. Oh, yeah, Emmanuel Manny, they sure have. Capera, Montecan, hello. Gary Edwards, yes, they are so desperate, LOL. Hold on. I'm trying to get to everyone's comments. There's just so many. Yep. WJR2453, they are so desperate, LOL. It's a total repeat of Palantir. Ha ha ha. Yes, it is. Alan Cedar Jones, Gary, yes. Looks like it's back to Herc and Jerk. Edge Road 1691. You know what happens after the Herc and Jerk, though? Herc and Jerk and blows her lid. Hi, Gary Embers. I hope today SoFi, Mara, CLSK, those stocks will go past 25. Then I can sell them all out today. All right, Wendy. And TNXP will go up past 46 to 50. Yeah. I like your thinking, Wendy. Oh, yeah, it sure will. Matt, yes. Capera, yes. Hi, Cat. Let's see. Hi, Gary Edwards. Hi, Cat. SoFi price. Doug Dillner. SoFi's price $20.98 right now. I'm going to take a picture of it and get the last picture of $20.98. TNXP is roaring. Yes. Volume always matters. Yes. Volume matters big time. Let's see. Good morning. Tatiana Boudreau. Realtor, happy stay, Florida. Wow. Tatiana, dites-moi si tu parles français peut-être. C'est possible que tu parles français, Tatiana? Avec un nom Boudreau, je sais certain que tu parles français peut-être. Vous avez des parents qui parlent français, les grands-parents qui parlent français. Je suis certain avec un nom comme ça. Hush Puppy, MMA. Hi, Aloncita Jones. Aloncita Jones, Burnett. Hey, Samuel Brown, bought SoFi 2062. 3 knocks, we in. Kello Trades, yes. Winnie Twong, yes. BBII will be a very good price soon. I will be buying more. Larry, that's my story too. I was about to throw in the towel, and then a big fish came across my YouTube as I was crying and listened and watched. Yay! Yes, NMAX, says Doug Dillner. I don't know yet. Hold on. NMAX. Doug Dillner. Okay. Yes, waiting for BBA to go below 5 or maybe 4. RKLB, are the way. Yeah, applesauce. That's one stock I hold long. RKLB, I always have. Loved it. Hi, Alan Cedar Jones. I've had RKLB for 2 years. Yep. Everybody's saying hi back and forth to each other. I'm almost to the bottom of this. Applesauce. Elos. Bismarck. Welcome. I got SoFi $10.30. Yeah, baby. Nice. Ben Martinberg. Screw Martin Lucas investor. He's a liar. Okay. Kello Trades. By the way, I have to, unfortunately, you might be true about that, but I will remove that because one thing I don't allow on here is name calling. I mean, I might joke around and call Timothy Schwitzer Thumbhead, but that's a different thing. I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just calling him Thumbhead. Kello trades because it's what he looks like, a thumb. Good job, Bismarck. All right. Um, if you need one more follower, just say no. Okay. Jimmy Justice, hey Tyler, what do you think we'll end the week at? 24. XRP. Yes. Robert Bautista. Yes. XRP. Yes. I like XRP. I've been telling everybody it needs to make it. I believe it has had a pullback, but I think it's just ready, just setting up for another possible run. SOUN is starting to act like SoFi. Yep. Yes. XRP is finally running. Hope it holds up. Ivy League Redneck. All right. Good. I'm glad to hear XRP is running because I thought it had a pullback, and I was telling my friend I think you should get a little more of it. World Free Speech, PMN is on fire. World Free Speech, PMN. All right. And let's see here. Congratulations to all you XRP holders. There are announcements everywhere in Europe about XRP airport, railway stations. Every other commercial is about XRP. Only 1.9 million people globally having it. Okay. Tatiana Bordeaux, oui, bien sûr. Ah, I held SoFi for 4 years. Ah, oui. Ah, Tatiana, dites-moi, s'il te plaît, vous habitez en Floride maintenant? Parce que je sors de Paris, non, je sors de Floride. Une petite ville s'appelle, la ville s'appelle Winter Haven. C'est dans le centre de pays. What is your opinion on turning share lending off? They can't short stocks. They can't borrow. Yes, turn it off. Absolutely. Turn it off. Everybody should turn off their share lending. Turn that off on your account. SRFM consolidating. I've been telling everybody that 2 years ago. I used to harp on that to do it all the time, but I kind of forgot. So thanks for reminding me. Yeah, if you're on your platform, you have a way to turn off share lending. Turn that sucker off. Don't let them have any ammo to sell against us. Yep, 24 would be nice. Is XRP a good investment? I think it is, not to buy too heavy into it, but I think it moderately, save a lot of dry powder, though. I had some and sold it. Good morning, Michael Labanian. Good morning to you. All right, we got everybody here. We got everyone all present and accounted for. And 43% of my viewers just bought SoFi this morning at $20.66. And now we're seeing them monkey around with the price, and they're trying to hold it down 1.66%. This is the fear they're trying to ensue in everyone is, oh my gosh, SoFi's down 1.66%. I should probably sell it there. That's petrifying. I'm just in fear and I don't know what to do. The stock is only up over the last year 200%. Should I sell it now? Down 1.66. It's up 201% over the last year. Oh my gosh, should I sell it now? Down 1.66. I don't know what to do. I'm in a perilous situation. I'm feeling like that poor, helpless girl who's strapped to the railroad tracks with the steam train coming down. Oh my gosh, 1.66. Oh, help me, help me, help me. So, folks, here's the game. They're going to run it from 1.16 down to 0.13 down, and then back to 1.66 down, and then to 0.13 down, and then back to 1.66 down, and then to 0.13 down. All right? Now, let's just see how long they can maintain this strategy. Yeah. I point out the obvious things that most people miss, but this is true. What happened to market makers covering? Oh, yeah. Well, it's a good thing you mentioned that. You think they want to start covering here? Well, look at this thing now. What just happened? What's that little rippity-rappity going on there right now with SoFi? That's pretty intense volume surging there. 26,455,000. 11,000 shares just bought there. 469 now. 26,478. 10,000 just bought there. 26,492. Whoa, look out, people. 26,523, 535. Whoa, we got some big buys coming in. 26,539, 540. Hold on, people. 606. Wow, 60,000 share buy. 60,000 share buy just then. 26,650, 655. 26,658, 26,650, 661, 662. Price is rising, folks. Something's going on. 26,667, 668, 669, 676, 680, 6. Whoa! We got a lot of volume here, folks. A lot of volume. 26, 710 now. 711, 712, 713, 714, 715, 760. Whoa! Surging volume. 26, 718. 2091's the price and running, folks. 26, 720, 721, 722. 26, 723, 724, 732. 10,000 shares just bought. 26, 734. Wow. 10,000 shares just bought. 2092. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We can't stifle the bell. Wow. Look at this thing go, folks. 26, 776, 778, 780, 26, 780. 26, 780, 26, 780, 790, 10,000 shares just bought at 2093, 26, 803. Folks, something's going on. 26, 807, 808, 26, 809, 26, 810, 838, 28,000 shares just bought at 2095, folks. 26, 871, 26, 876, 882, 11,000 just paid 2096. Oh my gosh, she's going. Let me get the pictures here. Let me get this picture. Let me get this picture. Watch these things run. It's going, folks. Whoa, yes, the last picture of 2097 was just taken. There she goes. I just got the last 29. Oh, ho, ho, ho. What in the world? Whoa, look out. Ching, ching, ching. Oh, let the bells ring. Ding, dong. The shorts went long. Holy smokes, everybody. Ding, freaking dong. The shorts went long. Whoa. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed, folks. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our SoFi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. SoFi, it grows and grows and grows, and this is what we know, and this is why we sing, and we ring that bell. Ding dong, the shorts went long, this is our new SoFi song. Ding dong, the short went long today. Whoa! Yeah, I told you to sell this at 2106, 7, and 8. There it is, 2108. I said if you bought it at the 2066 to sell it 2106, 7, and 8, folks, please start putting in sell orders here. Congratulations. She's going green. She is about to go green here, folks. And I know what I'm talking about here. Sell 2106, 2107, 2108. All right? Even sell 2109 here, folks. Just small amounts. I'm just selling tiny shares, tiny amounts. We don't know how high she's going to go. Now I'm going to come up here and sell a 13. I want to sell 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. I want to sell here. All these orders want to be sold here. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Here we go now. All right. Whoa. Yes. Fantastic, folks. Now, you know why I say to sell the 2106, 7, and 8, because they'll pull it back down usually from there. But, man, this thing is strong. Folks, listen. If it doesn't come from 2108 back down to 2097, then remove this 2013 sell order, please, 2113. If we don't right now come back down to at least 2097 or 2098, 2099, then I want you to remove these. As a matter of fact, I'll show you right now. I'm going to take these top ones off. And so I want to come in now and I want to try to buy 2098. And I want to try to buy 2099. She's going to go over 2108. All right, I'm taking these out. All right, taking these out because if they can't take it down from 2108, then I'm out there. I'm going to move those out. She's going to run much higher, folks, if they can't take it down from 2108. It's going to go up to 2120 to 2024. You'll see, folks, I know what I'm talking about. If they can't pull it from 2108 down to 20 or 1997, then she's going to go to 2120. She's going to go past this 2113 right now. They should have pulled it down from 2108 to 2097, 2098. They couldn't do it. Well, now they're going to try to take it down here to 2097, 2098. Here we come. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, that's not good at all. Oh, my. Oh, my. This looks very strong, folks. This is very strong here. I sense this thing is really getting ready to catapult here. Get ready for it, folks. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes. Here we go. Here we go. Up over the 13. I can't believe they could not pull this down to 2098 just then. Oh, watch out. Watch out, everybody. Watch them start running for the exits now. Holy smokes, folks. This thing's on fire. Dang, and I just took a picture of the last 2099. I told you, folks. And I got a last 2113. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at that. The last 2113 ever to be filmed, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to $22 a share. Oh, my gosh. But we're going to have some sales along the way, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to sell along the way. Holy smokes. Let me get the last 2110 if I can. Dang it, man. That's already gone. Oh, man. Beautiful, folks. Congratulations, everyone. I'm going to get a picture of this here. Just hold on. There it is. One more shot at 2108. Come on. Get you some at 2108, Shorty. Get you some there. Oh, my gosh. Look at the fear now gone. Where did the fear go? I'll tell you where, it's all over the faces of the shorters right now. They're in panic mode. There's the last 2110 we'll ever see, and there's the last 2111. And I'm just going to take pictures of every one of these last prices, folks. I am, as it runs even higher now. But it's going to, because the fact is, it's already over 2108, where they love to buy, and they can't seem to even get any more there. So let's see if they can get one more. There it is. God bless them. They did do it. They got it. They're getting some here, folks. And look at the price that it's now going to be down 13 cents. Oh, I bet you everybody's so scared right there with it down 13. I know they must be petrified, just scared to death with SoFi down 13 cents now. Oh man, that's just frightening. Oh, I shudder right there just to think about it. Oh man, I'm just shaking in my shoes. Down 13 cents. Yep. Yep. Going up, everybody. Foxo has turned a 9.85 investment into 60 cents since December 30th. Oh man. Hey, I'm green because of you, and I call BS. Doc Airline. All right. Good morning, SoFi. Look at this thing, man. The last time at 21.10, folks. Get your shot of it. The last 21.08. Oh, folks, don't be late at 21.08. Don't you be late for the show, 'cause this thing's about to blow. Oh, yeah. Get it, folks. Come on in, market makers. Steal the show if you can. Oh my goodness, look at all the fear that you've created now around this stock today. Everyone's so scared it went from 20.66 to 21.03 now. Gosh dang it. They're all just shiver me timbers. Well, now you know why I told you guys that bought at the 20.66 to sell 21.06, 7, and 8 with me, please. And I want to congratulate everyone who just did. That is what you should be doing. It's day trading 101, people. It's simple. It's day trading 101. And congratulations if you just bought. Now she's going to go way up beyond 21.08. Watch how fast this thing goes now. Watch how fast she goes now. Because, see, they just created a gap from 21.09 down to that 21. They just created a gap, an artificial gap. Artificially sold down. When the demand is there and you try to artificially deflate it by selling out, all you do is create a gap. So they just created a gap, and watch how fast it's going to go back up over 21.08 now, you'll see. And soon it'll be quickly gone, in my opinion, just because of the amount of volume buying here. Volume now has gone to almost 30 million shares. And this can be your last picture of SoFi at 21.08. There it is. There's the last chance to get it at 21.08 today, everyone. That's going to be it. I tell you, folks, this thing's going to go, man. They can try all they want with their little dumpity dumps here, but this thing is pumped, man. It's ready to run. It's ready to go to 22 now. It's ready to run right on up. Just get all you can here. Oh, yeah, this is just ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pull over and we're going to fill this baby with some high-octane fuel, and then we are going to kick this thing in the ass. Make sure you have your seatbelts fastened securely, and you have all of your stow items below you or in the overhead cabins, because I'm telling you now, SoFi is about to take flight. You're soon going to see this price spike 3 cents at one buy. It's going to jump 3 cents in one buy. Are you ready? We'll count it down. 3 cents in one buy spike. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 3 cent spike in one dang buy, people. People are coming in. Institutions are buying in. Big money's buying into SoFi here. Big money. You're going to see a big spike. Watch. And that'll be your indicator. Uh-oh, she's out of here. Watch it jump up 2 or 3 cents on a massive $2 million buy or something like that. Watch it. I'm calling it. It's going to happen. It's going to spike most likely. Yep. Oh, get ready for it, folks. Get ready. Ready for the breakaway. Get ready for the breakaway. Because, folks, when you're seeing these 4 cent quick drops like that, that's simply them trying to dump, and sell shares they don't even have, folks, that they're not even going to return today. They're going to naked short them again today, people. They're naked shorting them now. Shorty out there selling shares they don't even actually own, and they're not and have no intention of returning. But they're in desperation mode. They're ready to pay the fine. They're ready to pay the fine, folks. They'll sell the shares they don't have and pay the fine. There it is. I got the last picture of 21. Oh, man, I missed the 2099. Who pulled that off and got under my eye? Ah, there it is. I finally got it just one more time. Nice. That beautiful 2099. Oh, man, I'm having so much fun here today with everyone. I asked earlier, did you just purchase SoFi at 2066 on my encouragement? And 40% of my viewers said yes. Yo! I wonder how much you're up right now. Oh, yeah, up 36 cents on your buys. And it's going to go higher, folks. This will just be a little march down. And who told you it was going to go from 2108 down to 2097? I said it. I told you, folks, they're going to take this thing down from 2008 to 2097 minimum. If they don't do it, I'll be shocked, and then we'll go right on up higher. But they sure enough did it. From 2108, they've run it down now, 10 cents, 12 cents. And I would buy here at 2095 because they're trying to take it down 13. 13 cents is the design. Each time they pull, there it is. 13 cents down right now off the high. 13 cents. Well, I'm not sure the high was 2108, though. $3 million shares traded in the last 5 minutes. It's a crap load of volume, people. All right, well, I hope you guys sold at the 2106, 7, and 8. If you bought at the 2066, that's what I asked you to do. So I'm going to end this poll. I wish I could actually do 2 polls at a time, because I'd like for people to see that half of my viewers almost bought at 2066, and then I want to do another poll for how many of you just sold at $21.06, 7, and 8. I'd be curious. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. You can all see that are watching now that I had 40% of my viewers out of 147 votes. So about 65 people did buy SoFi with me at 2066. So let's end this poll. And now we want to do another poll. Did you just sell SoFi at 2106, 7, and 8? Start a poll. Oh, you stink. And start poll. Did you just sell SoFi on my suggestion at 2106, 2107, and 2108? That's what I'd like to know. Out of the 160 that are watching with us right now. So far, 33% have said yes. All right. Nice. And you would be wise to take note that SoFi is flat at $21, building a very nice shoulder. Look at this. 353,000 shares at 21. And the wall has been formed. The new platform is at 2133, 21 through 2124 through 2133. Nice. That's a nice platform. We're going to go back over these 2130s here soon as they accumulate here at 2099. This will be the last picture of that. There it is. Adios, amigos. Hasta luego, baby. Larry Hurst says 2108. Thank you, Catfish. I was lost until I found you, old friend. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, Larry, for telling me such. Cunning Oak, my buyback price is $16.50. Nice. Okay. Compare up 2087. It's only 5 minutes. Yeah, baby. Let's get a picture of the last 2099. There it is at 10:54 and 46 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Put it in your history books. One day they're going to ask you, hey, Grandpa, your grandchildren will be sitting there. How'd you get so rich? Well, I ran across this crazy guy named Catfish Tyler that was talking about this nutso stock that was, he kept saying to buy it when it was in the $4 range, and then it went up to $5, and I bought a little more when he said to get it there, and then he said when it got to 6s, he said, you better keep buying it because it's not going to stop. So I did, and then he said, and when it was in the 7s, man, and everybody else was saying, no, get away from this thing. They're not performing. They're not going to reach that. They're never going to be a tech stock. They're just a freaking bank. They're nobody. Well, there's a lot going on now, folks. A lot going on with SoFi. And I'm here to share it with everybody every single day. And the most important thing for you to understand is there's a wall at this number because there was, again, 4 years ago, there was another wall here. Let me show you what I mean. 4 years ago, here we go. 4 years ago, there was a resistance point here at $21. 4 years ago, you can see it right there, where this is the light turquoise line is my 5-day moving average. And you can see once it hit there as resistance and twice it hit this point as resistance. So this is only 2 times in history where there's been resistance at that line, $21. Only 2 times in the history of this stock has there been resistance at the price where we are now, $21. And it was right here, and that date was 2021. Looks like about March of 2021 when the price was there, right there. And the price was there again, right there. And what price is that? $21, people. $21. And I want you to take note that, folks, after SoFi's price breaks over this $21 point, there's nothing to stop it, and never has. Nothing's ever stopped it from the very beginning when it went from, and let me move this over so you can see a little bit better. All right. Heck, what happened? Where did it go to? Where'd the data go? They don't want you to see this, folks. Don't look at that 5-year chart that Catfish is trying to show you, people. Please don't look at that. Oh my gosh, look at this thing now. They're not even going to let the screen show up, folks. They're not going to keep this thing under $21 today, folks. They can try all they want to. They can try all they want. It isn't going to happen. Let me try and get back over here to this. Oh, gosh. No, don't show them that 5-year chart, Catfish. No. No, Catfish, you can't show them that chart. We'll let you show them anything else but the 5-year chart, dadgummit. No. Don't show them the 5-year. Gosh. Here he comes again at it. They're like trying to block me. Trying to block me from showing you the 5-year chart on SoFi today, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't want you to see they're vulnerable at their break point. They're at their break point, folks. They're in critical stage here, and this thing's going to launch off 21. So I'm going to show you again here. These scoundrels who don't want me to show you the 5-year chart. And if you don't mind, let me show you something else. You see right here, this is a spike. You see right here, that's a spike. You see right there, that's a spike. You see right there, that's a spike. You see this price? That's a spike. Let me show you something now. You see this price? That's not a spike, folks. That's a hitch. This right here is like a football play. Okay, down, set, 43, 62, hut. He goes back. The receiver runs down the field. He cuts to the sidelines. It's called the hitch and go, people. It's the hitch and go. It's one of the best things. When the receiver runs up here and then cuts to the sideline, throws up his hands and says, throw it to me. And then the defender tries to cut in front of the pass and go for a pick six. But instead, he hitches and goes. Look up here, folks. This is a hitch and go. It's going to hitch and go, baby. I'm telling you. It's a hitch and go. That's all it is. Another hitch and go right now. It's another hitch and go. Folks, it is not a spike like all the previous moves before. It is not a spike like there or there or there or there or there. Folks, this is called the hitch and go, and you would be wise to understand it. And this is another hitch before the go right now. Hitch and go. Because look at the frickin' 5-day escaping from the 10-day now. Look at the difference between them. Jeez, oh, Pete. Look, they used to run together side by side. Now the 5-day's leaping off. Look at the volume surging in today. Boom, the other day. Look at this on the 16th. Then look at the volume the next week. Look at the volume the next week. And look at the volume now. And this is, folks, a hitch and go. And the volume is increasing to build. The hitch and go. You see it. You see what it's called. And that's what I believe is happening right now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so, folks. And there's the last 2099. And I have it at 11:02 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. The last 2097, the last 2098, the last 2099. And here we go. Let's just see it flip right on over 21 right now, which it's going to do. It is going to do that. It will do that. The volume will be sustained and it will be undeniable. The volume will not let up. The water is rising on the shorts. The water is rapidly rising on the shorts, ladies and gentlemen. The water is rising on the shorts. And there you go, folks. There's the last 21. I just took a picture of the last 21. And here she goes, folks. And this will be the last 2101 as well. There are no more fake shares. Oh, she jumped to 2102. Didn't even see 2101, people. That is a big buy that just came in. Oh, my goodness. And man, let's just get this thing going. Screw it. This time I'm done with this shenanigans. I'm done with this thing now, folks. I'm telling you, I've had it. I've had all I can take of their bull crap. And it's time to put the mojo on them. Here we go, folks. Let's get this picture. All right. Let's get that picture. Let's go like that. Let's go like this. Let's put this up here. And let's make it rock. So you were searching for something to buy, and then you stumbled on Catfish tie. You said now's the time, the perfect time for you to buy SoFi. And I showed you why. I showed all those lies they told about SoFi. And now there's nothing that the shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarini. So sad, but now your game is over. Now shorts been shorting and selling SoFi, but you've been listening to Catfish tie, who said shorts will all be screwed way back on August 5th. Remember 601, it's not a myth. That's when we bought a ton, and from that day on the price just flew. And there's nothing the shorts could do. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarini. So sad, but now your game is over. SoFi, David's a liar. He should retire. Why is he not fired? SoFi, yo, Chivarini. So sad, but now your game is over. We'll get back to stocks in just a moment. Now David's living on a dead-end street with his dumpster where all his friends meet to survive. They dumpster dive with David all night long, and they all wonder where things went wrong. Oh, what a blunder. Oh, there's nothing the shorts can do. They all realize they're totally screwed. They shorted SoFi, but David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarini. So sad, but now your game is over. SoFi, David was lying. You should be buying, there's no denying. SoFi, yo, Chivarini. So sad, but now your game is over. Why don't you go and search that dumpster over SoFi? Oh! We got to get some energy flowing across. We got to blow a little energy over there to Manhattan. push SoFi higher with the little guitar vibes. Right? SoFi, yo, we like to buy it. SoFi on the low, we can't deny it. SoFi, yeah, baby, she's on fire. SoFi, you can see the desire. Take a little dip, buy it on the dip, buy it on the dip with me. Buy it on the dip, buy it on the dip, buy it on the dip with me. SoFi, yo, look at now she's running. SoFi, yo, yeah, we're having fun. SoFi, yo, look at it, it's climbing. We bought it this morning, I think, at 2066. Oh, what timing. SoFi, yeah, making money. SoFi, all the shorts don't think it's funny. SoFi, yo, we're gonna keep us singing. SoFi, the bell just keeps a ringing. Buy it on the dip, buy it on the dip, buy it on the dip with me. Buy SoFi the dip, SoFi on the dip, buy it on the whip with me. Buy it on the dip, buy them on the dip, then we smell it rip, you see. Buy it on the dip, every day on the dip, then we make it everybody, you see. Yeah, SoFi, everybody's buying. SoFi, you can't deny it. SoFi, all the shorts are frying. SoFi, David Cheever is lying. You should be buying. There's no denying. Shorts are all crying. David is lying. You should be buying SoFi. Yeah, it's on the buy. SoFi. It's about to rock. SoFi. Got the Shorty's head on the chopping block. Yeah. Oh, SoFi. Look at her fly, waving goodbye. Her shorts all fried. Didn't listen to Catfish time. Thanks for joining me in a little freestyle playing, a little improvising. Luke Bloke, love it. Hello, David is lying. Yep, none of your business is right. Yes. Oh man, I gotta catch up to everybody. I haven't been talking to everyone in a little while. Goodness, I've missed a whole bunch. Oh, man, look at SoFi go, folks. Just broke 2108, and she's gone now. She's not going to look back. 2108's history. Here comes 2109. She's out of here, too. She's out of here, folks. She is out of here. She's going to run. She's going to run the rest of the afternoon. Every penny that this stock price rises, she's going to go up. And they've got a wave of my music coming at them now, and so they don't have a chance in hell. They probably heard me start that song and said, shit, let's head to the exits quick. God dang it, man, he's singing over there again. That mother... Yeah, they heard the SoFi song and improvised, and they just went, oh my gosh, he's even breaking into whole new stuff now. Dang, he's probably getting more subscribers and more idiots are buying this thing because of his recommendation. Jeez. Dang it, man. Then they go, what's going to be the catalyst? Well, you're looking at him in the dark. Here I am. I'm the catalyst. The catfishalist. I'm down here looking on the bottom. I'm buying on the low every day. Oh, you know, we sure got 'em. We make a shorty pay every day because that's the way that we play. Are you guys having fun? I am the catalyst. I am going to push this thing higher through all of everyone seeing the 5-year chart, understanding there's no way to stop it. There's no way to stop it. There's no way to stop the buyers. There's no way to stop it, folks. Look closely. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you are aware of this, on the 3-month chart, I want you to look closely at this, please. On the 3-month chart, each one of these things that you see here, indicating lines, indicate a spike. And SoFi spiked right there. And then it spiked right there. And then this is called a shoulder. Then it came up here without spiking at all and hit that line of resistance where I told you we would sell right there because I thought they'd pull it back. And they did pull it back down below there. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this is your second shoulder. So you've got spike, drop, here, shoulder, spike, drop. That's your shoulder right there built. Now come up here. Look with me now on the 1-month chart. You see what this is? That's another shoulder, everyone. I'll take this line away. You can see. Right now where the price is, there's a shoulder building. There's a shoulder building right now at this price, $21.17. It's actually at $21.13 to be exact. But ladies and gentlemen, when we break through this resistance right here, this price is going to go all the way up to here. And that price is going to be $22.
This is all I've got. I'm out of eggs.
Up to $22.20.
We're out of eggs.
Oh my, thank you, Bunny. Thank you. Oh gosh, thank you.
Yeah, and it's not your favorite bread. We're out of that too.
Oh, I don't care. I don't mind. You're beautiful for that. Thank you.
Oh, I am.
You are. So, folks, why I'm telling everybody about this is because this is a huge opportunity to get in on a shoulder before it moves to the next level, folks. And you guys that are here with me now showing you a shoulder that built at $20, and then I showed you a shoulder that built at $21. And now I'm showing you a shoulder that's building at $21.13. Okay? That's all I'm showing you. Just shoulder after shoulder. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I say that this stock isn't going to be here long is because there's never been any resistance from here up to this number. Up to the 2220, there's never really been any resistance, folks. There just never has. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you come down here and you click on the 5-year chart, look at the 5-year chart, folks. Just look at the 5-year chart. interestingly enough, I can't see the whole screen over here like you guys. I don't know what's going on. But at any rate, folks, what I'm trying to tell you is the reason that we're seeing resistance right now on this line, the reason we're seeing resistance here at this point right there. All right, hold on. There it is. The reason we're seeing it at 2114 is because a long, long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, over here, this was also the line of resistance right here, right there. Back in June 14th of 2021. What's today's date? Wow, it's July 14th, 2025. This number that we're seeing the resistance at right now was only achieved on the light turquoise 10-day moving line once, right there. Okay? And then it was achieved over here one more time on, again, the 10-day moving average right there. Right there. Let me make sure you guys can see this. All right. Let's see. LOL, David is lying. That was fucking great. LOL. Thank you. None of your business. Kello Trades, SoFi. I should buy the stock then? Dollar cost average? Yes. Any pullback of 20 cents around that 20-cent range pullback, get it. 20 to 30 cents. None of your business. 22 bucks. Kello Trades, LOL. Any new announcements? Yes. There are many things to tell you about, Doug. I'll tell you in just a minute. We're going to break into it here in just a minute. Kello Trades. Wow. What drink did she bring you? Ice cold milk. Capera, 2%. I'm the catalyst. Yes. Just bought more. Thanks. Yep. None. No. Derdis. No. All right. Alencita, I enjoy watching you in your element, Cat. Thank you, Alencita. Luke Bloke, 2118. All right. Yes. Bravo. I enjoyed that. Newbie, what price did you guys think this stock's going to? Well, I'm showing you now, and you can look at the chart and you can figure out if I'm right or wrong. You can see what I'm showing everyone. Buy it on a dip with me. Yes. Thanks. Got you. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm trying to point out to you where we are in price now at this 2113. We've only visited this price 2 times in history before. All right. So now you can see where we are. We're right there, folks. And there has never, ever, ever in the history of this stock, ever, has there been any resistance beyond that line. Okay. Listen, where you see this line forming a shoulder to right here, from this line where we are now to there, just look at this, folks, with me. Look at it. That's going to be this top line right here. Look at that. It's the third from the top. From where we are now, oh, geez, look at this dang thing. It did it to me again. Every time I get this dang thing over there where it's just about to show you what I want to show you, it does something weird. Gosh, dang it. It's so annoying. Jeez, oh, Pete. It's just like they just don't want me to show you this. They did the same thing last time I was about to show you the breakaway point. God. Well, let's try it again, folks. This point over here, right here in the center of the screen where we're now forming that shoulder that I just showed you. Folks, from this point here, we've never seen any resistance on the first run up from there to there. We never saw any resistance on the run down from here to here. We never saw any resistance from this point up to there. We never saw any resistance from here down to there. And we never saw any resistance from where we are now up to there. And we've never seen any resistance before down to here. So why do you think we're going to see any resistance now where this shoulder is after we build this big shoulder right now? We're not. That's the reason, in fact, that the shoulder's building there now, because many genius investors already know this, that there's no resistance from here on. So this is where they're going to fill up their trucks. This is where they're going to load up, and look at them down here just loading up. Look at the volume, building a position right here at this price before this breaks up to here. And this is where we're going to next. This is where we're going to next, folks. 22.66. You better have your sell orders, though, in at 22.48, 49.50. From there, they're going to pull it down to 22.13. Then they'll go up to the 22.66. All right? I'm telling you, folks, the reason there's going to be resistance at 22.66 up there is because of this day over here on the 5-year chart. The reason there's going to be resistance at 22.66, where I have that line, is because there was right here one time, right there at this point, right there, 22.66 is where the resistance was. Look over here, folks. Look at the line, 22.66. Of course, they're going to stop it at 66 cents, folks. That's a no-brainer, right? Of course, market manipulators are going to freeze it at 22.66 two times. The first time it went a little bit over there, 22.66. What was this one? 23.08. Oh, well, of course. I tell you to sell the 6, 7, and 8 like I just told you to sell this one at 21.06, 7, and 8, didn't I? Yes, I did. I just told you guys to sell SoFi at 21.06, 21.07, and 21.08 about an hour ago. And some of you did. And then you bought it back when it went down below 20, down all the way to win. Just dropped down to 20.90 afterwards. You sold 21.08 and you got a drop of 18 cents to get back in. Nice. Now, folks, I'm going to play a little bit of music for you while I eat my lunch. And I have 2 peanut butter and jelly delight sandwiches. And I'm going to play you some of my Catfish Tyler's music that is available for your listening pleasure. If you go down to my description, you can find a link to 125 original songs. But I am only going to be playing for you the ones I have on Spotify right now, which is about 60 to 65 songs. So I hope that you enjoy some of my music that I'm going to play for you right now. And we're going to start right now with a song about my wife and how the two of us met. And I hope you do enjoy it. Now, before I start this, I have to come up here, though, and I have to make sure and mute this stream or else we'll get a loop. All right? And now, here we go. Hope you enjoy this song about my wife and I and how we met. And written and performed by me, Tyler, last name Self, S-E-L-P-H. And here is my Spotify channel right there. And you can just look for me. And this is my name, Tyler Self. And you're going to be listening to the song Cheryl Marie about my beautiful wife. And it's going to start right now.
Just by chance, we met that night in that bar, and the two of us danced, and took a ride in my car. You were only 19, and looked so good in those jeans, and it seemed like a dream but nobody shows. So we jump back in my sports car and we hit the road. Then we popped on a hillside. Let my fingers explore, and we both wanted more. So we drove back to my place, made our way
All right, folks. I will be back here in just a minute. I'm just now going to run upstairs, give my wife a hug, and hope you enjoy this song called I Can't Find My Pants.
Now here I am clutching the toilet again. But I must have had fun. And I know it sounds funny, but I can't find my pants. I remember the party last night with my friends, but that's pretty much where my memory ends. I guess I may have drank a little too much, and I know it sounds crazy, but I somehow lost touch with my pants. And I don't know where they went. Did I fall in the pool? Did I nearly drown? Did I decide to get my pants lost and found? What the heck did I do? My jeans are blue. I wish I could remember, but I haven't a clue. Well, I know it sounds strange and a little deranged, but I can't find my pants. Well, I asked my friends, none could reply. They said I had them on last night when I said goodbye. They said I had too much to drink and I couldn't drive. I guess I should be happy that I made it home alive. Yeah, I'm asking you, please, if you happen to see a pair of old blue jeans, would you send them to me? If you happen to hear my pants and they're jingling, do me a favor, give me a ring, 'cause I can't find my pants. No, no, said I can't find my pants. the waiting was over. We all now know he's gone. So I'm singing this song and saying goodbye to a person free falling, now learning to fly away. She was an American girl, yeah, he told us all so. His guitar gently wept while he put on a show. Mary Jane of romance, of which he wrote a song, and they shared one last dance before she moved on. So this song that you're listening to, folks, is a tribute to Tom Petty, and it has in the lyrics, I think, 16 of his song titles in the lyrics. Breakdown, refugee, you got lucky. All titles of his songs. The Gainesville Gator. Yeah, even the losers get lucky sometimes. But time to move on. You don't know how it feels. Tom is gone. Yeah. I envision him now, running down a dream. And I'm grateful to God for giving us this cool human being. But I should have known he'd be leaving this place. And I pray that the Lord will show his saving grace. As I move forward, I'll hear his songs play. And they'll always bring memories of sweet younger days. On the radio waves, now his spirit is on, and we'll never forget the way Tommy played his song. The time is gone. Long gone. Rest in peace. All right. Well, song about Tom Petty.
Hey everybody, it's Vegas Matt.
Oh, let me turn this music down here. No commercials, no commercials. Commercial free here on WSFI Radio, broadcasting with 1.2 megawatts of power. Or is it gigawatts? I think it's giga. Folks, we've just broken over an elementary part 2020. I want you to know, I would suggest you sell at these prices. Okay? All right? This is where I'm going to begin selling this stock right now. Okay? So I'm selling right now. I hope you enjoyed my music that I just got through playing for you guys. I know the songs you got to listen to. Thank you, Lord. And I heard I Can't Find My Pants. And I heard you guys got to hear another one. And then time. Oh, yeah, You Gotta Have a Dream. That song dedicated to women who suffer from men who are assholes that don't know how to treat a woman. So I hope you enjoyed that music, and if you want to hear a lot more, it's a gigawatt. That's right, it's a gigawatt, Doc says. Dang it. 1.2 gigawatts is what we're using right now. We're broadcasting out of central Michigan,
here on this radio program, WSFI, where there are no guarantees other than one. There are no guarantees. And so we make sure that everybody understands that you're investing in SoFi or whatever when I say at your own risk. And if I suggest you get out right then you get out there, and that would be at your own discretion. So I just told you to sell at 21.18, 21.19, 21. I just sold there 21.18. And I have a reason for selling at 21.18, 21.19, 21.20, because I know they're going to possibly take it all the way back down to 1988 afterwards. Oh, yeah, they will. Tomorrow we'll see 1988 again, folks. We will. They're going to fleece out this area too, folks. They're going to fleece it out. They're going to fleece it out. They're going to fleece it out, people. Look at all the volume that has already acquired shares here up in the 2130s and 40s, folks. Look at that. Look at the massive. And look at this. There's no shares being bought down here. There's no shares for sale down here. None. There's really no shares available down here, folks, at this price. It's going to go right back up. It's going to go back up. There weren't any here. Look how many shares were accumulated at 2178.9 right there. I'll tell you how many. Looks like 5. There's no shares here for sale, folks. There's no real shares here for sale. You'll see. It's going to continue to escalate higher and higher and higher all day long. It's going to be green by the end of the day, most likely. It's going to rise over the price where everybody accumulated right over here. It's going to go over those prices, folks, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You know, it's very interesting as I look at this screen over here where I'm broadcasting and monitoring. Dang, it looks so dang small. Is that what you guys are seeing? If you're looking at a laptop, I've got this thing on full screen view, and this is how small it looks. Why? Why is it so small? Let me try something here, folks. Let me try to adjust my picture. Hold on. Whoa, earthquake. So let me take a look at that now, see what that looks like. Huh. It still looks small. I don't know why it's so small, folks. I really don't know. Usually I can zoom in on this and you guys can see it bigger. But let's go look at the volume right now here at 11:48 a.m. Let's go look at this volume. And I have a lot of stocks that I also want to look at this time that people have called out all day. And HYPD has been called out by Samuel. So we're going to go look at HYPD stock. Now, what we're looking for here, folks, is a specific type of stock. We want to find a stock that has run up massively on huge volume, okay? That's what we want, is something that gets run up on massive volume, real high price surge, and then tomorrow we want to buy it in the morning early. All right? And we do have a lot of inflation data coming out. CPI is coming out here this week. It's the same old stuff, all the same stuff. Every week they come out with the data every couple weeks. It's the same rigmarole. All right. Did you guys know that Canada has a 300% tariff on all of our dairy and butter that goes into Canada? A 300% tariff from Canada on all of our farmers who want to sell any dairy or butter to Canada. 300% tariff from a country that we basically protect. Militarily, Canada has probably enough armaments to defeat Haiti if they were to attack them. And that would be about it. Not that the Haitians don't have a powerful military, but I'm just trying to compare. They could be overthrown by someone, an entity as small as that, without Big Brother USA. But they're going to impose, they have had it on it for a long time, 300% tariff. I just wanted to mention that to you. Now I want to look at, so that HYPD really isn't making the move that I was hoping it would. And I want to make this screen smaller here. And if this damn computer doesn't want to show me HYPD's chart, I'll go over to this computer and we'll just say, screw you to this one. And we're going to get over here to HYPD stock. There we go. And let's see this load up a chart. Man, they just don't want me showing you any charts, people. Look at this. No matter what computer I'm going to use, look at that. Loading chart. No, Catfish, do not show any charts. Don't you dare show anybody any dang charts anymore. You need to just completely quit with this ridiculousness of showing people charts. Because that way they can tell what the hell's going on. Now stop showing them charts, Cat. Well, too bad. I'm going to show them freaking charts anyway, regardless. And here you go. This is going to be the chart on HYPD right now that's going to pull in here. And I'm going to have several indicators. I'm going to have a 5-day that's turquoise, a 10-day that's orange. I'm going to have a gold or yellow 50-day moving average. And they don't have them on here, but this thing's bottomed out, folks. And not only that, it's building the shoulder right now. That's the 5-year chart. Let's look at the 6-month chart on it. Man. Is it building a shoulder right there? Let's go to the 1 month. No, no, this stock isn't really building a shoulder here. I don't think so. HYPD. Okay, so let's go look at another stock. Thank you for calling that one out this morning, Samuel. INKT is down 35%. INKT. It was down 35% this morning earlier. No. What in the world? Mink? INKT. There it is. This one was called out by... well, I forgot who said INKT. They pointed it out this morning. It was down 32%. Well, now it's at 40% down, so that one's still falling. That might be one to keep an eye on, INKT, for a rebound. But it's down on only 2 million shares. Now, how many traded on this yesterday? How many shares were traded on this yesterday? Oh, 47 million. And the high was $76, folks. Whoa. $76 on INKT. Look what they've driven it down to. Dang. And folks, they've only driven it down On yesterday, it had 47 million. Only 2 million shares have sold it to make it fall 40%. Folks, this is my perfect stock. I love to find them just like this, and it's right at a pivotal point, 38. Now, if you're going to buy any, folks, here, just buy some very small quantities. You're talking 5, 2, 10. All right? I don't want you to go in very heavy, okay? But I see the low was 33.62 today. 33.62 was the low already. And now it's at 38.01. So just be careful, folks. But wow, it just jumped to 38.20. See? 40% down on just 2 million when yesterday it traded 47 million. This is why I like it here, folks. Okay, that's not a lot of volume to push it down and hold it there. It could be just someone trying to get an opportunity buy on it. So mark that down, okay? And I'm going to put down the price that I said it was a good buy to buy it at 38.03. Okay? 38.03 buy. Small quantity. I'm going to put that too. Okay. SoFi, in the meantime, you know what this is, folks. You know what this is. It's the herk it down and then they jerk it up and then they herk it down and then they jerk it up and then they herk it down and then they jerk it up and then they herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it. Then they herk it down and then they jerk it up and then they herk it down and then they jerk it up. Right? It's the herky jerky song. Everybody sing along. It's the herky jerk. Oh, we make it work. Oh, yeah, the herky jerky song that I'm singing. A herky jerky, and you hear the tambourine. Oh, my goodness gracious, look at it. It is hellacious. It's the herky jerky time that we're all having, and oh, it's so herky jerky fine. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. You can see she's gonna blow if you keep herking and jerking it around. Oh, you can't just keep doing this all day long. I'm telling she's about to pound. Oh, yeah, you can't just keep herking and jerking all day. That's what Catfish is here to say. You can't keep herking it and jerking it and don't expect to find out. You gotta have some herky jerk respect. Oh my goodness gracious, be ready for a facious. So it's herky jerky time. Oh, it's herky jerky. Oh no, but it's the herky jerky time. Oh yeah. And there you go. It's the herky jerk song. As they herky jerk it all afternoon. Well, how long can it be fluffed? All right? You guys know what that means? Fluffed? MINK was trading at 7 last week. Looks like it's a pump and dump. Dan Paul Catfish, are you familiar with the Clarence Carter classic stroking? Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Stroke it to the east, stroke it to the west, stroke it to the shorty that I love bad. We were stroking, baby. Yeah, but she was stroking. Oh, yeah. Stroking. Yeah, she was stroking, baby. Yeah. Stroking, baby. I sure do remember that. QUBT is up 7%, says Doc Airline. All right. QUBT Doc Airline. AIRLINE. Folks, SoFi is on a massive accumulation phase. And I'm going to now share with you more information than your brain may be able to handle, but I'm going to share it with you now. Okay. Now I'm going to keep SoFi over here on the screen so I can keep an eye on what it's doing, but I'm going to share with you a bunch of information. Get ready. Okay. Number one, SoFi, as I predicted on Friday, was up in after hours. It went to 21.37 from the close, and it was up almost a full percent, up 0.80. I knew that was good news for us for the future. SoFi, new record high was achieved on Friday with more institutional ownership than ever. I've shown you the money flow that's coming in on the stock, but I might show you again here in a moment. I want you to look at the fails to deliver, and I showed you that earlier today in case you didn't notice. Fails to deliver have been accumulating and accumulating and accumulating, but the problem is it's failing for them because every time they fail to deliver and they want to use those shares to drive the price down, SoFi's just kept going higher and higher and higher. So every single time they fail to deliver the shares to try to sell and keep selling to stop it from running, it's just been an absolute failure. So fails to deliver are piling up, and losses are piling up by the shorts. 2 point something billion they've lost now shorting SoFi over the last 6 months. I want you to also notice, I want to say, first of all, call out T. White. Thank you for your Cash App contribution. And Love Dove 555. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Friday, I want you to know that we had some big institutional accumulation into SoFi. We had one called Diversified Trust who came in and increased their position by 62.20%. Another big player, UMB Bank, increasing their position on Friday by 56.88%. Farther Finance also buying in SoFi, increasing their position by 284%. Yahoo's recent article by FX Empire, this recent article that was put out about SoFi by FX Empire, you should see it on their main page. Look down there for an article. FX Empire put it out. It's an absolutely fabulous article, people. It is absolutely a fabulous article. You must go and check it out. It's just below on the main page for SoFi. You'll scroll down and you will see this article right here. Let me show it to you so you know which one to look for. And it's put out right here, and it's right there. Please do yourself a favor and go and check out this article. And I'm just going to show you right now. And I have the right to be able to do this. I want you to see that this article by Lucas Downey, Friday, July the 11th, 2025, at 4:01 in the morning. This is somebody who's doing their research and posting, ladies and gentlemen, at 4:01 a.m. So I give them kudos for that, number one. And here's what it reads. SoFi is a financial services platform offering loans, credit cards, refinancing, and other financial services. Its first quarter fiscal 2025 earnings report showed record revenue of $771 million, a 33% year-over-year increase. Just making sure you can all see this. I'm going to refresh this and make sure it's working and you can see the screen before I go any further. And I'm going to refresh right now. There it is. You can definitely see that. I'll back it out a little bit. All right. A 33% year-over-year increase. Net income of $71 million, per share earnings of 0.06, and increased full year and net revenue guidance. Now, here's where it gets interesting. No wonder SoFi shares are up 36% so far this year, and they could rise more. And here's the interesting part. Money flows data shows how big money investors are again betting heavily on the stock. Okay? Listen, SoFi attracts big money. Institutional volumes reveal plenty. In the past year, SoFi engaged in strong investor demand, which we believe to be institutional support. Each green bar signals unusually large volumes in SoFi shares. They reflect our proprietary inflow signal pushing the stock higher. This is on Friday they released this, folks. And look at all of the institutions who are now pouring in to accumulate SoFi before this massive explosion that they're going to perpetuate, folks. Okay? They're creating this. Please understand what I'm trying to show everyone here. Folks, this is accumulation of shares by institutions on a scale like we have never, ever, ever seen in the history of this stock before. Okay? Now, I'm not done. Let me get back over here to this article. Hold on. It says right here, plenty of financial names are under accumulation right now, but there's a powerful fundamental story happening with SoFi. SoFi fundamental analyst, institutional support and a healthy, let me turn this light off so there's no glare. Institutional support and a healthy fundamental backdrop make this company worth investigating. As you can see, SoFi has had strong sales and earnings growth. Their 3-year growth rate, 52.2%. Go back and look at Bank of America's 3-year growth rate. Go back and look at the 3-year growth rate of someone like Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab, any of them. Go back and look at their 3-year growth rate, their sales growth rate. Go check it out. You'll find out they couldn't even dream of having this kind of growth rate. This 3-year EPS growth rate, 34.8%. And folks, take a look right here. The source of this information is FactSet, and it says also EPS is estimated to ramp higher this year by 91 frickin' percent. Jeez, oh Pete. Now it makes sense why the stock has been generating big money interest. SoFi is producing strong financial performance, marrying great fundamentals with money flows. Software has found some big winning stocks over the long term. SoFi just became a top-rated stock at money flows. That's when the stock saw unusual buy pressure with its growing fundamentals. We have a ranking process that showcases stocks like this on a weekly basis. SoFi just received its first outlier inflow signal, which is hugely, which is hugely bullish. The blue bar below shows when SoFi was a top pick. This could be the beginning of a big money boom. And look over here. Look at the blue bar they're talking about when they were chosen as a top pick. Folks, I'm telling you, man, this is so exciting. All of this news about SoFi. Okay, and I'm not done yet here. I got a lot more. All right, so let me throw some more news at you guys. So we've got all these institutions piling in, and I want you to see there. Recently, there was a 5-star analyst at TD Cowen who initiated, and he's new. He's a new coverage, just initiating $21 price target, folks. That helps us a lot to increase our average because we got all these yahoos like David Chiaverini and Baloney and Tim Schwitzer, and they're having no effect on the stock whatsoever. You can see that. Absolutely none whatsoever. So I want you to know also on this channel, as some of you witnessed on Friday, I had money coming into me from foreign countries. Part of this reason is because now I am implementing auto translate. So everyone in every country that they provide a translation for, they can hear me in their own language. All right. So I had a donation Friday from Saudi Arabia from someone paying in SARs because they can understand everything in their own language. My voice is language is being converted. Now, also, tariffs that disturbed the market all last week with the ups and downs and all this and calls and whatever's going on with tariffs had no effect on SoFi, just absolutely ignoring all that information. Now, I want you to know that on Friday there was 86 million in call options versus 17 million in puts, and they're leaning very bullish right now, very bullish. After hours on Friday, there were many big transactions. And shorts early on Friday borrowed 1.1 million, but at end of day, they ended up returning 113,000 end of day. So now 155 million shares are currently being shorted. SoFi's loan platform, and these are all the catalysts of things that are about to cause the price to rise even higher. So SoFi's loan platform, which is going to generate an amazing amount of revenue using other people's money. The crypto announcement coming is going to launch SoFi another 5 to 10%, in my opinion, could be wrong. This high-end stocks that they're now offering to the common person like you and me that are always before only available to the upper echelon of the trading floor, only to their highest clients. Folks, Morgan Stanley or any of those entities would not call you and ask if you want to buy these stocks that they're going to be made available through SoFi. This is big, folks. This is changing. This is going to change. The whole playing field is being changed by SoFi when it comes to these high-end exclusive stocks that are private that no one else had access to. Now they are using 3 different entities to make these stocks available to the public, and this is fantastic news. And also, they're going to be doing many more IPOs are going to be coming here very soon, folks. There are a wave of bearish calls from the usual whales. Major firms, Morgan Stanley, KBW, Bank of America, and JP Morgan, all of them downgrading the stock right before earnings comes, and the price then goes up another 15% this week. How do you like that? No one's listening to these clowns anymore. None of them. No one is listening to these clowns anymore. Look at the money flow coming in. This is real money coming in from big institutions, everybody. Look at that. This is money flow coming into this company. Big ones coming in. Also, I want you to know that on Friday, Anthony Noto was on Squawk Box on Friday, and he was again preaching, baby, and throwing down fire and flame and brimstone on Shorty. Man, everything he says is so spot on. And by the way, since we've got earnings coming up so soon, there's really nothing that can be done here. There cannot be any big announcements of no buying of any shares or anything like that can go on here, folks. That's not going to happen because they can't do any. All right, but I want you to know some investors tried to play safe and were selling covered calls, and now they are deeply regretting it right now with SoFi having gone over $20. Man, they are getting absolutely slaughtered, okay? There are many investors who tried to play it safe, selling covered calls, and man, has that backfired completely. And I've been telling you, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Folks, stocks in general last week were down Friday, 1.5%, and many of the growth stocks were down 1.5 to 2%. Not SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, defying all of this downward momentum on those other growth stocks. All right? Yep. I want you to know that many of those who did do the covered calls are now having to many of them had their shares called away from them there, all right? And others took a hard hit having to buy back over 20. That was a big hard hit on them, man. I'm telling you. It hit their registers hard. Okay, next, Jerome Powell. News is possibility Jerome Powell soon stepping down. Okay? This is news that's just been breaking that Jerome Powell, under pressures, may be stepping aside. And the reason that he may be stepping aside is because of mismanagement of our taxpayer dollars. Okay? And I want you also to know something, folks, that there has been nothing here. And hold on just a second. Let me delete this. I want to show you to the level that this mismanagement of our money has become, has gone. Let me just find this picture, this image. Just give me a second here, folks, because I will have it for you. All right. And I want to let you know, Friday, I got this message from Pale Pinkish Humanoid, folks. Look at this message I got Friday from Pale Pinkish Humanoid. Can you guys see what this says? It says, Catfish. It says, the donation is for thanks for helping bringing SoFi to my attention. This has increased my wife and my wealth significantly. I can safely estimate $70,000 US. Oh my gosh, Pale Pinkish Humanoid. Wow, that is so cool. I'm so happy to hear that, and I just wanted to share that with everybody else. Pale Pinkish Humanoid, just making so much money. Pale Pinkish Humanoid kicking freaking ass. And I want you to also see right here, all these analysts right now coming in. Look at these analysts coming in. You got JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, KBW, 13, 11, 16, 13. These people are out of their minds. Look at all of them there. Barclays, Terry, $13, folks. I mean, who are these brainless twits? 13, 11. Oh my gosh, 14 down there. I mean, these people are morons, and no one is listening to them ever at all anymore. No one's listening to them. No one's listening to them. Now, I want to also show you this. Subscribers for SoFi lately. Look at this, folks. Look at that huge jump in subscribers. Here, now that's my channel, folks. That's my channel. I want you to see the huge jump in subscribers here this month. Massive, folks. Now, hold on a second here. This is one of the things I wanted to share with you as well. This shows right now that the country who is charging us the most in tariffs, the highest one of all, is 778% being charged by Japan, which again, we provide military aid to, charging us 778% tariff to import rice. Rice, people. They will not let our American farmers send any rice into Japan and charge a 778% tariff on that. And then the next highest country, ladies and gentlemen, is Canada. And on butter and cheese, they charge a 300% tariff. So our farmers cannot sell any butter or cheese into Canada. Just so you're aware of that, folks, just letting you know. This is based on available data. All right? Man. Thanks, Canada. Thanks, buddies. All right. Let's see what else I've got for you here. Well, man, I got a lot of news here, folks, okay? There's news that, as I said, Jerome Powell may be stepping down. That news comes to us right here. And this news says Bill Pulte, the chair of U.S. government-backed mortgage lenders, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, posted on X that he heard reports of Powell wavering about finishing his term without providing any evidence. And he also commented, and this would be Bill Pulte, I think this will be the right decision for America, and the economy will boom. The former journalist and private equity titan, that's what he said. Now, also, when it comes to this, the reason for him thinking about getting out is because Jerome Powell is being investigated now. They have an inquiry going on about his crazy amount of spending for this lavish headquarters for the Fed. They've apparently gone totally lavish with ridiculous expenses with our taxpayers' money. And they want to let you know, though they want to keep it undercover, but they are now over $700 million beyond their expected budget for this building. They've spent $2.5 billion, and I guess they were supposed to only spend 1.8. So there's $700 million over by paying lavishly to contractors who they probably chose. So this is just a total. And in case you didn't know that, that's what's going on. You want good butter, you got to pay the good butter price. Many of us Canadians are angry about tariffs on the U.S., but many don't realize here that we put those 300% tariffs on you first years ago. Hard to see my country fall so hard. All right. Now, I'm going to get back to more. I got a lot. I told you, folks, I got a lot of news. Look at all this freaking news. Look at all this freaking news I've got. Man, I was busy this weekend. I'm gathering information. I'm an information gatherer. So this week, we're going to have, in case you didn't know it, Pelosi's buying right now into AVGO, Broadcom. And Pelosi, I don't know why exactly. This thing's already been on a major surge and run, but she's buying more Broadcom, just in case you're interested. And she's also buying Marvell Tech, MRVL. It is rated, that one is rated undervalued, but right now Broadcom is overvalued. And she's also buying, Pelosi's buying TSM, Cisco, and AMD. So Nancy Pelosi, in case you want to follow what she's buying, TSM, Cisco, and AMD. We got this week CPI data coming out tomorrow. Folks, Wednesday's PPI, manufacturing data. Listen, there's going to be several Fed speakers this week. We've got Trump and tariffs that could affect the market. Anything he says about tariffs could always be a catalyst for something. But the damage is done, in my viewpoint, with tariffs. I think we're almost beyond that. We really are. Tariffs is going to be in our rearview mirror here soon. And the U.S. is going to be the benefactor of a lot of extra money that we've never had before because of his decision to do these tariffs and make them come to the table and give us a deal. All right. Now, another thing that could happen with the tariffs that could be a backstroke would be if Canada or Brazil decide to play tough guy and try to come back with some counter punches, okay? But I'll tell you right now, Donald Trump already said with these tariffs he put on Canada and 35% on Canada and 30% on Mexico, Donald Trump already said, hey, if they fire back, he said, I'm just going to match whatever they raise ours. So if they say, okay, well, we're going to raise the U.S. another 10%, well, he'll raise theirs more. So he's already said, if they want to play that game, then I'll just raise ours. So if they want to come back and try to throw something in a counter swing at us, I'll just raise whatever they counter until they're done doing that. This upcoming earnings coming up here is just 2 weeks away, basically, folks, for SoFi now, just 2 weeks away. SoFi is huge. It's a very hot stock right now. And over the last week, it is in the top 10 most heavily traded stock. SoFi, people, a stock that used to be obscure and flying under the radar, now that it's jumped from $6 11 months ago to over 21, we got now all of a sudden everybody looking at it. It's one of the 10 most heavily traded stocks in the last week. Brand new firms are also initiating coverage right now on SoFi. Tim Switzer, Thumbhead, and his downgrade, KBW, a nothing burger, folks. SoFi shrugged that off like a flea, flicked it right off, folks, and then chewed it all up first. You know how they get their teeth, and then that was what happened to Switzer. Thumbhead got himself chewed off like a flea, just and then ground into and bye-bye, Timothy. Bank of America, ditto, did nothing. The Bank of America price of 13 absolutely failed. No effect on the stock whatsoever. Shrugging it off. Man, this thing is a bull, man. It's not some wimpy little freaking chihuahua they're trying to attack. This thing's become a bull. Crypto's coming. 10 big banks are going to be announced soon. Which ones have joined up with each one of those banks that's announced that we've got in using our product is going to launch this thing another 10%. Each one of those bank announcements will launch SoFi another 10%. They're all coming. Noto's been warning all of these shorts that they're coming. Earnings is going to be very extreme move on earnings, folks. It is either going to, after earnings, if we have a massive beat, spike hugely up to the 28 range, or if we miss in some way or another, we could fall all the way to 19s or 18s, maybe even lower. But be ready for earnings, folks. I never hold SoFi through earnings, at least not all of it. Usually I sell about half of my shares. So regardless of what it does, I can either buy it as it's running up and then sell it when it peaks, or if they tag it down on bad news, I'll buy it when it gets to the bottom a little, and if it drops again and even further and triple bottom, I'll buy there too. But I'm urging you to sell some and have some powder dry on earnings day. Now, the shorts over the last 3 months have now lost $2.1 billion shorting SoFi. Wow, that is hitting them hard in the pockets. So whoever is shorting this thing, man, they've got deep pockets, people. Okay? And on June 26th, they actually doubled down because on June 26th, they only had 12.58% shorted. And now look at them with 14.32% shorted of the free float. So they've doubled down and they're losing even bigger now. All right. The options open interest today is there's 80,000 at 1650, 14,000 at 20. There's 24,000 at 21, folks. Hey, have they covered yet? Have they all covered? Did they already cover, or are they just waiting? Are we going to see a major run up this afternoon? Have they covered yet? That's what I want to know. Have they covered yet? Anyway, I wanted you to see this awesome article about SoFi. It is a fabulous article, and there's more to it than this that I just read you, but it is great. It's by FX Empire, folks. FX Empire. And look at SoFi breaking away. And she's going to go now to $21.88 a share by this afternoon, most likely. But we're going to sell some at $21.48, $49, and $50, and then a pull back to $21.31 to $33. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to begin to sell some here now. Yep. And I'm only going to eke out 5 shares at a time. And this is just to kind of give me an alarm setting here. So I'm going to sell 5 there, and I'll sell 5 up here at $21.29, 5 at $21.31, 5 at $21.33. All right, so I'm just setting myself some little alarm bells, and each one of these fills, it'll ring, and then I'll know, okay, she's on the run, she's on the rise. And that's what I'm going to be doing here this afternoon. And whether you want to know whether or not it's a good time or a safe time to buy SoFi, here's what I want you to do. Look at my gain up there. Look at the top, how much I'm up. Right now, I'm up $31.84. Now I'm up 35. So you're wondering, should I get in now? Just watch what's going on with my daily gain today and just watch what's happening with it. And then I think you'll be able to figure out what's going on. Um, so just keep a close eye on. And right now, this means to me, this would be a good place to pick some up at 21.22. So, yeah. And folks, this is a good spot because it's the bottom of this wall. You guys know I always encourage you to try to pick up shares at the bottom of a wall here. All right. So I want you all who sold SoFi at 21060708, I should have asked, I'm going to ask right now, after selling at 21060708, did you buy back when SoFi dropped back down to 20, what was it? Hold on. Okay, so we sold at 2108, and that was at well, unfortunately, this doesn't say what time it was, but that would have been, we sold it probably at around 10:20. We sold it at 2108, and then we got to buy it back afterwards at 2077. So I want to know, start poll. Oh, hold on. If you sold SoFi at the AM 2108 price, did you buy back? Yep. Did you buy back after it fell to the 2078? Start poll. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that now that SoFi has just gone over 2120, that it is going to continue to rise up here. And I don't see any way to stop it from doing that at all. It just broke 2120, folks. This is one of their numbers that they love to take it back from 2120 down to 2088. And they like to do it more than once. They often do it twice or three times in a day even. And lately, many of the cats that are here trading with me have been the benefactors of that. We've done it twice in a day. Sold the 20, bought back the 88, sold the 20 again, bought back the 88. We've done it twice recently. And so don't be surprised to see him. But now, folks, that she's broken over 2120 and won't come back to 2108, well, now she's going up here, folks, and she's going to come up here and fill these orders pretty quickly. So watch it run. And I will just start the bidding process now. And we're looking right now for 21.20 and a half, 21.20 and a half, 21.20 and a half, looking for 21.20 and a half, 21.20 and a half, 21.20 and a half, 21.20 now, looking for 21.20, 21.20, sold 21.19.93, sold 21.19.93, looking for 21.20, sold 21.18.01, sold looking for 21.19, sold 21.19, looking for 21.19, looking for 21.19.19, I'm looking for 21.19, I'm 21.19. Looking for 21.19, sold 21.18 and a half. Looking for 20.18, 21.18, 21.18, 21 sold, sold 21.17 and a half, 21.17 and a half. Looking for 21.18, 21.18, 21.18, 18. Looking for 21.18. Hey, you know what? Hey, folks, they already ran out of the 21.01s, didn't they? I guess, and it looks as though they've run out of the 21.02s. And I'm not a genius, but I think they also have already run out of 21.03s. And it's my belief that they ran out of 21.04s. I know this sounds nuts, but then it seems as though they ran out of 21.05s, and they had a lot there for sale. And then suddenly, the next thing you know, I guess all the 21.05s were gone, and then it was at 21.06, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, where did the 21.05s go?" And then after 21.06 broke, it went to 21.07, and everyone was in shock. The shorts were like, gosh, why can't I buy out now anymore at 21.07? And they couldn't. They could only get 21.08. So they got it up to 21.08, and then they finally got out there, and they're like, thank God I got out there. And then those that now are looking at it trying to get out at 21.13 are going, God, why didn't I get out 5 cents ago at 21.08? So you guys understand kind of the moral of the story? They keep running out of shares that they keep trying to sell, folks. They're running out. They run out at every level. Get it? Now the bid is 25.16, 21.16. Yeah, we're looking for 21.16, 21.17, 21.17, 21.17, sold 21.15, sold, looking for 21.15 and a half, sold 21.15 and a half, looking for 21.15.7, looking for 21.15.7, 21.15.7, 21.15.28, sold. Looking for 21.16, sold 21.16, looking for 21.17, 17 sold 21.17, looking for 21.18, 18 here was 21.18, with 21.17.93, sold, looking for 21.18 now, 21.17 and a half, sold 21.18, looking for 20.18, 21.18, 21.18, 21.18, 18, no, can't, everybody go, oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 21.18, sold 21.17.01, sold 21.17, 21.18. 21.18. Oh, somebody's trying to dump on it, trying to hump on it, trying to thump on it, trying to bump on it. But no, she's going to 21.18. So let's get rid of this 21.17. And right on back up we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back on track. 21.16 sold, 21.16, 21.16.99 sold, 21.16.99 as they scrap and claw for 1/10,000th of a price below the running up price. Yeah, I point these things out. 21.16.56 sold, 21.16 and a half sold. Looking for 21.17 now, 21.17. Yes, we've got a buyer there. How about 21.18? Someone want to pick up 21.18? See if we can get that 21.17 again. 21.17. Do we got a buyer for 21.17? Do we have a 17 buyer? 21.17? Yes, we do. Sold 21.17. Happy to buy it there, apparently, somebody. 21.16.67. 21.16.67. What the hell's that? Why not a 21.16.66? Sold 21.17. Oh man, you know they're suffering when they don't even put in a 21.16.66, people. 21.16.7 I just saw. And now 21.16. Oh, she's out of here. Now the ask is 21.18. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This is fun. I'm having a good time looking at this and manipulating efforts. Losers, shorts just getting their asses whooped. Everybody's bought all the shares in the 20s. They're gone today. Now the 21.18 is the number they got to buy. And they just did. Now we're looking for 21.19. Come on, 21.19. 21.19 was sold. 21.18.09. Looking for 21.19. 21.19 sold. 21.19. Looking for 21.20. Come on, 21.20. Sold. 21.19. Sold. 21.19. So 21.20. Come on, looking for 21.20 now. Come on up here. So it's sold. 21.18.99. And again, see that? 21.18.99, folks. They're clawing for it. They're scratching for it. They want to buy the stock freaking 1/100th of 10,000th of a price lower than the ask. That's scratching and clawing for it, folks. I'm telling you, man, everybody wants this as cheap as they can get it, and they don't care if it's 10 thousandths of a penny less. They're going to buy the son of a gun. And now we're looking for 21.18 and a half sold. Looking for 21.19, 21.1878 sold. Next, 21.19 sold. And she's gone, ladies and gentlemen. All the 21.17s have now been taken off the plate. If you wanted it too bad, you should have ate. Now we're at 21.18, looking for 21.19, sold 21.18 and a half, sold 21.1852, 21.1852 sold. Now 21.8, it's rising, folks. It just 21.8, oh, 21.19.99, looking for 21.21. Oh my gosh, we just broke over 20. 21.20 just got broken. We're at 21.21, ladies and gentlemen. Resistance is breaking down. Total resistance is breaking down. The bid is 21.20, ask is 21.21. Oh my gosh, gracious goodness, gracious stakes alive. She's going to break over 21.20, and then she's going to rock it all the way to $22, folks. 21.20's the bid, 21.21's the ask. Holy smoke, she's on fire. There we go, 21 bid, 21.21 bid, 21.22 on the ask. And folks, there's just nobody that wants to sell up here. No one wants to sell here. There is no one. They're all waiting for the run now to 22. They've all looked at the charts I've been showing all week long. And there it goes to 21, 22, 23. My goodness gracious, bidding 21, 23 now. Jeez, oh, Pete, look at it fly. Look at it go. Look at it go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, congratulations, all of you who listened to me and bought at 21.66 today and 21.88. My son, congratulations to you. I told you you'd be able to sell over 21.20 if you did buy at the 21 at the 20.66. And everybody else, I didn't make any guarantees, but I said I think you will. I think you'll be able to sell at 21.20 if you buy at the 20.88 because they always do it. That's what I said to you guys about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. Everyone knows. So here they've done it again, folks. They've run it back up to 21.20 from the 20.88. They did it again. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to stop. It isn't going to stop this time. There's no back to 20.88. It's on its way, folks. There just isn't. So if you're a shorter of this stock, I would highly recommend that you make your way to the exits quickly. Because, folks, I'm going to show you the chart now for the first time today. And I want you to see what's going on with SoFi's chart. And, folks, this is nothing other than bulls in complete control. This is bulls in complete control. Look at this. This is on July the 3rd, July the 5th. July the 3rd here. July the 7th, July the 8th, July the 9th, July the 10th, July the 11th, July the 12th. Mark it down, folks. Just look at this thing right now. Look at it. Look at the 5-day. It just broke over the 10-day moving average on this chart. The 5-day just broke over the 10-day on the 10-day moving chart. Look at the 5-day to make it more defined so you'll understand. Look where we are. Folks, this is a dog head right here and then a double jaw on it. Oh, my gosh. Dog head and a double jaw. Man, look how quick they took that chart away. They don't want you to see that. Don't look at the 5-day. Just look at the 1-day, everybody. Just look at the 1-day. See, it's falling right now. Just look at the 1-day. Don't look at the 5-day. Catfish is trying to show you. Don't look at the 5-day and see that SoFi's up 10%. And then it's green. I told you it would be by the end of the day today. Even when they ran it down 2% this morning, 1.6%, 1.66% down. I pointed it out to you. 1.66% down, and I told you to buy it then. Well, I suggested you buy it then. So this is the 5-day chart, just chugging along. Hey, folks. Look. Hold on. I'll make sure you can see this. Just give me a second here. All right. Now I'm going to make sure you can see this. Folks, look right here. Look right here. All right? This was July the 9th. July the 9th. Look at this on July the 9th. Lunchtime right there. No. 8 a.m. July the 9th. They tried to run it down in the pre-market. See that? 5:50 in the morning. Look at that July the 9th rundown. That was right there at 5:50 in the morning, July the 9th. So look at that drop, July the 9th, 5:50 in the morning. Then here we are at 7:50 in the morning. And then here we are at 9:20. And here is the market opening. Okay, at 9:30 a.m. Look what they did all afternoon. Folks, these numbers, this is not right. This is the day trade. They've got this. This is totally screwing wrong. This is in the middle of the day. This is wrong. It even says right here, 12 p.m. So this is bullshit. This is after hours. This is in the morning after the open. Don't look at these times. Don't even pay attention. I know this is the daytime. These dark areas are day, and the after the day. See, this is the open market, and this is not open. It's a longer duration because we're closed longer than we're open. Understand? So here's what I want you to see. On July the 9th, after the open, they ran SoFi down big, got a big nut sack, came up here, got one more sack, and at the end of the day, she was all the way back up here where she opened. Now, that's July the 9th. Now, I want you to come over here and look at today's chart. Look at today's chart. It's the same dang thing. Come over here, run it down here, get yourself a nut sack, except they're more herking and jerking it here now. They're not even getting nut sack anymore. They just herk, jerk, and then off she goes. It's the same thing as they tried that they did 4 days ago. 4 days ago when they got this big sack, and then at lunchtime it came up to the line. Then at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock they attacked it. Then it came back again. Look at the next day. Wow. Just look at that. The next day where it opened. So here we are again. Bring it down here. Big old nutsack. Come over here. Get the move up. Take it right down to the line. And then herk and jerk it a while. And then off she goes. It's the same thing, folks. It's the same thing. It's the exact same virtual same thing as this formation right here. And then in the noontime, they tried a noon attack, lunchtime low, and then herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked it down and jerked it up. And then in after hours, it just accumulated. And then the next morning, it was all the way up here. So just be aware of that. I'm showing you, it's the same pattern. Today's the same thing. There's the big sack, okay? Then a little herky jerk all through this afternoon, couple little low sack in the lunchtime where you can buy a few more cheap there, maybe. And then it's on up afterwards. And I could be wrong, but I just show you. Your decision whether you want to follow my logic or not, or my way of thinking. And listen, I want you to know something, folks. This is the way market manipulators work. Look at that. Look at the change of direction here. They ran it up this morning in the open. They pumped it up and then they dumped it down, got 2 sacks. Now, look at the difference. Then the next day, to keep the market unsuspecting, you can't just do this every day. You can't do this same thing every day, but you can do it most of the time. But once in a while, you have to do this right here to throw people off. You can't do this every day. Every once in a while, this is designed to throw people off. But the next day, it's the same as the day before. See that? Run it up in the morning, then wipe them out. And then the next day, it's the same as the day before. Run it up in the morning, then dump people out. And then the next day, reverse it. Take it negative. Go negative, see? They want to keep you where you don't know. You can't predict what they're going to do. Okay, this is exactly by design. So you got over here last week the run up after the open, and then you got the big washout, and then you got the big sack run down at the open. That's a great way to fleece them out, isn't it? Run it way up, and just people think they're prospering and making money, and then they sell it down, and make people panic and sell and sell and sell. They get to accumulate there. Then they run it down in the afternoon at 3 o'clock and freak people out. They completely sell out at the double bottom there, and then the next day, take one more swat at them. You just completely from here, and there the next morning, and you washed them out good. It's fleeced. Then you start it back up. Then the next day, run it up and pump it. Then come over here, fleece them out, and the next day, run it up and pump it. Oh my gosh. Then fleece them out at the end of the day. And then take it sideways. Then the same thing you did a week ago. The same thing you did a week ago, right here. Run it down today. Run it down once. Run it down. Run it down. And tomorrow morning, probably one more little dive at it, and then boom, off she goes. Just like this tactic they used here. The drop in the morning, and then the next day when it opened, one little stab at it, and then it was going to go all the way up from there. It was going. All right, so I'm just letting you know what I feel is going to happen. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Jeez, 21, 23. Green, folks. S&P 500 just went green. The Dow has just gone green. The NASDAQ has just gone green. The Russell is green. People's appetite for risk is high. And I've got more to share with you now. You thought I was done. I'm not done. I'm definitely not done here, folks. No doubt about it. I am not done. Let's keep bringing it. Let's keep bringing it. All right? Let's just decimate the shorts, because the more people that get all this news, the better. So right now, Schwitzer is a nothing burger, folks. Bank of America, ditto, nothing. Crypto's coming. We got 10 new big bank announcements coming that are joining forces with SoFi and using our technology. We have earnings is coming here in 2 weeks, folks. Shorts over the last 3 months have now lost 2.1 billion shorting SoFi, and they've increased and doubled down. They've gone from just on June the 26th, shorting 12.58% of the free float. Now they're shorting 14.32%. So they've doubled down, and they're losing even more money every day. Now, I want you to know that right now they're shorting 155.35 million shares of SoFi. Now, options, open interest. Today, there's 80,000 still at 1650. 14,000 at 20 and 24,000 at 21, and I don't believe they've even covered yet. I think they're still waiting and hoping that they could get it back down even lower today, but I don't think they've even covered yet, folks. Now, they may have. There's been a lot of activity in after hours, big buys, but not enough to cover all this, folks. Not enough. And there's a chance they could roll over to next week, and that would be even more beneficial to us as longs. If they roll this over to next week, whoa. Dang, we could really have a mega spike then the Monday after that if they roll this over. Whew. Anyway, I just want to let you know that. Now, I've got more. I'm not done yet. I've got a lot more. I want you to know that if the Fed would cut interest rates, credit card rates, mortgage rates, everything would improve if the Fed was cutting interest rates. Now, I want you to know that the Fed, in case you didn't know this, and I picked this up on a video that I put a link to earlier, that the video is out by JR Talks, and at the 12-minute and 30-minute mark of the video, he shows some vintage footage that discusses how the Federal Reserve was created. It was a diabolical fraud that bankers created and got away with, and they perpetrated this on the American people. The bankers bribed the senators to pass the Federal Reserve Act. And when they did this, they did it without the required constitutional amendment. And they did it, believe it or not, all orchestrated during the Christmas vacation when many senators were home celebrating the holidays with their friends and family. And that's how the unconstitutional Federal Reserve Act came to be. It was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913, and the goal was to maximize employment while lowering inflation. But what it really did was it gave rate control to the Fed. They could artificially fix interest rates. They do this by fixing one rate, the overnight rate, folks. That's the only one they can have an effect on. And the question that this individual J.R. Talks asked was, why are 12 people given this kind of authority? Okay, folks, 12 voting members, and this is the Fed, and they said this in this article, the Fed is basically a cartel. There are 8 F1C meetings a year conducted behind closed doors, held in secret, and they discuss the future of our monetary system with no public inquiry. And the question to be asked is, why are 12 people in control behind closed doors and in secrecy? Now, I got big news also about right here, the Fed having blown a bunch of money on this new building for the Fed building, and they got over $700 million in over spending on that, over budget. Now, I didn't know if you know this or not, but the U.S. has seized a lot of assets of Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. And up to this point in time, the U.S. has been, and the EU has been telling everyone it's okay to use the interest that's being accrued on that money to send to the Ukraine. But according to Senator Lindsey Graham on Friday on Face the Nation, he says that don't be surprised if you don't hear that we are going to seize those assets, going after those assets, and they're going to sell tremendous numbers of arms to the EU, to Europe. This is about to take place. And a bill was just passed that's going to give Trump a sledgehammer to work with, was his words. And be wary, he said, any of you people who are right now, he said, you better be looking at. Europeans want to limit the interest of the money and the assets going to Ukraine. And Putin thought and also Lindsey Graham commented, Putin thought that we'd get tired of this battle and give up, and NATO would get weak. But he says, in fact, NATO is stronger than ever and more convicted than ever to becoming to make sure that Russia does not take over that area. And he said, you're about to get your asses whooped. And he's talking about 2 countries, three, China, India, and Brazil. He told yesterday on Face the Nation on Friday, he said, you're in for a big surprise. China, if you're working with Russia, selling and buying oil, he says that China is buying oil from the Soviet Union and reselling it, which he says is absolutely ridiculous. All right. And he said, though, a warning to India and Brazil that you're going to get hurt real bad here very soon. You better be looking out if you're going to aid Putin and the Soviet Russia in any way, because he said you're fixing to have some big guns coming at you. This is Lindsey Graham, folks, on Face the Nation Friday. All right. Now, I'm not done. These tariffs on Mexico and Canada of 30 and 35% that are taking effect starting August the 1st, Donald Trump says there will be no tariffs if they decide to build in the U.S. They don't have to pay anything on anything they build if they build in the U.S. And people were all, 35% on Canada. Why do you want to charge our neighbors 35% and blah, blah, blah? Well, they're charging our farmers 300% to move butter into dairy products into Canada. They're the second highest tariff that we experience is our farmers are experienced from Canada. By the way, there's several Fed speakers this week, and I want you to know big banks are right now starting to raise their estimates on dividends. Big banks are starting to raise dividends. This is a lot of big banks are going to be having upcoming earnings coming very soon. And I'm telling you, if these big banks have hot earnings numbers, SoFi most likely will too. There are now brand new firms initiating coverage. TD Cohen on SoFi with a $21 price target. Crypto coming in. All right, that's it for these 4 pages of information. Now I've got one more for you. Trump's tariffs, as of the last week, have had no effect on this SoFi run-up. It has been impervious to any attempts to drop the price. And I want you to know that the recent tariff news could affect rate cuts. On Friday, there were 86 million calls, 17 million puts on SoFi. 45% of those are all optimistic and bullish. There were some very large buys on Friday, 3.2 million, 1.1 million, 1.7 million, and after hours. So some of this may have already been some covering, but this isn't near enough to cover all of those that were in the money on Friday. This isn't near enough to cover. I want you to know that on Friday also, just as I presumed, the shorts borrowed 1.1 million shares early so they could sell them, folks, and get the price to fall Friday morning. They made it fall Friday morning with 1.1 million shares they sold, and then they returned them all. Still to come for SoFi is crypto. We're going to have that on down the pipe. Strong support on SoFi is at $20.34 now. Strong resistance is going to be at $22.57. Once we break $22.57, $28 will be the next resistance. A 5-star rated analyst, TD Cohen, Moshe Orenbuch, just came in, $21, newly initiated. Friday's volume, 86 million shares, averaging 72.8 million, so volume is still very solid on SoFi. The jobless claims last week, 227. They were expecting 245. Nice. Right now, there's a 64% chance of a 0.25 rate cut in September and a 41% chance of a 50-point cut in October. There are also many multi-million-dollar buys Friday. These are not algorithms that are controlling the stock price. This is pure and simple institutional demand. 69 million calls, 13 million inputs. I want you to know this KBW, Tim Schwitzer, has always been bearish on SoFi with his analyzing. On January 15th, when SoFi was $15 a share, his target price was $8. Right? Nice. Right now, there's a 63% chance of a cut in September, a rate cut in September. CPI is coming, folks, and we could see an upside surprise. And if we see 2.6 or lower, we most definitely will probably see a rate cut. On CPI, if we can see 2.6% or lower, this would merit a rate cut for sure and certain. So be looking for that number on CPI coming out. We want to see below 2.6%. This recent article on the Yahoo homepage by FX Empire, you should read that. It says huge bullish signals coming. By the way, this big, beautiful bill, the big, beautiful bill, this is including in the big, beautiful bill is Invest in America, a program which is paying $1,000 to each newborn to invest with, folks, and hopefully to invest in like the S&P 500 and such. So this new Invest in America, $1,000 to each newborn. Anthony Noto, he is on the CEO council of this Invest in America council. This program, in case you didn't know, in this big, beautiful bill, Invest in America, and $1,000 being loaned out to all the newborns. Anthony Noto's a part of that, folks. He's a CEO on the council, and he's the only one with a financial background that's in the council, ladies and gentlemen. And so private market funds, SoFi is now using to get into private market funds, Cashmere Funds, Fundrise, and Liberty Street. And this is another thing which has advanced SoFi's share price recently. This is big news, folks. Giving their customers access to stocks that only the rich and famous could buy before. This is huge. This is so innovative and so good and such. This is the kind of moves we need to see SoFi make more and more of, and get the attention, because this is new. This is all new, folks. This is disruptive. This is disruptive, letting their customers come in to these private equities, these private funds. Large banks, folks, this week are hopefully, there's a lot of large banks earnings this week. Hopefully they'll be showing off their deposit trends. And if large banks, by the way, are seeing home loans and personal loans going up, chances are SoFi is going to have the same type of result. So we're going to be watching the large banks closely, okay? And that is the rest of the story. Somebody was asking me earlier, was there any SoFi news? There's plenty of it. SoFi is all over the place, folks. It is just doing it all. And even this information I'm sharing with you, all of it that I just shared with you now, is probably helping affect the price. Some people are still buying the dang thing, apparently. So let's go over here now and let's make some money. Let's make some money. I wonder what happened to my Thinkorswim. It looks like it shut down. My Thinkorswim has just ceased to operate. Let me log into it again. Don't know what's up with that. Anybody else having trouble with Thinkorswim? Nitin Sharma. Yeah, we can talk about Lucid, yeah. Just let me get this thing going again. And in the meantime, I'm going to just watch SoFi continue to rise here. She's Pete. She's gone, folks. She's out of here. She is out of here. I just sold some at $21.38. Probably sold about 200 shares there, $21.38. On my real account, folks, I would have just sold there $21.38. a little bit. And next, I'm going to be selling 21.43 and 21.44. Just a few shares. I'm not going to go hog wild, but probably, a couple hundred at each number there. And then 21.48, 49, and 50, I'm going to sell 1,000 shares there probably. On my real account. Yep, buy now. The next stop is 22.60. No, that isn't necessarily true. There will be some occasional pullbacks of 15 to 20 cents each along the way. So don't just believe it's going to go undeterred to that price, because it isn't. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, let me get logged back in here. How do you like this beautiful stock, SoFi, folks? All right. Just give me a second here. All right. Okay, I think we're all set. All right, let's see if we're up and running now. And summary page. Wow. Look at them take it back down from 21.38 to 21.33. How did I know they'd do that? Well, because I do. Send a mobile. Hold on, folks. You guys just hold on a minute with me. Hold on a second here. I need to get this text code. I'll be right back. The screen is going to, you're going to think that I got disconnected, but I didn't. I'm going to go get this text code on my phone. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. And we are logging in to Thinkorswim. I don't know why it logged off in the first place, but it went bye-bye. And right when I would have normally sold 21, 43, 44, 45, all those numbers we want to sell around. 21.38 through 39. So now you know why I told you when it hit 21.38, I was selling there, because I know they like to pull back from that number to 21.33. Sometimes even to 21.40, 14, 15 from there, 21.13 from 21.38. But at any rate, now we're going to have Thinkorswim loading up again now, and it should hopefully work. What happened to it? What's going on with Thinkorswim, guys? What in the world is going on with Thinkorswim? Anybody else having trouble with Thinkorswim? That is right, Gary Inwards. Well, this is just crazy. What in the world is going on with Thinkorswim? Ridiculous. All right, well, the heck with that. I'm going to be watching over here, and if I have to, I'll just trade in another fashion, but this is nuts. What's going on here? It says installing updates. My internet connection seems to be pausing off and on. Well, okay, good. Thank you for letting me know, Ruth. Yours is working. Okay. All right, let me try this again. One of the letters is wrong. Hold on. All right, let's try it now. Okay, they're going to send me a mobile notification. Dadgummit. Hold on, people. Hang on a second here. I'm going to be gone for a few seconds again. Dadgummit. Just give me a few seconds here. Let's try it again. All right, we're trying to log in again here now. All right, logging in. Yay. Let's log in then. I'm ready when you are. We're now at $21.37 a share on SoFi's price. Hey, it looks like it's all getting ready to rumble. Yay, pairs trader. And here we go. And let's get ready to rumble. And hey, all right. Well, folks, look here on my buy-sell sheets. I want you to look at my buy-sell cheat sheet. What numbers are on this sheet next? 43 and 44. Now, I just sold the 38 and 39 and got to buy back later at the 33 because it says buy back at the 31 and 33. Right there, it says it. Buy back 31, 33. And that's what I just did after I sold at the 21.38. 21.38. When I just sold 21.38, I then bought back at 21.31 through 21.33, just like we're supposed to do. Okay? So just so you're aware of that. I like to make sure you guys are aware of it. All right, now we're going to go back down here. And this is a good number to sell, folks. Sell some shares as we ride up here. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to start selling some right now. And I want to sell. And I'm going to not put in. Oh my gosh, what in the world? What the heck? See, my internet is still working. You can see this thing is flashing away over here. My internet is still working. What is going on with Thinkorswim? Jeez, oh, Pete. All right, folks. Well, I guess I'm going to have to come over here and log in on my Thinkorswim over here. So let me just change this and log in over here now. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. All right. So now we're going in over here on my other computer to try to log into Thinkorswim on this one. And of course, now this one is updating with support, installing updates. Boy, howdy, folks. Look at this thing. And by the way, remember I showed you the big nut sack and then I showed you the 12 o'clock takedown? That's the same thing we saw 5 days ago at 12 o'clock. It's the same thing, folks, we saw 5 days ago at 12. Look at the 5-day chart. Here's where they ran at it early in the morning. They got the nut sack. They came up here. Then at lunchtime, here's where it was at lunchtime, and this is what it did after lunch. And then at the end of the day, it shot up. They tried to take it down after lunch from 2 to 3, and the end of the day, it shot up. So this was last week. Early in the morning, lunchtime dig, double whammy, and then up at the end of the day, it shot up last week. And here we are now. Look at this. Big nut sack up here. Another nut sack at lunchtime, and whoom, off she goes. Does that look familiar to anybody? Oh, man, it looks almost identical. It looks almost the same, folks. It looks almost the same. Look back over here to this 1 week ago. Look what they did. The run out in the morning early. The big sack. Run up here. Drop it down at lunchtime. Then up here through 1 and 2 o'clock, herkin jerkin. Then off she went up at 3. Then the attack to 320, and then off she went to the closing. And here we are now, folks. The same thing. Nut sack formation. Run up here. Catch the drop at lunchtime. Catch the lunchtime drop right there. Come over here to 1 o'clock. Try one more drop on it, and then off she goes all afternoon. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. I don't think so. Dadgummit, man. Look back there. Look at the same chart formation right there. Look at the same chart formation. A run down at the open, then up, then another dump at lunch, then up, then a jig jag in mid-afternoon, and then the rest of the day from 3 o'clock on, 2:40 p.m. on, she ran. From 2:40 p.m. on, she ran. Is that what's going to happen now? The big sack, and then the lunchtime low, and then from now until 2:40, and then 2:40, kaboom, off she goes? Maybe so. In fact, folks, this might be right here last week. This might have been that they carried over the shares they were supposed to return this day, and they carried them over one more day, and then they borrowed a bunch of shares more, sold all those, and then bought out of their positions there, and then up she went, and then they got out of a few more there, sold a few more, and then they ran it up all afternoon after 2:40 p.m. on. So, folks, just look. It's the same chart. It's the same dang one. It's the same dang chart right there, and the drop, and boom at lunchtime, and boom, and jig-jag here. Just a little bit of a jig-jog through this afternoon until she breaks 21.40, and then 44, and then 50, and then 21.60 and up. This afternoon, folks, it still could happen, just like it did last week. Just like last week. The same way they did it last week. And as I said to you guys earlier, they like to break it up. See, one day they like to, in the open, run it up and FOMO, miss out. They're buying, 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 and they sell down and they wash it out once, wash it out again. This is in the afternoon, a double rinsing. And then to make sure they get everybody out, the next day, they run it down in the morning, the triple rinse out. See? So they ran it up on Monday. Then they came down here Monday afternoon and rinsed it once, rinsed it twice. Monday night after hours, fleece them out again Tuesday morning, jig-jog it a little, and then run it up. Bring it over here, and now forget about the drop like this, like we saw here. Now it's FOMO again time. Boom, run it up here, make everybody think it's going to the moon. Then they jig-jog it a little bit. Next, that afternoon, they wash everyone out of it. After hours, it rises. In the morning after 4, they try to run it down. But the next day, boom, off she goes again. FOMO, miss them out. Oh, scared. You're going to miss. Lunchtime, little shig-shag. Second time, boom, at 2 in the afternoon. Then from 3 o'clock, look at them collapse the price down that afternoon. Man, oh man. Why? Because the next morning, they're going to attack it down. See how they break it up? That way you don't know what they're going to do. One day they run it up, the next day run it down. Then they run it up, and then they run it down, and then they run it up, and then they run it down, and then they run it up, and then they run it down. You got that? Yes, that's SoFi, folks. What do you think is going to happen after we saw last week, after we saw this formation last week of the drop, the nut sack, the second sack, and then the run up the next day? What you gonna think is gonna happen now? The drop right there, the nut sack, the second sack at lunch, and now what do you think is gonna happen now? Tomorrow morning, watch this thing go whoom tomorrow morning, okay? Because that's what they did over here. They ran it down on the second day, and then the next morning, it was time to take it to the moon. Then run it down late in the afternoon. Then the next morning, time to take it to the moon. Then run it down late in the afternoon. Then the next morning, take it down. It's the same thing as this here, folks, where they double dipped it here and then took it down the next morning early. This is the same thing here. A double dip, then the next morning, take it down early. Are you with me? They're working the system, folks. A double dip next morning, take it down big early, then run it up, then slam it up, then end of day, take it down, then the next day, slam it up, end of day, take it down, and then the next day, double nut up here, and then the next day, here it is. This is that last of the day rundown, but look at this morning, boom, boom, down she goes. Just like over here, the same formation as that. They like to keep you guessing, folks. And again, as I mentioned, this formation right here that you see of this big sack, that was precedented by a double whammy in the afternoon of the close before. A double nut sack here, and the next morning a drop before they ran with it. And then here, double nut sack here, 1, 2, right there, double nut sack there, then the drop, the big drop. And then now they're going to run with it again from here, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's what I think is about to happen. And I'm using history to prove why I believe so. All right, let's get back over here now. And one of the things I want to look at is the volume. 48,738,278. $48,738,000. Wow, so strong, folks. Look at how strong SoFi looks right there. So resilient to any effort to squash it down. There's the big nutsack. There's the lunchtime accumulation, just like last week. It looks identical, folks. It looks identical. And then the herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk. And folks, it just broke 2140. Just broke 2140. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Get ready for this thing to go nuts here. And I'm not kidding you either. 2140 is critical. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. At 1:30, folks. And this is an hour earlier. This is an hour earlier than last week's entry. Oh my gosh, they're not even gonna freaking wait. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Get ready, folks. Man. Shoot. Oh man, this looks good. All right, you guys, give me just one moment here. Give me a second here. All right. Dang it. Hold on a second. Oh my gosh, folks, this is good. This looks great. It looks like a repeat of last week. It looks like a repeat. It looks like a repeat. Now I'm trying to make a determination here, so let me just try something here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to jump over here to this laptop. And I'm going to go into trade here. And I'm up currently $241. And she is breaking to the upside, breaking away now, and I want to sell here. Hold on a second here. I'm going to edit this. I want to sell a quantity of 20 instead of 50 here. All right. And I'm using Charles Schwab's Think or Swim. And I'm going to be able to sell right here now. And it says 50. I don't understand why. I just changed that number to 20. What in the world? Hold on, folks, here a second. All right, so we're going to edit this. Sell. We got 20. Day. Limit. And we want to go 2140. Confirm. And send that in. All right. And then we want to do the same thing here. But I can go up here because this isn't going to let me do it for some reason. I'm going to go up here to this. And I'm going to click on Hold on a second here. Just give me a second here, folks. Active trader. Try here, charts. Application settings. This is what I want right here. Orders. Order defaults. Change this to 20. There we go. Apply. All right, now trade. Now sell. Sell 20. That's what it says now. That's what I want. And now I should be able to go over here. And for some reason, I don't see it on here, but it usually would say auto send. And I don't even see that on here. All right, well, at least I have this up here. I can sell over here, but dang, look at SoFi's chart, folks. And this is sound. Don't believe that. SoFi is where I want to be here. Hold on. Well, she's gone, folks. Just like last week. Just like last week. Amazing. She's out of here just like last week. Bid 2142, ask 2143. And I'm going to sell right here, folks. I just sold 2142. And I'm trying to sell 2143 and 2144. All right. God, this is just really pissing me off. You guys, hold on just a second here, please. Hold on a minute. And try this one more time here, folks. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. All right. I'm hoping to sell right here 2143 and 2144. Come on, baby. Let's pop this out here. I know there's going to be resistance. They like to stop at this number, 43, 44, folks. This is why I'm putting in sell orders here. All right. Well, I'll close the application. Maybe this dang thing will load up now on my actual computer here. And now where are we here? Nice. Yay, I got it back here. All right. We got her back on the actual real computador. All right. Bid now 2139, ask 2140. Very nice. Just want to make sure you guys can see everything okay here. On my question today, if you sold SoFi at the AM 2108 price, did you buy back after it fell down to 2078? Almost 30% of my viewers said yes. All right. Nice. Man, congratulations on becoming an expert at this. Man, that is so fantastic, people. Congratulations on becoming a real day trader. I'm selling because I know what numbers to sell and then where to buy back down below. I've been watching this stock a very long time, and I know where it's going to run into resistance and where it's going to pull back from, so I sell at the numbers where the resistance levels are. People watch me do it every day, in and out, all day. They watch me do it over and over and over. I've done it. I've sold this stock at $20.88 and then sold it at $21.20 now 3 times. And so has everybody on this channel with me. They've sold it. They bought it at $20.66 and they sold it at $21.20 3 times now. And now we're in a different range. We're going to buy it at $21.13 or $21.30 and we're going to sell it at $21.47, $48, $49, and $21.50. And we're going to buy it back afterwards at $21.30, $31, $32, because that's how they manipulate the stock. 20 cents up, 20 cents down, 40 cents up, 20 cents down. You'll see. Just stick around long enough and you'll watch what I'm saying come true. I just got through selling up there, and now I'm going to be buying back when they run it down here. They're going to run it right down here now to 21.31 after I just sold it at 21.40, 21.42 and 43. Now, be aware of something. Usually when SoFi is running up like it is today, they can only pull it back 6 or 8 cents. So right now, they've pulled it back 6, 7, 8 cents. They've pulled it back 8 cents. So this is why I buy it here. They pulled it back 8 cents. So I'm going to buy it right now because they pulled it back 8 cents, and that's usually about all they can ever do. So I'm going to buy the stock right now. Buying it at market. I just bought it at $21.37, and that's 7 cents below where I just sold it. It's 7 cents down below where I just sold it because the market makers like to pull it back 6 to 8 cents. Okay, and this is 8 cents here. All right, so I'm going to put another one in here, 8 cents. And then another one here because it's going to bounce off this number. It's going to go higher. All afternoon, this is just going to keep climbing now. And I'm just going to keep accumulating here until these shares run out, just like the ones at $21.13 ran out a half an hour ago. And I'll buy every share they want to give me at $21.33 now. Watch. Here they are coming in right where I told you they would. 21.31, 132. And now, folks, they're trying to get it down 13 cents off the high. At 21.31 will be 13 cents down. And if they get that number, then that'll be the lowest they take it right now. Then it's going to rise right back up. Watch what happens and see if I'm right or not. Richard, so far today I've made 1,700 trading IBG. All right. Hey, Gary Inwards, all right. We're going to close around 21.88. It'll either be 21.66 or 21.77 or 21.88. But now you can see I'm buying back here. 10 cents, 11 cents down. And this is the most they're going to pull it down, folks, is 13 cents. 13 cents. I just bought the 32. 21.32, I just bought it. And now it's down 12 cents, but they like to take it down 13, folks. They like to take it down 13. And I just filled again at 21.32. And I just filled at 21.30. Fabulous. 21.30, folks. I just filled there. And now it's down 14 cents from where I just sold it 10 minutes ago. And I love to buy here, folks. Buying at market. Now I'm going to try and buy at market only. I'm not even dropping in orders. I just got 21.31 again. I'm going to buy it again now. There's the KY flag at 21.30 and a half. KY flag at 21.30 and a half, folks. And now I'm going to buy more. $21.31. Beautiful. Now do you see, sir, why I just sold at 21.43 and 44 up here and loaded those orders in for sale up there? Do you see why now? Does it make sense now? I dang sure did. Ran that thing down 13 cents just then. 13 cents. And it won't be there for long, folks. It'll just be there for 10 minutes. They'll accumulate it here for 10 minutes at 21.30, 31. They'll just accumulate here for 10 minutes, folks. They will. And then it's going to go right on up. You'll see. You'll see. You'll all get to witness it. Right back up we go now. Interesting that they don't have the care in the world to bring it any below 21.30. Not a care in the world to take it lower than that. Just accumulate there, folks. No care in the world to take it down to 21.29 or 21.28. Just accumulate here at 21.30. One of their favorite numbers to buy shares. 21.30. And there's a lot of volume over this. 3,394,000 shares were bought at 21.37, folks. And this is because they wanted to stop it at 21.38. And I told you about that number earlier. I told you to sell there 21.38. I said that about 1 hour ago. I said sell at 21.38. I'm going to. Well, there's a reason why. They like to pull down off 21.38 and 21.44. It's their favorite. 44, folks. 44, it's one of their favorites. And then when they do take it down from 44 to the 30 is one of their favorite numbers to accumulate. 31, 13 cents down from the 44. And this is why they make the 44 number the point of resistance. So when they drop it down the 13 cents, they're filling at their favorite 21.31, 21.30. Understand? Stick around here long enough and you will. It'll all become very, very clear to you. You'll see. You'll see how they work. You'll see how the market makers work. You'll see what they do. They're 13-cent drops. And by the way, look here. 214 want to buy and 25 want to sell. 270 want to buy and 90 want to sell. You right? 162 want to buy and 50 want to sell here. 164 want to buy and 90 want to sell here. Just be aware of that, folks. At 21.31, massive accumulation. Massive accumulation at 21.31. And by the way, it's not even massive accumulation. It's very tiny. There's not a lot of big, huge shares being bought right here at all. It's just monkey business right here, monkeying around with it. There's no massive candlesticks here. Look at the trade. Look at the trade. Look at the chart. Look at the chart on SoFi. Sheepers, creepers. Hey, folks, look right there. Take a look. Right here, they tried to take the price under the 200. What happened? Right here, they tried to take the price under the 200. What happened? Right here, they tried to take the price under just the 45 and 50. What happened? Right here, they tried to take it under the 45 and 50. What happened? What happened here when they tried to take it under the 45 and 50? Huh? And what's happening here when they try to take it under the 45 and 50? Does anybody want to take a guess? They haven't had any luck here getting below the 200, here getting below the 200, and they had no luck here getting below the 200. It's impossible. It's just a buy point, folks. So from now on, when you see SoFi hit that 200-day moving average, I'd buy the dang thing. All right? The price, the last when it hit that was what? What was it? 2066. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. The 200-day average is at 2066, folks. 2066 is the 200-day moving average right now. What do you know? You don't think shorties know that? Oh, they know it, folks. $200 days at 2066, and we're at 2128, folks. 2129, 2130. We're traveling way over the 200, folks. And every time they've tried to take this thing down to the 200, resistance, major resistance just now. Boom, just bounced off of that like all get out. Well, you can look at it right there. Don't take my word for it. Look at that chart. Run up, short eating porpoise. Run up, short eating porpoise. Run down, short eating porpoise. I guess right here is where short went long today. This is where we hear the ding dong today, huh? At 9:30 this morning, folks, 9:30 a.m., there it was. The last push to shove it down. The last push to shove it down. Let's go look at the 5-day chart. 5-day chart. What you going to do now, Shorty? Look at all this volume. Oh my gosh, just look at this, folks. This is the 5-day chart. More buyers than sellers. 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 More sellers than buyers, more sellers than buyers, more buyers than sellers. As soon as these two come together right here, folks, as soon as this 50-day and this blue 45-day meet this 200, this price is going to bounce like crazy off of that. As soon as this 45 and 50-day here meet this 200, they're going to try to drive it to this right there, and they're all going to meet right here. And then the price of SoFi is going to springboard from 3 o'clock on, or 2:30 on. Folks, I'm telling you, when these two come together, this is compression, consolidation, this is a convergence, this is capitulation, and this thing's going to bounce, if you ask me. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I showed you guys last week what happened from 220 on. Last week, from 220 on, it was an absolute short slaughtering. Last week, from 2:20 p.m. on, it was an absolute decimation of the shorts as the price rose higher and higher and higher. And I believe it was because of the open interest that they still hadn't covered, and they were trying to wait it out, just wait it out to the end of the day to see if it could go any lower at all, please, Lord, any lower, and it didn't do it. And then the thing took off, and it just kept rising all afternoon. Yay, beautiful.
Do you have the old
Fuses?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know, because these ones look like they're too short.
Oh, no.
You need to turn the light on.
I'm 99% sure they are. Yep. Yeah, these are
They look like the same size.
these are 7/8 of an inch long. I measured them.
Maybe. I'm gonna go measure. Put them side by side.
Okie dokie bokey. All right, folks. Well, now keep in mind this is the 5-day chart. Look at the 1-day chart, folks. The 1-day. Yep, same thing. It's capitulating on the 200. Folks, look over here. See how close they got the price under the 200? See that? That was at 11:30 this morning. 11:30 this morning. And the low reached 11:30, 21.13 at 11:30. What was the price here? At 11:47, 21.19, 21.13, 21.19. Where's the new low now? Oh my, up here. What was that? What's this low now right here where we are now? 21.27. 21.13 at 11:30, 21.19 at 11:47, and now's low 21.27. Are you kidding me? 21.13, 21.19, 21.27. All right. Okay, sure. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Man, oh man, this is a short-eating porpoise, folks. Look at the fin on that thing. Look at his head. Look at his body forming. This is a short-eating porpoise, people. And look at the buyers coming in right now. Look at them come in there. More buyers than sellers by far. More buyers than sellers by far on these last two candlesticks, and that's the end of it. Look at that thing turn north. Look at the buyers coming in, folks, as it bounces off the 200 like I told you it would. This thing's out of here, folks. This thing is out of here. This is a short-eating porpoise. There's its dorsal fin right there. the dorsal fin. There's its head, and there's its mouth opening up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a short-eating porpoise. I'm telling you, you better look out, shorts. You better look out. I'm telling you here now. You better look out. You need to look out now. Oh, short-eating porpoise. What in the heck is playing here, folks? What is playing? What's playing? What's playing? No. Short-eating porpoise. Short-eating porpoise, everybody. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. We got the 3-minute song playing somewhere. Where's this playing? Oh, it's on Spotify. Okay, sorry about that. Hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. That's it, short-eating porpoise, people. That's right. I'm telling you, that's what it is right now. That is it. So you're aware of it. We've got a short-eating porpoise building right now. Oh my gosh, you're just going to see this thing freaking explode. Short-eating porpy time. Short-eating porpoise. Look at that thing's mouth opening. Look at his mouth. Oh, and here's the shorty. Oh, no. Short-eating porpoise. There it is, folks. That is the formation of the short-eating porpoise right there. You just saw it. Look at his happy little smile. Eating shorts right now. Be shitting them out later on the ocean floor. Oh my gosh, it's short-eating porpoise time for sure right now. It's all over for him here. It's all over for him, folks. Just look at it. Look at his mouth getting bigger and bigger and bigger as he stuffs shorts in. Just stuffing them in, one after the other. There's a freaking feeding frenzy. It's a short ball. It's a short ball, folks. The bait ball. It's a short bait ball. And the little dolphins are just all talking to each other. And oh my gosh, it's absolutely beautiful. And the dolphins are having themselves a field day, folks. A real field day here. I'm telling you. They're having themselves. Yes, you can hear the happiness in their voices. You can hear the voices, and they're so happy. Oh my gosh. Let's hear it for SoFi today, everybody. Let's hear it for SoFi. Green again, folks. Green again. Nice. Yes. SoFi, green again, ladies and gentlemen. Green again. And you should not be surprised by this, everybody. And look at that short-eating porpoise's mouth just getting bigger and bigger now. Oh, my gosh. I told you, folks. I tried to tell you what happened, what's been happening. It's hit the 200 and bounce over and over. Right here, once tried it, twice tried it, 3 times tried it this afternoon. Look at him trying to shove it under the 200. Tried it there, rejected. 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 It's a short-eating porpoise, people. That's what it is. Total rejection. You can't keep a great stock down. Man, look at that porpoise's mouth just getting big now. Oh my gosh, just getting big mouth. It's a big mouth short-eating porpoise too. He's got a big old mouth. And you might want to look at something, folks. Look over here. See this? Whoosh, whoosh. Well, the porpoise had a big mouth here too. Do you see it? Look, folks, here's the porpoise's head. And then here's the porpoise's mouth. All right? It's another porpoise back here. See it? This is a short eating porpoise right here with the dorsal fin in his head, and he comes down here and eats the shorts. Then he goes to higher waters. Then he comes off of this wave, a little double dip, and then the short eating porpoise, boom, boom, and then comes off this wave. And short eating porpoise is now about to go right up over this and break right over the surface, the same as it did right here. The same thing that it did right there. It's about to do right here. Nutsack, nutsack, break the 45. 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 Short eating porpoise, short eating porpoise, short eating porpoise formation. It's as clear as the nose on Shorty Porpoise's face. Folks, I'm telling you, this thing is about to go parabolic now. You are looking now at the 1 day chart, 1 minute, and you can clearly see it is now about to go absolutely bonkers. Look at the frickin' 5 day just bounce off of the 10 day going. Look at that thing, folks. Oh my gosh. And if you're shorting this stock, this should be you right now. That should be you if you're shorting this stock right now, because you better get out of this thing. There is major, major problems when you see the 5 and 10 day springing away from each other and all these buys coming in, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers. And here a feeble attempt to sell some shares to stop the run. A feeble attempt. Look at the buy, folks. It was 119,000 shares. Look at the sell volume. That was only 83,000. How are you going to stop when you've got here, you've got 104,000 buying it, and here you've got 119,000, and here you're going to dump 83,000 to try to pull the price down? No, no, no. That ain't going to work. That's not going to work. You're going to have to dig deeper into those pockets, Shorty. You're going to have to dump a bunch. You cannot just dump 80s when you got people buying 100 here, 119, and you're going to dump 80 to try to make it fall. Impossible. Not going to happen, folks. Not, I don't think so, folks. I don't believe so. And you've got more buyers than sellers on this candlestick as well right now this afternoon. Time now is 2:08 p.m. and it's running out of them. Time's running out for shorts. Time is running out. They've got to buy their way out of these shorted positions. They've got to cover. They've got to cover this afternoon, folks. We could see a massive run-up. We could see a massive run-up here this afternoon. And I can't make any guarantees, but it's all smelling that way right now. Smells to me like we got a bunch of shorty on the Barbie. That's right, folks. This afternoon, we're going to be throwing shorts on the Barbie. I hope you'll all make sure and come by and have yourselves some suds, cold ones. And we're going to be cracking open all those shorts and we'll be eating raw. That's right, we're going to steam them lightly. And we're going to throw, that's right, we're going to steam them lightly. We're going to crack them open and eat them. All the shorts will be eaten this afternoon. Come on over and have yourself a short fest and enjoy yourselves. You love eating them. They're delicious little shorty little bastards. You'll love them. Come on in. Trump to announce $70 billion in AI and energy investments. Fritter, thank you. Well, by cracker, you can see right now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a bona fide short-eating porpoise in the water. And all of you should know it's almost as dangerous when you're eating shorts as it is those stingrays, say. And I'm telling you, this here porpoise, it's a porpoise with a purpose. Okay? It's a porpoise with a purpose, and its purpose is to penetrate and to plunder and to pillage. And it's going to devour these shorts. Every one of you should have known not to go into the water. You shouldn't have got in the water in the first place, because we got a short-eating porpoise there. It's called SoFi. That's his name. Look at him breaking over and eating shorts and over, just like I said. She was going to go over that 45 and 50, and I called that too, ladies and gentlemen. I called that buy, Crocky. I sure did. Yeah. Saw it happening, and I said to you it was going to happen there. And there she goes, breaking back over the 33. Well, you saw me buy a bunch of shares at the 21.31, didn't you? You sure as heck did. And there she goes right on off. The porpoise is exactly as I said. She's going out the water. She's breaking the surface as I said she would. All of you Aussies, have a look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at her go down for the double nut sack, and then look at her break right up over the 45 and 50, just like I called her to do. I told you she would. I told you she was going to start here at 2 hour 40 minute, but she's already started now. They're not waiting for 2 hour and 40 like they did last week, folk. They're coming in now already. Oh, goodness gracious. Compare says barbecue shorts. Flipper, flipper, king of the sea. It's flipper, flipper, short eating king. Yes, VZ Rover. Yeah, compare a delicious. The conjunction has begun, says VZ Rover. Mark 007, hi there. Fritter, how many shares is he trading at a time? Just trying to understand how he's trading in basically a 1% move to actually make it worthwhile. Well, what we do is we're in a habit. We buy SoFi at 20.66 and we sell it at 21.20, and we just keep doing it. We buy SoFi we've been buying SoFi at 18.66 and sold it at 19.20. Then we bought it back at 18.66 and sold it at 19.20. Then we bought it at 18.88 and sold it at 19.30. And then we bought it at 18.97 and we sold it at 19.44. Then when it went over 19 to 20, we bought it at 19.66 and we sold it at 20.08. And then we bought it at 19.77 and we sold it at 20.13. And then we bought it at 19.88 and we sold it at 20.17, 18, 19, and 20. And then we just keep doing that. We just keep doing it. It's 50-cent swings every day. It's genius, and it's planned. It's perpetrated by the shorts. It's by the hedge funds. It's the manipulators that do it every day. And so this morning, we sold at the 21.20s, and then we bought it back at 20.88 and 20.77. Some of us got 20.76, I think. And then after that, look where we just sold, 21.30s. We just sold 21.38 through 21.40. Now we're buying back at 21.29, 28. So we know what we're doing here. We've been doing it a long time, and we stick with it, and we stick with it hard. And we don't let any manipulators control our destiny. We're in control of our own destiny here on this channel. We don't let manipulators control us. We take advantage of their manipulative tactics. We know what they're going to do. We smell them out. We sniff out their little stinking moves that they try. We know what they try, and we know how they try it. We know what they try. We know how. We know when. We know the times that they attack. We know what to expect from these shorters. We've been around doing it for 2.5 years now. We know what they're going to do. We know what they're going to do before they know what they're going to do at this stage of the game, pretty much. And we take full advantage of it. We take full advantage. And ladies and gentlemen, this short-eating porpoise is still alive, very much alive. This short-eating porpoise is still very much alive. Look at the dorsal fin. Look at the chance to bring it down. Look at the face of it. It's the same thing here, folks. It's the same thing. See the dip, see the double, then the takeoff. There's the dip, there's the double, then the takeoff. It's the same thing, folks. Even over here after the run-up, there's the double dip, there's the run-up. Here's the double dip, and here's the run-up. And here you're going to see another run-up right now. It's going to develop right now. And you can even see the RSI is starting to climb right here, and you can see, man, oh man, they're in trouble. Man, look at all that volume that bought while the price was running up and was lower, much lower than where we are now. Look at all that volume right there. Look at all that volume that was purchased between here and here. And now look where the price is, folks. We're way over that now. Wait till the volume comes in again here. They'll come in. They're coming in, folks. I'm expecting any minute now to see, there they are, more buyers than sellers as the price now breaks back up over the 45. More buyers than sellers on this candlestick too. And this candlestick volume was 93.5 million shares. 95.3, in other words, 95.3 thousand. I'm sorry, 95,300 there. Right here, 73,000, half of them more than twice the buyers to sellers. And here, twice the buyers to sellers. Here, just barely underneath the 5 and 10 day moving average. Right under the 10-day moving average is where we are. And look at the 200. Just look at the 200 over here, rising, 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 rising. That's the 200-day. Just rising, folks. The 200-day continues to slowly rise. And that's all we want to see. SoFi green again. Well, get used to it, shorts. I have no idea how you can deter anyone from buying this stock now. All right. So let's go look at some stocks that were called out today earlier. INKT was down 32%. INKT stock was down 32%. INKT stock. This stock was called out this morning. And folks, it is now down almost 40%. And that has been done on volume of 3,400,000. Just a couple of days ago, folks, this stock traded 47,700,000 day before yesterday. 47 million yesterday. And now 3,400,000 has dropped at 38%. Folks, this is the kind of stock I like to get in on. When you've only had 3,400,000 run the price down all day, 40% almost. And I'm telling you, this could be a buying opportunity. Now, the low today was 33.60. It's at the low right now. 33.60 is the low. All right? So I'm just letting you know right now the low is, the low was 33.62. It's at 39.60. Wow, it's $3 off the low. High of $46 today. Gosh dang, high of 46. Whew. All right, well, I'll watch this one tomorrow, INKT. I don't even know who told me about that one this morning. Now we're going to look at HYPD. HYPD. This stock was called out by Samuel this morning. HYPD. Hyperion. Oh, man, have they been beating that one down? 1,645,000. HYPD. Well, I'm glad we didn't buy into that one, and I hope that you didn't have a lot of it, whoever mentioned that one this morning, Samuel. But that doesn't look good, and I would not get in on that. Not at 12, no. Okay, next one we had called out today, and that is Mopar calls out NBIS. NBIS. There we go, Nibius. Whoa, up 16%. And still building a platform, folks. Folks, this looks sort of like SoFi. That's a nice shoulder building on NBIS. That's been about an hour and a half shoulder building on NBIS. It's priced at 51.47 a share, a little on the high side, but that looks like a nice shoulder building on NBIS. Next, NAX. Bullet Serenade. NAK. Bullet Serenade called out Northern Dynasty this morning. And man, 213, only down 1.5. I don't know. I'm not enthused about that. That doesn't look too good. It looks like it might be held there for a bit. Next, AIRO. Gary Inwards. AIRO. AIRO. Gary Inwards pick this morning. And it is getting trounced right now. Trounced. Not me, man. Next, New Egg. This one's NEGG, called out by Jason Perry. And that one might be a good buy point. That one's been doubled down right there this afternoon. Big nut sack at lunchtime, 2 o'clock. That one could be a move, down 25% today. New Egg down 25% today. That might be one to pick some up there. Next, Doug Dillner, NMAX. Newsmax. No movement on Newsmax. It's just starting to maybe springboard, but nah, not really. Nah, that's not doing anything. Next, PWIN. World Free Speech. PMN. Promise Neurosciences.
Hi, you're not going to believe this,
What, honey?
but it worked.
Oh, good. Hallelujah.
I didn't think it would with as burnt up as those were and melted in.
Oh, good, honey. That's so good. Your laser's good. All right. All right, folks.
Yeah, but I'm really checking it, I guess.
Honey, did you buy more fuses than just 2?
It was 10.
Good. All right, well, hopefully it never blows another one. All right.
Well, I don't know how often I should check it.
Well, until it blows, it should be fine.
I used it the first time.
All right, folks. Now, I would not buy this stock till tomorrow morning, PMN. It's consolidating right now, so we need to keep an eye on that one, and I'll put an asterisk beside that one too. So I like NBIS, and I like PMN. And the last one is QUBT by Doc Airline. QUBT by Doc Airline. Ah, nice. Up 8.5%. Ooh, okay. Well, folks, look. See this number? I'm telling you right now, if I owned that QUBT, I would have sold that thing at 1906, 7, 8, 9. I would have sold there because those are on my buy-sell sheet. I would have sold at 1906, 7, and 8, and 9. And then I would have bought back at 1893. It's on my buy-sell sheet. And I might even got it cheaper than that. I might even have gotten an 1888. Look at that. After I would have sold at that 1906, at the price I just said, I would have sold at 1906, 7, and 8. I would have got a buyback here at 1984, folks. I would have got it back at 1984. And that's, folks, the numbers on my buy-sell sheet. What does it say? Buy, sell. What does it say here? Take a look. It says to sell up there, down at the very bottom, sell at the 6, 7, and 8, and buy back at 93 or 88 and 89. Even maybe as low as 78. But you just got the 88 after you just sold at the 6, 7, and 8. You just got to buy back at the 88 and 89. Congratulations. If you're using the buy-sell sheet, folks. That's smart. Don't know whether you did or didn't. Uh-oh. Look out, folks. Here we go. SoFi's on the loose. SoFi's on the loose, folks. Look at that 5-day coming off of there. Look at that light turquoise 5-day going right now. Look at it go. And folks, this isn't like other stocks. SoFi's capitulated, consolidated, and converged. And now it's a freaking crocagator. All right. And I call this the crocagator because on one end of the head is the crocodile. On the other end is an alligator. And the reason this creature is so freaking mean is because it can't take a shit. And that's what's about to happen. This thing is going to come unruly on these shorts right now because it's going to eat them up and it won't be able to shit them out onto the floor or anywhere. So this is the crocodigator's head. You can clearly see it. And it is going to be eating and shitting shorts big time. Look at all the volume on that buy-in right there. Look at the buy-in. Look at the buy-in right there, folks. How much volume was that? 97,000 share buy in the last minute. 97,000 share buy. No wonder it's rocketing. Look at the buyers coming in. Look down there. Look at the buyers outweighing the sellers here. Coming right off of that 45 and 50 again. Look at it, folks. See how they tried to stop it from breaking over there? See how they tried to stop it from breaking over there? But here's what you need to pay attention to. Look how high the 5-day light turquoise was over the 45 and 50 there. Now, look how high the turquoise was over the 45 and 50 there. And now look how high the turquoise is off the 45 and 50 now. Whoa! Look out, folks. Look freaking out. Man, we got trouble. Oh, my. And if you have epilepsy, please turn away from the screen right now. If you have epilepsy, I want to ask you to look away from the screen. Please look away from the screen if you have epilepsy. We have SoFi on the frickin' run, everybody. SoFi on the run. It is out of here, folks. It's on fire. It's flaming. It's a flame-breathing crocagator. Holy cow, everybody. Congratulations. And if you're a shorter, this is the sound you should be hearing right now. This is you, shorts, right now. Yes. You should be running for the exit, shorts. Yes. That should be you if you're a shorter right now. That's the sound that you should be making, running away from this stock. And do not ever look back, lest you turn into a pillar of salt. SoFi. Oh, the salt pillar builder. SoFi, the crocagator. T-minus 15 days for the earnings. I say $24. All right, Dan. Yes. Mr. Cambone made 25% gain from less than $1 gain. Anyone know how, or are you all fish? Yes, I saw it at 1888, 5 minutes. Yep. Doc Airline says, yes, my SoFi calls gained a lot. Folks, SoFi is getting ready to catapult up off this number. It's not going to be held at 21.33 all damn afternoon. I promise you that. Because SoFi is not like all these other stocks that can get so easily tread on, okay? SoFi is not a doorstep like many other stocks. It's not a doorstep mat stock for the hedge funds to wipe their feet on. SoFi is of a different ilk. And you cannot tread and trod on SoFi like the others. And if you were to watch Tanner's presentation yesterday, go watch his video comparing Chime to SoFi. Go watch his video comparing Chime to SoFi, people. Watch it's incredible how much better SoFi is doing than Chime is. So much better than Chime. On every aspect, SoFi is kicking Chime's ass, folks. In every area. Now, I want you all to see where they tried to stop SoFi from going over before. Right here was it. 21.37, and this is why I told you to sell at 21.37 and 38, because look at the effort that they made here. They actually sold 3,394,000 shares to stop it from running beyond this price. They sold 3,394,000 shares right there to try to stop SoFi from going over this price. What do you think is going to happen now? What do you think is going to happen now when SoFi eclipses this wall of effort to stop it? Does anybody want to take a guess on what they think is going to happen when SoFi goes over this huge manipulated market makers dump of shares earlier today, where they dumped 3,394,000 shares to try to stop it from going over 21.38, which is a number I told you all to sell. And it didn't stop it. It went up to 21.44, and I told you to sell here, and here as well earlier. Then when they dropped the price down below this big wall, what did I tell you to do when they got it down here at 2070s and 2077s below the wall there? What did I say? Buy it, folks, buy it. There was a reason I said that. And now I'm looking at SoFi with a gain today. I'm up right now on it 165.15, and I expect to be up much higher. I expect to see this go beyond this wall of manipulative effort to stop it. I do believe it will go beyond that now. And I'm going to watch it happen right with all of you. I'm going to watch, every one of you are going to watch this thing go over 21.38. And when it does, watch what it does after that. Watch what it does after this thing breaks 21.37. Right here, where the most shares today were accumulated of SoFi stock. 3,394,000 shares accumulated at $21.37. And folks, let's see how many more bought there now, as the price will continue to rise. And you might want to look at the SoFi chart. Oh my gosh. Just look at that, folks. Look, folks. I told you it wasn't like all the other stocks. They could not tread on it, and they were not going to shove it down like they'd done with others. This is SoFi, folks. This is too much interest in this stock. Too much volume, too much buying, too much upward pressure. Too many institutions coming in. Too many institutions coming in. That's right. Try as hard as you want, shorts. Try and push this thing down. Shorts, you don't have a chance in the world here. All right, folks, just so you're aware of this. Oh, yeah. There we go. Hold on. Close up a few of these windows I've got opened up. I got so many open across the top, I can't even see them all. For those of you who might be new a little bit to trading, there are certain things that can be used as indicators to make determinations as to what might be about to happen with any given stock that you happen to be dealing with. And let me show you something interesting about SoFi. All right? And what you might want to take note of is that this is a spike and a manipulative down move. This is a shoulder, manipulative failure, because this is another shoulder. Manipulative failure because this is a shoulder. Manipulative failure because this is a shoulder. Manipulative failure because this is a spike. That's a spike down. That's a spike up. That's a spike down. That's a spike up. But this is indeed a shoulder because she ran off that. And this is also, ladies and gentlemen, that you're looking at right here. This is a shoulder. Okay? And right now, and that actually is a spike. But look right now. Look right now. Look where the stock is right now, accumulating, sitting here. Folks, we just broke this level of resistance that was 4 years ago created. This level of resistance was created 4 years ago, and we just broke it. SoFi just went over a 4-year level of resistance at this price. Now let's go to the 5-year chart so you can see what I mean. Do you see what's happening here? Look here. Watch. That's a spike. That's a spike. That's a spike. That is a spike. That is a spike. This is a shoulder. And ladies and gentlemen, right up here where this line is right up here where this line is I'm trying to move the line. Right up here, folks, where this line is geez, a shoulder, folks. This is a massive shoulder right here. Usually it'll let me grab the line and move it off there so you can see the shoulder more defined, but they want to hide it behind the line. They don't want me to move this line, folks. They don't want it moved. They want to hide their shoulder that they're building behind it. They don't want me to move that line, folks. They do not want me to. They flat out said, no, Catfish, you can't show them that dang line. Screw you. You can't show them that shoulder. We're not going to let you. They don't want you to see that shoulder right there, folks. They don't want it to be visible. They want to hide it behind this line that I put there. But folks, that line, which is right there at $21.33, where the green line is $21.33, folks, when we jump over that line, break away from this, we're going to go up to this number. And the reason that we're going to go up to 2270 is because we've never stopped between here and here in the history of this stock. which I'm going to show you right now on this 5-year chart. We've never stopped from here to there, and I want you to see it right now on the 5-year chart. So look closely because, ladies and gentlemen, this line where we are right now, we've never, ever seen resistance above that line. And I'm going to show you what I mean right now. That is this line right here, folks. From that top line, SoFi, this line has never seen resistance from there to there. It never saw resistance when it dropped from here to here. It never saw resistance when it went from there to there. It never saw resistance from there down to here. It never saw resistance from there to there. And it has never seen resistance from there to here. And this is where we are right now on that top line. And it's never, ever seen resistance beyond this point to there. This stock never has, folks. Okay? It never has seen resistance in this area. What makes you think there's going to be any resistance to it now in this area? If there's never, ever been resistance to it before, what makes you think there's going to be resistance now? Man, I can't believe this thing won't let me move my line back down now. Let's move it back down here. Golly, man, they just don't want me to do it. Well, it doesn't matter. You know where the resistance line is. It's actually right here. It's actually right there. I grabbed this and moved it up a little bit ago. Now they won't let me move it back down to there. They just don't want you to see that resistance line, I guess. But it's there, folks. It's definitely there. And it's not just there once. It's there several times. But, geez, oh, Pete's, they just won't let me move it now. All right, well, whatever. You can see when we break over this line, folks, we're going to go all the way up to there. There's just never been in the past any resistance to this line where we are sitting now. And that's why they're fighting it so diligently right here and now on this 1 month chart. Here's the 1 month chart, folks. Golly, just look at this shoulder that's building on it right here. Look at it break that resistance point. That resistance point, folks, was at 2133. Should be no surprise that they tried to hold it there at 2133. I've told you about that number, folks. They really, really, really love to accumulate at that number. And the next place this is going to go is 2250, folks. 2270, 2270. Man, oh man, I love looking at this chart. You know, I like looking at this 1 month chart even better. The reason I like looking at this 1 month chart even better is because look at the little pitch change right here, and from this duration to right there, look how long it traveled at that angle, and then it spiked up. Well, look what it's doing here. Folks, it's traveling now at the same dang angle for twice as long. It's doing this run up, but for twice as long. It's consolidating for twice as long at the same degree of increase. See that? Here it only went for about when was this? 7-2, 1 day. It was only there 1 day moving that angle up. And here now we're 2 days of moving that angle up. Oh my gosh, man, consolidating 2 days here instead of just 1 day. Now we've consolidated for 2. And now we're going to probably see twice the size of the move up. All right, folks? Okay? I'm showing you that for a reason. SoFi looks so strong right now. All right, folks, it's 2:40. This is what time we saw a week ago. We saw them start moving in on this right now at 2:40. 2:40 is when they started their move in on SoFi last week. 2:40 p.m. is when they started their move in on SoFi last week. All right, did I say that enough times? 2:40 p.m. is when they began to really run SoFi up last week on this day. And look at them trying to accumulate at 21.33 with the price up 13 cents there. Nice. They get a 21.33 and up 13 cents. Market making bastards. My goodness, look at that freaking, oh my gosh, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to know how often you see a 200-day moving average line, this green line, make a freaking 90-degree turn? Do you want to know how often you see a stock's 200-day moving average make a 90-degree turn on the 1 day? Golly, look at that manipulative effort right there where the 200-day made a 90-degree turn. Cheapers. Oh my gosh, folks, that is massively huge. All right, Fritter says SONN is about to rhyme. Yep, Doc Airline says Chime isn't even a real bank. Go over and watch Tanner compare the two. Kat, do you know what the different shapes of candles mean? My E-Trade account had a black candle hammer. I don't know about that, but I can tell you one thing. SoFi is building and capitulating, and right now I see the 200-day moving average just make a massive 90-degree turn at exactly 12:55 a.m. At 12:50, folks, it was all over. At 12:50, you could stick a nail in it because look at that 90-degree turn on the 200-day moving average on SoFi at 12:50. Jeez, oh Pete. Dang, that is unbelievable. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen a 90-degree turn on a 200-day average on a 1-day chart. That is just so rare, folks. To see a 90-degree turn on a 200-day. Wow. Let's look at the 5-day. Gosh. I mean, just look at the 5-day. Look at the 200-day. La-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then right here, man, it just met the 45 and 50 and did a 90-degree turn to the upside. When the 45 and 50 just came up just now and bumped that, look what the 200-day did on the 1-day chart there. Golly, that is phenomenal, folks. Again, the 1-day chart, look at that run and look at that 90-degree turn on the 200-day. Jeez, oh Pete's. Malcolm Bridges, I need this thing to break off now to 22. Yes, sir. Well, just look at that 90-degree turn on the 200 and you can just, oh my God, if I was a shorter, I'd be scared to death to see that. But you just don't see moves like this on a 90-day average, folks. On a 200-day moving average, you just don't see 90-degree turns like that. Wow. Dang, that's powerful, folks. Wow. Somebody just said, man, I'm that's me. I'm going in there. We're gonna buy there. Screw it. And they did. And they came in and turned things. Look at that big manipulation down. And somebody just said right there at that price, that's good enough for me. 21.21. I'm all in. Somebody said right there when that price got to right here, they said that's good enough for me. 21.19. Thank you. I'll take it. And that was the end of it. Look at that freaking, look at the 45. Look at the 200 make a 90-degree turn. Look at the 45 and 50 make a 90-degree turn. Look at right here. Look at the 90, almost 100 degrees, folks. Here's a 90 degree. Look at this. It's a 100-degree reverse. Oh my gosh, just forget about it. And then it capitulates here for an hour while the 200 just keeps rising. The whole time it capitulated, the 200 went up and up and up and up and up. No wonder it's going to bounce off this and go flying up, because look at that 200. The whole time, the last 2 hours, the 200's risen and risen and risen and risen. Folks, this is a gorgeous looking chart to me. It looks absolutely fabulous to me. And by the way, this is just the one day right now. And I think it's going to run even higher. All right, folks, I'm going to play a little bit more of my music for you here now. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to take a little 5-minute break. And this will be my music you're listening to that's available on Spotify. And my artist song list is Tyler Self. And TYLERSELPH. This is me on Spotify. And you're going to be listening to my music play while I take a 5-minute break. I hope you like it, folks. And I have no idea what songs are going to play, but I hope you like. Oh, hold on. Let these commercials end first. And then I'm going to put up my... Back in 5 minutes. There you go. And that will be me. There we go. And we're going to make this size. And enter. All right, folks. There you go. You're going to be listening to my music. And they're going to be playing the songs randomly. I hope you enjoy them. And these songs are all available on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and many, many, many others. So if you've got if you're subscribed to a music provider, look for me. And my name is Tyler, last name Self. And I'd really appreciate it if you'd subscribe to my music channel. Enjoy listening to my hours and hours of music. I have over 125 original songs on YouTube, and I have about 60 of them on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. So let me get back over here. Yep, the conjunction has begun. Doc Airlines, yes, I think your SoFi is favorite, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yep, new news on SoFi to expand access to venture capital. Thank you, World Free Speech. All right, this is my music right here, and enjoy it. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Got another kid coming. Fifth one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something peculiar I can't understand. Yeah, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I have missed what I've been observing? Look at our kids and it's become clear to see not a single dang one of them looks like me at all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's weird they can be there right in front of my eyes and look like total strangers I just can't recognize.
All right, I'll be right back, folks.
They've all paired and show me in there. I should take time and pay better attention. They tell me my wife might be fooling around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he's playing ball. He does look a bit like our mailman named Hall. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much to my surprise, looks like Peter the plumber. No, no, that's a real bummer. Peter the plumber. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife isn't there by herself all alone. But when my baby's born today, please don't say, oh my, he sure looks like Richard, our pizza guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see that when that baby pops out, it looks something like me. Looks a little like me. Oh, that'll sure be sweet if it looks something like me. But we'll have to wait and see. But we're hoping it will be just a little like me. A little like me. But we'll just wait and see. Well, he's known as a man who can kill with his hands if it's needed. If it's Joe that you're fighting and you pull out a knife, you'll be the one bleeding. And the ladies all love it when Joe comes around. They know Action Joe keeps them all safe and sound. Action Joe. Where'd he go? No one knows. Well, you see him, it's likely he's packing a load. But he's cool and collected, no Joe won't explode. He's watching and waiting to see you first. If you do, then you'll lose, cause he's so well rehearsed. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. A weapons expert and he's faster than lightning. So skilled with a gun that it's really quite frightening. The girls, they all come and they don't need inviting. They love Action Joe cause he's oh so exciting. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. And even though Joe's only 6 feet tall, we all pity the fool who will get in a brawl. Cause we've seen it before and know how it ends. Action Joe knocks him out with one blow to the chin. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. His collection of guns, well, it's never been seen. And needless to say, it's a gun lover's dream. What he does with a target would just blow your mind. And from 300 yards, it's a dime every time. Action Joe. That's Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. Action Joe. Oh, Action Joe. He's Action Joe. Great Action Joe. This Action Joe. Oh, where'd he go? Action Joe. Well, the other day I was headed on home. I was by myself, yeah, I was all alone. So I stopped for a while just to check it out. Was a car for sale? A young man stepped out. He said, go ahead and take her for a spin. I said, nah, wait till you pull back in. It drove like a dream, but was out of my range. But the salesman said that price could change. Well, he took me inside and he sat me down. Wasn't long at all before he came around with a price he said that would blow my mind. I said, my wife ain't here, so I just can't buy. Well, that's okay, was his reply. Then he went on to tell me why. Says dealership was thrown all around. The local folks call the place Dicker Town. So go get your wife and bring her on down. Bring her on down here to Dicker Town. But I want one thing to be understood. When you get her here, we're gonna dick her good. At Dicker Town, yeah, we do dick her right. Dick her all through the day, we flick her all through the night. Dicker Town, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down to Dicker Town. 'Cause we love to dick her and we do it slow. Heck, we got nowhere else to go. We'll dick her down to a price that's right. If we got to, dang it, we'll dick her all night. We'll dick her up, we'll dick her down, we'll dick her till it stings. And when we're done, we'll have one, 'cause we're the Dicker King. So go get your wife and bring her here. She's kinda shy, we'll dick her in the rear. We guarantee you when the dickering's done at Dicker Town, you'll both have fun. At Dicker Town, yeah, we do dick her right. Dick her all through the day, drink liquor all through the night. Dicker Town, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down to Dicker Town. Come on down to Dicker Town.
I didn't choose it. It's on random. Oh boy, I just got in a sling of trouble there with that song playing, everybody.
Today's song is entitled The Skinny Pill. When she was young, still in her teens, wore tie-dyed shirts and faded jeans, stayed so busy, hardly ate, and never worried about her weight. All through college, stayed so skinny, looking thin was also in. Graduated, then got married, had a baby, things got scary.
Gaining weight, she joined the gym, but she never was so thin again.
It seemed that she had lost her will, then came along the skinny pill. Then came along the skinny pill. No more jogging, no more diet. And all she had to do was try it. If she could just afford to buy it, that skinny pill was all the riot.
All right, so folks, I'm going to end that song right there. If you want to hear the rest of it, you can go over to my channel on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. That song is called The Skinny Pill. And, of course, most of my songs, they have lessons to them I like to share with the world. And hopefully that'll be one that you can learn from. Now, including the song that was played previously called Dicker Town, which I hope you enjoyed. And World Free Speech. New news, SoFi to expand access to venture capital. Per reminder, I think SoFi is your favorite, isn't it? It sure is. Aziz Truth, hi there, welcome. Doc Airline, all right. Poll 140 votes. If you sold SoFi at the AUM with me at 2108 price, did you buy back after it fell down to 2078? And 30% of my viewers said yes out of 140 people. Well, that's pretty decent. That's about 40, 50 people that said, yeah, I'm gonna buy with you, Catfish, at 2078. And look where we are now. Well, congratulations, everybody. You've made another 60-cent gain on this stock per share. Smart trading there. And so now we're looking at SoFi institutional ownership. We're going to come over here to overview owners, institutional owners. There has been a massive accumulation of shares by institutions lately. Unprecedented amount of institutional buying. Never before seen at this level. Institutional buying. Never before seen at this level of institutional buying. It's never happened, ever, ever, ever. Just so you're aware of that. We've never, ever seen this kind of institutional buying. And now that FinTel is verifying that I'm a human being, we're going to be hopefully able to proceed to the root after they verify that I'm, in fact, a human. I don't know how they can tell by the click of a box that I'm a human being, because it would seem that it would be very easy to get an autofill clicker installed. But at any rate, there you go. At least they're trying to verify that I'm a human right now. And this is very, very, very slowly taking place, so I'm not going to wait on it any longer. How's BITF doing today, folks? Nice. All right. And wait a minute. Nope, that's pre-market. Let's go see where it is now. Oh, good. Well, at least it's green. Headed back to $2, I hope. Don't know why it's not 4 or 6 even, or even 8. To be honest with you, I still don't know why that stock is so low. All right, 21.33, huh? Wow. Look at that, folks. Let me explain what's going on here, in case you're not aware. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Does anybody got it now? All right. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. When the SoFi, the mighty SoFi, they drop it down today. Oh, whoa, whoa. This is where you buy with a catfish tie, and then it runs away. Yeah, yeah, accumulate, 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 accumulate. This is where it takes off a wee-o, wamba way. No, wamba way. Oh, yeah. She's gonna leave this here plateau, believe this. She's going to spring right up. I'll show you where it's accumulated before, and you'll see what it did after they filled their cup. Whoa, accumulate, 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 accumulate. See what I mean, everybody? Ain't it great? Accumulate, 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 a higher fate to hold my weight. All you do is have to wait, and then you'll see the frickin' break, and then it will be, oh my goodness sake, just shaking, breaking, taking. All the shorties lost their makings. Folks, this is a Johnny H pattern. For those of you that go back to the very beginnings, this is what I call the Johnny H package. And let me tell you something. When you get a hold of a JH package, and when you jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk and jerk 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 and herk. This is JH, baby. Watch it, man. Watch it. Watch it. This isn't like the other stocks, folks, that I've shown you this move and then the hurt jerk, 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 and then they get beat down. This is SoFi, folks. This is a shoulder. They're herking and jerking all on their shoulder right now. Right now, it's herking and jerking all over their shoulders. And pretty soon, it's going to move in another direction, okay? And you better watch out. Because I'm here to tell you, man, this thing is not going to stay where it is right now. This is not any other stock like before. Every single one of these doggone buildups like this, we've seen nothing but rises after. So this buildup right here, nothing but a rise after. This buildup right here, nothing but a rise after. This buildup right here, if they pull it down now for 10, 20 minutes till 3:30, nothing but a rise after. Wait till you see what happens here in 5 minutes, folks, at 3:17 p.m. 3:17, 5 minutes from now, wait till you see what happens to this stock price. Let me just tell you this. Write it down. The price is $21.33. Well, let me refresh the screen now. That's not the price now. I guarantee. No, I don't think so. No. Oh, okay. There it is. So here you go. The little fleece out and then the absolute run up from 317 on. Wait till you see what happens at 317, folks. Because they've hurt and jerked this thing too much, folks. All right, watch right here. Here's your sack. Here's your little jerk, 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 jerk. There's your start to take off. There's your little, oh my gosh, this thing's going to go off, folks. This is where you should be coming in on this stock, no pun intended. All right? Okay? I'm telling you, folks. This is where you come in on the JH. Look at the RSI. Look at the RSI completely beat down there, completely oversold, Folks, come in on this 200-day moving average. I already showed you 3 other times they bounced off this today. It's bounced off this every single frickin' time they've tried to take this 10-day underneath this thing, the 5 under this 200. It's never stayed under here, never has, all day long. And if you want to see what I mean, I'll show you right now so you can see how futile this has become for them. See how they tried to take it below the 200 right here? See how they tried to take it below the 200 there? Whoop, hold on. You're going to see this in a second. This has been ridiculous how many times they've tried this. Look how many times they tried to take it below the 200. They tried it once. They tried it twice. They tried it 3 times. They tried it 4 times. They've tried it 5. They've tried it 6. They've tried it 7. They've tried it 8 times. They've tried it 9 times, 10 times. They've tried it 11 times today. They've tried to keep this thing under the 200 11 times, and it's been rejected once, rejected twice, rejected 3, rejected 4, rejected 5, rejected 6, rejected 7, 8, 9, and 10 times. 10 times SoFi has rejected an attempt to shove the price below the ever-rising 200, which the first time the 200 was way down here at $21.11, and now look where the 200 is, where they're trying to shove it below, at $21.28. Not 21.11. It's at 21.28, people. Okay? And every single one of these attempts to shove SoFi below this 200 has resulted in absolute and utter failure today. And it will not change. The course won't change. Even with this big red sea of attack right now. Look down there. Look at that attack of selling candlesticks. Trying to push it below the 200, which it's failed at every time before. And I want you to see over here, folks, they used, if you look down at the bottom of the screen, they used a lot of red right here to get it below the 200, way down below the 200 this morning. Look how far it was below the 200 where they accumulated shares with this massive candlesticks of red selling. Look how low it was below the 200 here this morning. At 9:30 this morning when the market opened, they came right out at the gate. 9:30, boom, way below the 200, folks. And then the next one was here, and the next one was here, just that far below. And the next attempt to shout it down was there, that far below. And then after that time, ladies and gentlemen, right here, it was over when the 45 and 50 days moved over the 200. And that time was 10:52 this morning, and it was all over from then for the shorters. From 10:52 on, look at the 200-day moving average and look at their efforts to push it down below it. And now you're just seeing one more attempt to do the same thing again. Are you kidding me? Jeez. It isn't going to stay under that thing, folks. Look at all that effort just then, just selling here in the last 30 minutes, trying to shove it down. It's not going to stay below that 200. No other onslaught has done it. Your onslaught at it right there. Look at that sea of red selling. Look at that sea of red selling. Who gives a shit? It didn't matter because no matter how much they sold, look at the buyers come in and dominate the dang thing. And then look at them come over here and throw in massive selling orders, trying to stop it. But look at this thing running up here, folks. They can't stop this thing. No matter what they try, they're not going to stop it. All they're trying to do is get one more buy right now at $21.25 a share. And folks, that is a new high versus everything before. They bought here this morning at $20.93 was their first low, $20.93. The next low they bought was here at $20.95, where they filled their coffers. The next place they filled up their coffers on a manipulative move was 2108. 2108 right there, 2107, 2108. The next place they tried to accumulate on a manipulative move down was this one, 2118, a full 10 cents higher from their last manipulation. The next time they tried to fill their plate was at 2119. And then the next time they tried to fill their plate was here at 2127, people. And now they're trying to fill their plate again at that same level. But you should look at where the 200 is now. The 200's at 2130, and the 200 before was down here at 2110. 2110 when they tried to push it below. Get what I'm getting at here? They're trying to manipulate it the same amount below, the same amount below, the same amount below. You can see once there, the same amount below. Just look how far it's below the 45 and 50, the yellow line. The yellow is the 50, the blue is the 45 day. Look how far it's below there on the double ta-ta there. Then look how far, again, it's below. It's the same amount, folks, but look where the 45 and 50 has gone from here up to here. And then they try to run it down below the 45.50, but now the 45.50 didn't plateau here. It's plateaued here where they tried to take it below it. And then the 45 and 50 rises and rises. Here they try to take it down below the 45 and 50. Forget about it. It runs on up. And then one more shot at the 200 right here today at 12:56, 12:57 p.m., the very end of lunch. The very end of lunchtime. And we saw this last week, a week ago. They tried it one more time here. We saw it. We saw that a week ago. They tried it twice. They tried it at lunch, and then they tried it up to 3:30, folks, last week. They did this last week exactly. They tried it at lunchtime, and then they gave it this. If you look at the 5-day, you'll see exactly what I mean now. Hold on. I'm going to show you the 5-day chart now. So now that you're looking at the 5-day chart, hold on. Where'd it go? All right, we got to back out here to catch it all in view. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try and show you the 5-day chart. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1 week ago, this is the effort they made. An immediate rundown right out of the gate. They tried an immediate rundown, and then all afternoon they tried to contain it. But at 2:30, they attacked it down until 3:30. Right here, the time was, about 2:30. And then look what it did the rest of the day from that rundown. It just went right up. And then after that, the next day, it shot up in the morning. Boom! I mean, it practically went off the screen, folks. So that's what I expect to see today. And I like the way that they keep mixing it up so you don't know what they're going to do. This one morning, they run it up right at the open, and then they bring it over here and double titty it. And then the next day, they run it up again, and then they come over here and double titty it. And then the next day, surprise, they run it down this time. Then it runs up all afternoon, and then all during after hours. And then the next day, boom, it spikes up, which I expect to see tomorrow. And the open, I expect to see the run up in the morning, and we're going to sell it up there tomorrow morning. But all this is today, folks, this chart is the same thing as 1 week ago. This chart now, the same as 1 week ago is what you're looking at right now. This is the same as 1 week ago. It's the exact same chart as this one right over here, folks. And it's the same chart. Come out right in the morning, attack it at 9:30, bring it up, accumulate all afternoon, run it up at the very end of the day, and then build it all through after hours and shoot it up the next morning. And we're going to sell it tomorrow morning up here, folks. We're going to sell it right up here tomorrow morning at $22. $21.88, $21.77. We're going to be selling tomorrow morning there at that. Put your sell orders now in good till cancel plus extended, because that's what they're going to do. It's the mix-up, folks. It's keep them guessing. Don't let you figure out what we're doing when we're manipulating the market. We don't want you to know. We're going to keep changing things. We're going to keep changing it up so you don't know what we're doing. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the stock and we're going to run it up one morning, and then we're going to take it over here and double ta to wash everyone out in the afternoon. Then the next day, we're going to run it up to the level, then take it over here and double ta to wash it out from the afternoon. But then we're going to triple ta this one, because the next morning, down to get that big washout that we had just there at the close, before the close the day before. That's the final third washout. And then we run it sideways and back up to the old ways, and then run it sideways and then back up to the old ways. And then today, down. Today is the down day. The same as 5 days ago, folks. Today is the day to run it down out of the gate. Then run it up, consolidate it, keep it here overnight after hours, and then tomorrow, wham! That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so based on what I just showed you. All right, everybody? And I could be wrong. Tomorrow, they could try the same thing they did back here. They could try over here when they did run it down that morning. The next morning, they did try to dip it right there one time. On the day that they ran it down a week ago, on the day that they ran it down 1 week ago in the morning, right out of the gate, the next day it spiked, but they tried to yank it down right there. All right. Spike, yank it down, up she goes. So my call is big today. Double drop right there. Run up this rest of this afternoon. We got 35 minutes yet, folks. This day's not over. This day is still not over. I'm telling you, this day's not over, and the shorts still need and start covering any minute now. And it's after 3:17, so we should already see the move start to be made right now. Let's take us over to the 1-day chart and see if I'm right. Man, oh man. Oh, danger, danger, danger. Danger, 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 people. Shorts, I'm telling you, look out. I'm warning you right here and now. This is your chance, your final chance, because this 200-day is not going to stop rising, people. And this 45 and 50 just flattened out. And this 5-day just crossed the 10. And I would make my way to the exits now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're thinking about buying SoFi, then I would consider doing that now. I'm going to show you why now. Look at my gain on the stock right now. I'm up 113. Now I'm up 120. Now I'm up 115. Now I'm up 109. Now I'm up 104. Just watch. Now I'm up 98. Now I'm up 93. Up 97. There's the turn. Now up 98. Now I'm up 104. Now up 98 again. Watching the algorithm work this here. Now up 87. Up 87. Up 95. Up 88. 93.13 up. Up 89. And I am expecting to see this thing start to change quickly. For one thing, I can see a lot of shares have already been purchased here. Many shares have been accumulated here at this price. I already see that. And I see how many were bought at 21.37 today. Somebody bought 3,514,000. There was a lot of shares there acquired at 21.37 today, folks. Now I'm up 93. Now up 87. 93.13 again. Seen that number? Watching this very close because I'm going to start buying more shares if this thing pops up and I see a 150 on my profits. And right now I'm up 93.13. Nothing really happening with it. It's sort of just sitting here right this moment as we now approach 328. Now up 88. Now up 98. 88. 93 again. All computer trading here. Will we see big buys start moving this quickly? I believe we will. I believe we will. I believe we will. Oh my. Hello? Hey, Colleen? Hang on, you guys. I want to try something here. Please hold for just a minute. I'll be back in just a minute here. You guys hold. I'll play the rest of Skinny Pill.
Skinny pill I tried, got great results, began to cry. A tear of joy flowed from her eye. That skinny pill, it was no lie. Soon thereafter, as predicted, it was clear she was addicted. The skinny pill was so vindictive, of course it all became prescriptive. And so she had to find a doctor who was willing to concoct her some disease for which she needed but skinny pills, or so she pleaded. Skinny pills, they worked so great. She ate and still lost weight until she finally reached her goal. But skinny pills were in control. So she got skinny, all seemed fine, but somehow there in her mind, each time she looked at her reflection, fat was there for her detection. So she kept taking skinny pills, kept losing weight against her will. And even though she ate and ate, with skinny pills kept losing weight. Skinny pills kept losing weight. She tried to quit, but she just couldn't. The story ends the way it shouldn't. Kept on taking skinny pills until the day they finally killed her. And skinny pill, well, it denied that skinny pill was why she died. They went to court, their doctors lied, said skinny pill was wrongly tried. But in the end, glad to report, the people had their day in court. And skinny pill came off the shelves. The skinny pillers saved themselves. So if you think you're overweight, I think it's time to contemplate, and should be glad you won't be killed by something called the skinny pill. You should be glad that you're not killed by something called the skinny pill.
All right, where are we now? Still sitting in the same spot pretty much, huh? Okay. Well, we'll pause this now. All right. Well, a song I have obviously called The Skinny Pill. And thank you for listening, giving in to listen. I hope you enjoy this kind of stuff. And like I said, most of my music is going to try to, move you to, think about life in a different way, different things. And boy, that HYPD sure has fallen. I'm glad we didn't get involved in HYPD. QUBT looks like it is tanking off in the afternoon, selling off a little bit too. QUBT selling off. And now we're trying to see an effort by somebody to suppress SoFi for, well, at least another, they've done it now for 10 minutes. How long they can contain it, I don't know. The daggum thing is still green. And you cannot complain about being green. Folks, also, does anybody know about what, I guess it's going to be tomorrow is CPI data, folks, I believe. Tomorrow. And if you're new to this channel, folks, I have a whole boatload of information about SoFi that I will share with everybody when the market closes just after 4. Okay, so you guys just hang around till 4 o'clock or come back at 4:01, and then I'm going to tell you all you need to know about SoFi and more than you ever thought you would know. I have 5 pages of information about SoFi. I've already shared with my earlier listeners today, but I'm going to go over a review and touch on all the key points that are going to make SoFi go up to $28 a share, in my opinion. And the reason I feel that way is because SoFi quite literally has really have had very little resistance everywhere in the past from here on up to 28. There's just been literally none, almost none. And I expect the volume to now start increasing, so I'm going to go over here and start tracking it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know there's other places you can spend your time, but for the next 25 minutes, you're going to hear me calling out numbers. And then right now, we're at 58,596, 58,596, 58,599, 58,609, 10,000 shares just purchased at 2127, 58,614, 9,000 shares just purchased at 2126, 58,625, 58,625, 58 million. Lots of small buys here, 100 at a time, 2126, 58,626. Lots of small buys. I just saw one share in 50 shares at 2126. 58,646, 58,651, 58,659, 58,664. Now, the reason I'm calling out these numbers is because I am looking for big block buys. I want to see 50 and 100,000 share buys. 58,668 now. 58,670. 58,673. 58,684. 11,000 just bought there. I wonder why they didn't buy the stock at $20.77. 58,694. 58,695. 58,696. 58,697. 58,699. 58,701. I'm not seeing any kind of frenzy going on here, folks. 58,707, 708, 709, 713, 715, 58,716, 58,716, 711, 735, 880. Folks, very small buys there. Just 25 and 30 share buys coming in here. 58,724. And the price just rose on a small buy and rose again on another small buy. 58,725. You're talking only 1,000 share buys making the price go up a penny, folks. That's good for us. 58,755 now. 58,756, 59, 762, 58,763. Volume is picking up. 58,770. Here we go. This is what we're talking about. 20,000 share buys. 58,773. Price is rising. 58,774, 775. 58,775, 731, 7. Oh, there we go. 20,000 shares just bought at 2126. 58,807. 58,807 still. Lots of small buys coming in. Lots and lots of small buys. $58,812 now. 58,812. 58,812. 58,813. 58,813. 814. 58,815. 816. 817. Jeez. A lot of buys between 58,816 and 817. And now we're at 820, 823, 831, 8,000 shares just bought at 2124. 58,844, 845, 846, 58,848, 58,849, 850. Just think of how many of you bought SoFi today at 2077 and 2066 with me. 58,865. 58,879. And look how many people are buying here now for freaking 50 cents more than you just bought this morning, people. Man, they're building a shoulder here now. at 50 cents more than you just paid. They're building a shoulder on this. And tomorrow it's probably going to launch off this shoulder. 58 million. 883, 888, 889, 890, 891, 892, 893. It's just going so fast, folks. The shares are going so fast. 58,901,000 now. 58,900,000. We're going to go over 59 million soon. 58,906,000. 58,911,000, 912. They're buying 5,000 at a time here. 58,912,000. 58,913, 58,921. They're buying 8,000 at a time here. 58,924, 58,924, 58,925, 58,920. You know, anybody think anyone's actually selling here at this point? Selling SoFi? Does anyone think anyone's actually selling it? Anyone think that anyone real is really selling it? Anyone? And remember, every single one of these, I call them artificial shares being sold to try to now splash right here 20 minutes before the market closes. Every one of them is leaving the hands of someone, a faker who doesn't want it, to someone who's a serious SoFi buyer that expects the price to go to $22.50. They're not going to sell what they're buying now at $21.23. These shares that are leaving hands of people that don't want it are going to hands of people that do, because they are looking at the information that I'm sharing and they see the charts and they know, shit, this thing's about to break away. It's never stopped here for long in the past. 4 years ago, it didn't sit here very long. Only went through this stage twice in the history of this stock. And it was right on up to $28, 22s and 24s and 28s. So they're buying here. Institutions are buying here. By the way, the S&P 500 is now up nice. The Dow is up nice. The NASDAQ is up nice. The Russell is up. And the Russell is actually up, the largest gainer. The market we're in, the Russell, is the largest gainer today. And SoFi is not going to stop running up. Tomorrow, it can open at 2140. I'm going to tell you something, folks. The high today was 2144. And if this stock comes up around 2138 by the close, you better look out, because it's going to go to 2170s and 80s easy tomorrow and probably up to 22. We'll see where this closes out. Look at him trying to push it into the red. Trying to make it red, folks. I wonder how many millions of dollars they've blown through right now just to get it to go down this much. I wonder how many million they've gone through, shares that they borrowed. I wonder if they're naked shorting again today, like I showed you this morning, how heavily they naked short this stock. I just wonder, and if they didn't naked short it Friday, they probably did. And they're selling shares now that they're not going to return, failed to return, and they're just going to take the fine. They're just going to take the fine, selling shares they don't even have to return now. I bet they can't believe that there's 60 million shares that have left their hands and gone to longs today. 60 million shares. And they probably had 23 to 30 million shares traded, shorts traded today. I bet you it was 20 to 30 million out of that 60 million today we're going to see. I bet you they traded 20 to 30 million. And I bet you that now they got some covering to do. And we're going to see a run up in the next 15 minutes. Cover time, people. Cover time. Tear the roof off the sucker. 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 Tear the roof off the mother sucker. Tear the roof off the sucker. Watch it, folks. Watch it. Watch it go here. Watch them throw out their real cards. Volume now 59,286, 59,289, 59,317, a 40,000 share right there, 40,000. 59,327, 331, 59,343, 347. 59,350, 7,000 shares bought there. 59,352, 360, 8,000 shares just bought there. 59,410, 59,413, 59,424, 10,000 shares just bought there. 59,435, 59,436, 59,441, 59,446, 457, 13,000 shares just bought there. 59,468, 59,469, 59,480, 11,000 just bought there. 59,488, 59,488, 59,490, 59,494, 59,505, 10,000 just bought there. 2123, 59,511. And remember, every single one of these shares is going into the hands of someone who wants to see SoFi go to $25. 59,548, 59,550, 59,558. 8,000 shares now just bought at 2126. 59,579, 59,592, 59,593. And they're buying at 1226. 59,598, 59,630, 59,638. 8,000 shares just bought at 2124. 59,647, 59,648. Everybody's buying 2125. 59,651, 59,652, 59,654. 59,655, 59,658, 59,659. And folks, right now, people are buying this stock and hoarding it at 50 cents higher than they could have hoarded it up this morning. That's right. Right now, people are happily buying at $21.25 when they could have bought with us this morning at $20.66 and $20.77 and $20.88. But now they're buying at $21.24. Wow. And there's not few buying, there's millions buying, millions of shares trading hands right now. 59,850,000, 59,852,000, 59,854,000, 59,856,000, 59,860,000, 59,861,000, 889. 24,000 shares just bought at 2123. 59,893,000, 59,894,000, 59,897,000. We're going to go over 60 million right now, folks, very soon. 3 times as much volume as we used to experience in a whole day just 11 months ago. We used to only get 25, 26 million shares traded a day on this stock. Now we're going to go over 60. We're at 59,912, 59,913, 59,913, 59,937. Someone just bought 25,000 there. 59,961, 59,969, and here we go. 60 million. We just hit 60 million. 10,000 just bought there. 60 million 11. 60 million 11 now. 60 million 12. 60 million 13. 14,000 just paid 21.24. 60 million 41. 60 million 42. 60 million 43 coming up. 60 million 82. Folks, there's a 40,000 share buy there. 60 million 98. And we just hit 100,000 shares in about 30 seconds. 60 million 103. 60 million 104. 60 million 105. 60 million 122. 60 million 123. All buying at 21.24. 60 million 128. 60 million 130. 60 million, 130. 60 million, 130, 140. 60 million, 141. 60 million, 148. 150. 60 million, 156. 60 million, 158. 60 million, 172. There's a 20,000 share buy there. 60 million, 218. 40,000 shares. 60 million, 222 now. 224. 60 million, 289. 60 million, 297. Whoa, did you see that thing jump up 3 cents? 60 million, 3 now. 60 million, 3. 60 million, 305. When they took it down to 21, 22, it was just instantly gone. It just jumped from 21.22 to 21.25. 60 million, 332. 60 million, 333, 336, 330, 342. 60 million, 344, 46. 60 million, 352. Paying big buys coming in. 60 million, 354, 355, 356, 357. 60 million, 359. 60 million, 360. 60 million, 360. 60 million, 364. Now 384. 20,000 shares just bought at 21.25, folks. That's nice. 60 million, 395, 396, 60 million, 40,000 shares just bought 2026, folks. Here we go. Oh, look at her go. 60 million, 510, 60 million, 512, 514, 520. Whoa. 60 million, 526, 548. 60 million, 549, 60 million, 550. 60 million, 551, 553. No, 60 million, 554, 555. 60 million, 556, 558. 60 million, 580. 30,000 shares just bought at 21.27. Oh my gosh, folks. Wow. Oh, nice. 60 million, 623 now. 60 million, 624, 625, 628. 633. Oh my gosh, another penny up. Holy smokes, she's out of here, folks. Just like I called. I told you, folks, it could be 15 minutes and then it could take off. Oh my gosh, she's gone, folks. She is out of here. 60 million, 702, 704, 707, 713, 60 million, 714, 722. They're covering, folks. They got to cover 737, 60 million, 744, 747, 60 million, 764, 25,000 bought at 2133. Gosh dang. 60 million, 776, 778, 60 million, 786, 785, 60 million, 809, 812. Oh my gosh, this is fabulous, folks. Look at this thing fly. Look at it go, folks. Just look at it rise now. And I told you it would. Right into the close. I knew it would, folks. I knew this was going to run into the close. I just knew it would, folks. I just knew this dang thing would. And now all their attempt is to hold it below this 2138, folks. They want to hold 2137 now. They want to hold 2137. They want to hold 2137, folks. No, yeah. They want to hold 2137, where they have 3,514,000 shares accumulated today. That's where they want to stop it. 2137. And they really want to stop it at 2133, folks, is where they really want to stop it. 2133 is where they really want to stop it, folks. 2131 or 2133 is where they want to close this out today. One of those two numbers. 2131 or 2133. One of those two numbers is what they're going for the close. 2126.99. Nice try, shorts. We're at 21.29 now. Look at it rise. Look at it rise. 21.29 now. Go, baby. 21.30. Look at them coming in. Still 5 minutes left to trade. And they're just buying the crap out of this thing now. Jeez. I can count this out for you. We're at 1,871,000 here at 2130. And now 1,878,000. There's 9,000 shares just bought there. Another 10,000 bought there. Another 10,000 bought there. We're at 1,893,000 there. 1,897,000. Another 4,000 bought there. And she's running, folks. Dang, look at her go. Beautiful. Oh, man, big buys coming in here. Big buys coming in. Look at these numbers changing. 4,000 just bought there at 2131. And now we jump up here to 2132. And now we're at 2133 filling orders. They're filling now at 2132, folks. Filling 2132. Still 2132 and massive amounts of shares. 4 minutes left to trade, folks. Massive amounts of buying here for some reason. And I told you, if SoFi could close within 6 cents of the high of the day, tomorrow it was going to go to 2170s and 2180s. All right? That's what I think. Now, I think they're going to attack it in the morning, so I'm going to have some money to buy with, so I'm going to sell a few shares here. So I want to have some money to buy with in the morning. So I'm going to sell here a little bit coming into this close right now. We got 3 minutes left, and I just want to see it keep going higher, folks. There she goes. Run right on up. Buy bid 2131, ask 2132. Yeah, baby. And I'm waiting. I've got still 3 minutes left here. 3 minutes left to see my orders sell even higher. And there it is. And I'm going to start eking out some orders here right now, folks. I'm selling some shares right now. I just sold 2131. Selling 20 at a time. Just sold 2132. Just sold 2132. 2 minutes left, folks. 2 minutes left. And I'm selling here now. Just sold 2132. Just sold 2132. Selling 20 shares at a time. Beautiful. Look at it rising, folks. 1 minute left. We got just a little less than a minute to trade here, folks. And I'm hitting the sell button repeatedly here now. I want to have about 2,500 for tomorrow morning if they try to take this down. And I just sold a whole bunch at 2133. Selling now at 2134, 2134, 2134. And I've actually got 3,400 to buy with tomorrow now. All right. Nice. And ladies and gentlemen, SoFi just closed 10 cents away from the high of the day and was running up at like a banshee into the close. Golly, man. Look at that. In the after hours, the ask is 2138. The after hours, the ask is 2138. And the bid is 2133. Nice, folks. All right. So tomorrow I'm going to have a little more flexibility when they try to run SoFi down in the morning. I wanted to have some dry powder. All right, folks. Good day. Good day of trading. Nothing to complain about at all. Some of you made some pretty good money, I think, today. PLTR 149. Wow. Well, folks, congratulations. SoFi, another great day. My account value has gone from 10,000 now down to 7,800 about a month ago, but now we're back up, and the account value is now $12,041. And of course, I decided to start a new account with 10,000 in paper money. And I wanted everyone to know this is simulated trading so that they could learn to trade with Charles Schwab's platform. But folks, hey, listen, over the last 5 days, I've done very well. And over the last month and a half, I've made about $5,000. So that's good. We're back on track. We're buying low. We're selling high. We're not jumping on huge oversold stock positions. We're not doing that anymore. That costs you money when call outs come in and say this thing's up 300%. Cat, get in. No, we're going back to our old game plan, and we're going to make a lot of money doing it, folks. Always, we buy in moderation. We sell in larger sums, and today is the beginning of a run heading for $22.77 next. Now, for those of you that are here with me right now and are new to the channel, I want to show you something here. And just give me a second. And I'll show you. Okay, take a look at this. My YouTube channel, they're showing, and I just checked out YouTube. They're showing me here subscribers 196, and they're telling that that's the same as usual over the last 28 days, okay? They're saying an additional 196 subscribers, and that's the same as usual over the last 28 days. That's what they're trying to say. Well, look what happens when I change this from 28 days to 7 days. 120 subscribers, 88% more than the previous 7 days.
That was easy.
So, folks, I want you to understand that you're helping this channel grow by subscribing. And I've had 71% more views than the previous 7 days. I've had an increase of 71% more views. 71% more views over the last 7 days. Wow. So I want to say thank you to all of those of you that are part of this channel as subscribed members. And I also want you to see something else. Folks, just hold on here because I want you to see some things. And I'm going to show you a lot about SoFi right now. Now, I get a lot of people who come over to the tank after 5 o'clock who get off work out west. And so I'm going to hold on to this information for just about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to tell all the people that joined me late here, all this information. And all the information I have is what I took and wrote down from everything I researched about SoFi over the weekend, okay? And this is all the information I got about SoFi over the weekend, all right? So be aware there's a lot to absorb when it comes to all the information about SoFi. Now, I want you to know there's one character on YouTube by the name of Stealth Wealth, and he is a bald-headed guy. And he was trying to say that, and I agree with a lot of his thinking, and he was asking on his video on Friday, should you chase SoFi right now? And then he's claiming, yeah, the market could drop. But one thing he said that I thought was interesting was he said, pumpers have been out in full force. And they're all claiming SoFi's got a setup for a rocket ship, he said. But he would say it's overhyped and SoFi could fall. This is the bald guy on Stealth Wealth Investing. His video always gets, 2,000 or 3,000 views. So he had a lot of views on this. But one of the things he said was, he said pumpers disappeared during the $5 to $6 when it dropped down to $5 or $6. Wow, was he wrong about that? Because I was pumping the hell out of SoFi when this price was $5 to $6, people. I was on YouTube every day streaming and screaming to buy this stock. So that bald-headed guy, Stealth Wealth Investing, he's wrong because I was shouting from the rooftops when this thing was 5 and 6. And the fact is, it was at 601 just 11 months ago on August the 5th. 11 months ago on August the 5th, 601 a share. He also says that when it was under $10 6 months ago, it wasn't under 10 6 months ago, dude. Well, it was, but it was at $6 just 10 months ago. So why didn't you mention that? Or 11 months ago? He said when SoFi dropped under 10, nobody was shouting about it. No one was shouting, buy now, he said. Yep, I was. He's wrong again. He was wrong again. Yep. But one thing he said is, if you let a stock price rather than the fundamentals determine your get in and get outs, then you will always lose. And I do agree with that point that he made. Don't let a stock price run you out of a stock, in and out, buying and selling, high, low. Oh, no, I'm in fear. Oh, I'm going to lose. Boom. No. Don't let the price, folks. Study the fundamentals of the company and have faith in what you've researched. He says also 4 months ago that everyone was giving Noto a hard time. Well, again, he's wrong, because I was putting up videos with Noto with a Commodore jacket on like a gladiator and a sword in his hand, ready to go to battle. King Noto I put on there. Now, one of my favorite people to watch on YouTube is this guy, RJ Talks. He said that Powell's been resisting lowering interest rates and resisting any change. He said that apparently, though, something has now changed with this guy's last video, RJ Talks on YouTube. Apparently, something has changed. Powell, who's been resisting so much to leave the position, has now started considering getting out. Mr. Bill Pulte, of the chairman of the U.S. government-backed mortgage lenders and housing finance agency, Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac, I'm encouraged by reports that Jerome Powell is considering resigning. I think this will be, he says, I think this will be great for the economy. He says, and I think it's the right decision for the U.S. economy will boom afterwards. And this guy's name is Bill Pulte. He's the chair of the U.S. government-backed mortgage lenders and housing finance agencies. Now, Colin Powell, according to a report that was on, I believe, Dateline, said, and I could be wrong, but is considering resigning. Powell's been, he said, Friday, the Office of Management and Budget Inquiry has decided to start an inquiry into the mismanagement of money by Colin Powell. Powell's been, he says, running the Fed like his own personal fiefdom. And this $2.5 billion in U.S. tax money used to build a new federal headquarters is now $700 million over budget. And this is why they're opening an inquiry into his mismanagement of funding to build this Taj Mahal of a federal headquarters that looks like a palace, they said. Completely ridiculous what he's been doing with the money, taxpayers' money. $700 million they're over budget on this federal headquarters building. And they're already, the Fed, operating on a loss and have been doing so for several years now. CNBC interview with Russell Vought. He is the Office of, Office of OMB, it's what it's called. And the Office of Mortgage of U.S. Government-Backed Mortgages, OMB. The gentleman's name is Russell Vought. On CNBC's interview said he's the OMB directory, fundamental mismanagement of Fed. He says the Fed is being mismanaged fundamentally. Trump is a builder, he said, and is horrified by cost overruns like this federal building that's $2.5 billion allocated for it, and it's $700 million over budget. And Trump is disgusted by this. It says, built with no concern of cost. Apparently, this guy Powell has no concern about the cost of this palace the Fed building has become. By the way, Powell cut rates 3 times when JB was in office last year. But ever since, and by the way, the inflation has gone down from 3.2 to the 2 number that they wanted, and he's not changed now with Trump in office, but he did it last year 3 times with JB there, and numbers even higher. But now that inflation is at 2%, nope, he just says, oh, I don't know, I don't think so. No. Folks, if we could get lower rates, it means everything to get cheaper. Everything gets cheaper. Mortgage rates would fall and SoFi would benefit. Credit card debt would be reduced and they would benefit from that. People would. Everything, businesses would be able to borrow more capital and expand. Americans would feel a real difference Folks, the Biden administration added $8 trillion to the national debt. Yellen, our old Treasury Secretary, they decided to use $10 trillion in treasuries expiring in the next few years, folks. And keeping rates high is costing us hugely. Scott Bessent, the new Treasury Secretary, has to refinance this debt of $10 trillion in treasuries expiring in the next few years. Scott Bessent has to refinance that debt, and every point in interest costs us $500 billion, $500 billion by every point in interest. Trump says in an interview on his plane, if interest rates were down 3 points, it would save the U.S. $1 trillion in cost. But Powell doesn't want to do it. But if an inquiry is coming his way and they all want to grill him about why he's been blowing taxpayers' money on a palisade for them to operate their business out of, he might decide, I've had enough. Now, I don't know whether it's going to happen for sure, but one thing I can show you for certain is that it's in the news, folks. It is indeed in the news. And I'm going to show you the news right here. This is the story. And it says, Bill Pulte, the chair of U.S. government-backed mortgage lenders Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, posted on X that he heard reports, quote unquote, of Powell wavering about finishing his term without providing any evidence, he says. But I think this will be the right decision for America, and the economy will boom, the former journalist and private equity titan said. And then here are the headlines that came out on the New York Post. Jerome Powell considering resigning as pressure grows over lavish $2.5 billion headquarter report, which is $700 million over budget. Folks, I'm here to tell you, this is big, folks, okay? And you want to know something kind of cool about what I'm showing you right here? Let me see if there's a way that I can brighten up this picture. Because, well, maybe you can see it, but down below my TV there's a Chinese or Japanese or Oriental design cabinet. Do you see that? It's really kind of cool. I wish I had a little bit more light. It was brighter. Let me download this. Hold on. All right. Now, let me open this. And let me turn this light off so you can see this, guys. So here you can see it a little bit better, but I'm going to edit it so you can see it just a little bit better. So just give me a second here. And the reason I want to show it to you is because it's very, very, very rare. I've never seen anything similar anywhere, ever, ever, ever. And so I'm going to show you right now what I like about it. And we're going to increase the lighting on this. And we're going to bring up the brightness on it. And now take a look at that. So it has some really, 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 really intricate, very cool artwork on this thing. But the reason I'm showing you this cabinet is because, folks, if you open this thing up from these two handles, inside there is a TV and a record player and a radio inside this thing. It's got a TV cabinet here, and over here is a record player and a stereo inside this cabinet. Isn't that wild? When I saw it, I just had to have that thing. Someone says, Trash Channel 1970. I know it's true because I read it on the New York Post. Yeah, that's funny. But anyway, I just wanted you to see this is a really cool cabinet that I picked up one day from a very, very wealthy individual when he had passed away. I also got his massive rock collection and precious gemstones and stuff. So I have an incredible collection of petrified woods and crystals and all kinds of very cool stuff that I acquired from that place. Show it to you sometime, some of it. But anyway, wow, just look at this very cool Japanese artwork. I wish I had a better picture of it so you could see it in even more clarity, but it really is pretty nifty. And I just wanted to share that with you. I've never seen another one anywhere. Never. Ever, ever, ever have I seen another cabinet like that. Never in my lifetime. And probably never see it again. Okay, well, enough of that. There you go, folks. You just saw the news. Colin Powell. I have more news for you. SoFi's comparison with Chime. Ladies and gentlemen, look at SoFi's 3-year member growth and look at Chime's. Now, what I want you to see here is I'm going to put in Chime stock here, CHYM, I think it is. Hold on. CHYM. CHYM, is it? Is it that right? It is CHYM? CHYM. Chime, yeah. All right. Here's Chime, folks. Look at their stock price. All right, Chime. Now, let's do a little bit of comparison, shall we? Let's consider the difference between SoFi and Chime. If you don't mind me showing you, look at SoFi's member growth versus Chime. This brought to you by Tanner. You know, Tanner. Everybody knows who this individual is, and I'm grateful to him for showing this information I can share with you. You should go over to his channel. He's very, very knowledgeable about SoFi and his group of others that are Tevis and Steve. And all right, so here's the deal. He showed Chime $30 a share. SoFi, look at the member growth compared to Chime. Next, take a look at the revenue. SoFi's 3-year CAGR, 32.69 versus Chime at just a measly 29.34. And you better look at the revenue difference. Look at the growth of SoFi's revenue accelerating at a faster rate than Chime. And Chime is priced at $30 a share. Ladies and gentlemen, look at adjusted EBITDA. Look at the adjusted EBITDA. SoFi, profitable, more profitable. Look at Chime. Look at Chime. They can't even figure it out yet, how to make money. Chime can't even figure out how to make money, really. And look at SoFi up here. And again, Chime is priced at $30 a share. Huh. That's kind of enlightening, isn't it? Look at this. Look at net income. SoFi was indeed negative, just like Chime in the green, but SoFi accelerates faster while Chime drops. SoFi climbs, can't keep up. SoFi's climbing faster, cannot keep up. SoFi's climbing faster, faster, can't keep up. SoFi goes into the green, and what happened with Chime? Back into negative. And SoFi climbing on adjusted net income, folks. So what in the world is Chime priced at $30.15 and $30.52 in after hours? Chime, folks. Look at the difference between Chime and SoFi. It's astounding, folks. It really is. Just so you know. And thank you, Tanner, for this information I'm sharing with everyone. Look at here. Look at the short interest on Chime. Look at the short interest. 1% of its shares outstanding shorted right now. Chime. Look at SoFi. Look at the percentage of shares shorted on SoFi right now instead of Chime. Who's out to get SoFi? Who's got their aim at SoFi? I'll tell you who. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, KBW. They've all got SoFi in their target, and they're all shorting the stock. And now that over the last 3 months, they've lost $2.3 billion. All right, take a look at here. SoFi up 15.8% over the last 5 days. SoFi up 15% over the last 5 days, and Chime down 4.05% over the last 5 days. Okay? So you make a decision. Would you rather be buying Chime right here? Or would you rather buy SoFi, which is kicking their royal butt? Look right here. SoFi 1 month is up 48.25%. And look at Chime, down 17.73%. Where you want to put your money? Which train do you want to get on? You want to get on that green train right there? Or would you rather be on this blue train, going slower and slower and slower and declining and slower? You know what this is? This is SoFi, the little frickin' train that could. SoFi, the little train that could. One of my favorite books as a little kid. SoFi, the little train that could. SoFi's website traffic. Look at this website traffic. Folks, SoFi is now increasing here from 19.47 to 20.21 in June, climbing website traffic for these guys. Folks, this is in million, 9 million, 9 million, 9 million, 10, 10, then down to 9.6, 10, 1098. How does that compare, again, with SoFi? Look at them. 14, 16, 15, 19, 21, 20 million. Forget about it. We're smoking Chime right now. We got twice as many in the last month on June. Website traffic. Folks, forget about it. Chime doesn't hold a candle compared to SoFi. All right? Forget about Chime. SoFi is the king of website traffic right now. Now, I want you to see something. The big, beautiful bill that just passed makes student loan changes. Parent Plus loans, federal loans available for parents of dependent undergraduate students will now be restricted to $20,000 a year and a total cap of $65,000. That's a change from the current limit, which amounts to the total cost of attendance minus any student aid an individual receives. The new law also does away with Grad Plus loans, which means that those loans help people finance higher education degrees. And there are no more, the new law says it does away with Grad Plus loans. Where do you think people then are going to go for their Grad Plus loan now to get help for people who finance higher education degrees? Starting July the 1st, 2026, new students will no longer be able to apply for the loans. However, current borrowers will be grandfathered and still allowed to access the loans according to EdSource. With the elimination of Grad Plus loans, graduate students in need of federal tuition assistance will have to take out direct unsubscribed loans. Those seeking unsubscribed federal loans for professional degrees such as law or medicine will be restricted to $50,000 per year and a $200,000 lifetime cap. And those seeking advanced degrees in non-professional areas such as history or philosophy will be subject to an annual borrowing cap of $20,500 and a lifetime limit of $100,000. Folks, this is another opportunity for SoFi. This is another revenue source for SoFi. All right? So I just wanted to share all this with you today before we close out. Now, I expect to see SoFi and afterwards, after hours down 3 cents or 4 cents right now. Where is it actually? Because it always is, almost always. So where is it now? Is it down 3 cents or 4 cents in early after hours? Or is there a change in the air? Is it now rising? That's what I want to see. And look what it's down. 8 cents. Oh, the big scary 8-cent down. Huh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I called out that they were going to try to close SoFi at 21.33 today, and they did. And now we're going to go over here to my high-low sheet, and we're going to add in new numbers today. And so today, I was told the pre-market high was 21.60. I don't know. Gwinnett said that. 21.60 at 11 p.m. last night. So it was really after hours or whatever, but I'll call it pre-market, 21.60. And then we opened today at what price? 21.37. Wow. 21.37. And it was immediately attacked right out of the gate. And they ran it down to, wait a minute. Yeah. 2042, and the high was 2144. 2144. They let it go up 7 cents from the open. Wow, 21 point. 44. It went up 7 cents from the open. 21, hold on, let me look at this. Open 21.37. Pre-market 21.60. Jumped up to 21.44 and then dropped to 20.42. 20.42. All right. And then that means that, look at that, folks. The price swing from high today to low was $1.02. $1.02. And then where did it close out the day? So if I close at 21.33, so how much did it recover off the low today? 21.33. How much did it recover? It'll fill in automatically right here. 21.33. I don't understand why it didn't do that. Alexa, what is 21.44 minus 21.37?
21.44 minus 21.37
Oh, that's wrong.
is 0.07.
Something doesn't make any sense here. Just hold on a second here. Something makes no sense about these numbers at all. So let me refresh this page. All right. 2042 to 2144. Wow. $20.42 was the low. $21.44. Okay, and here it is. So we bounced back off of a 102 swing down. We bounced back 91 cents, people. Jeepers creepers. SoFi is so freaking strong. Man, folks, all you got to do is catch the low. Look at this, folks. On this day, they ran SoFi down $1.08 from the high to the low. $1.08 from the high to the low. But by the end of the day, it regained 73 cents. And here, they ran it down $1.11 from the high to the low, and it regained 45. And here today, they ran it down $1.02 from the high to the low, and it regained 91 cents. Man, that is so strong. God, they can't hold this thing down. Folks, they can't hold it down. And now I just want to look at the volume. Just give me a second to look at the volume here. Historical data. Just let me look at the volume here. Okay. Historical data, please. There it is. And so the volume here recently is, hold on a second. Let me open this up a little bit bigger. There we go. So, and we're going to come across here to the volume numbers. 84,263. And that should have been, and that number's got to be changed. Man. Hold on here now. Let me look at something here. So the 11th, 2077, 2186, that's right, 2075, 2120. Then here we go, July the 14th, 2137, 2144, 2142, 2042, and 2133. All that is correct. And then what I want to do here is just make sure I have the volumes right. And so I did have 84 million on Friday. That means jeebers, 2 million more were traded Friday afternoon because it ended up being 86,494.1. 86,494.1. So I got to change this. 86,494. 1. Wow, that's a big after hours volume, folks. That's why it ran up. And then today's volume, 65,436,521. 65,436,521. All right. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, man, these numbers don't match up. Hold on. Jeez. This volume is supposed to be here. This volume is supposed to be here. This volume would be 710 volume. What was that? 710 volume was 86,494.1. Oh, man. 86,494.1. Jeez, oh, Pete. 710 was 86,494.1. What am I missing here? Then I'm missing something here, folks. Dadgummit, man. All right, we got 80,137. Where's that? There it is. Then we got 111,492. 111,145. That number changed too, folks. 111,492 changes. 111,492.4. Man, I gotta have to start watching this. They're changing these numbers on me in after hours. And then the next one was 64,252,1, and it says 63 million. So there's 1.2 million right there. That was a change. 1.2 million traded in after hours. 64,252,1. 64,252,1. All right. And then the next number was 86,494.1. 86,494.1. That's right. Then the next one was 92,0221. That's where the problem is. 92,0221. 92,0221. 92,022100. Uh-oh. I got a mistake here. 022100. 22. There. All right. So we got it all right. Now click save. All right. So today, SoFi's price swing. Look at these price swings, folks. You can take advantage of this. The price swing from the high to the low, and we're going to move this back so you can see everything all together right here. And you're going to see the date and everything. There's the whole chart. So on this day here recently, on 7/7, the price swung 89 cents from the high to the low, and it recovered 84 cents by the end of the day. On the following day, it swung $1.23 from the high to the low and only came back 29 cents. But then the price rose the next day, as I told you it would. Now, over here, we're seeing a price swing of $1.08. $1.08 price swing on this day right here, and it came back 73 cents. And then yesterday, $1.11 swing, and it came back 45 cents, Friday, I mean. And then today, $1.02 swing, and it came back 91 cents off the bottom. Nice. Way to go, SoFi. Very strong. That's extremely strong, folks. Okay, I got it, Gwinnett. Sunday night. Okay, Sunday night. Thank you. All right, well, I still put it down. I'm going to put it down there, 2160. It did happen, so I'm going to put it there Sunday night. Thank you for letting me know that. All right, everybody. So congratulations on SoFi. Again, continuing the assault up the hill, folks. It just keeps climbing. It just keeps climbing, folks. SoFi just keeps climbing. They can't stop it. Yep. SoFi just keeps on climbing, folks, and there's nothing they can do to bring it down. And if you want to let me show you guys one more time, those of you who are late joining me in the channel, there's so much swirling around SoFi, it's just impossible to mention it all in less than a half an hour's time. It's got that much going on. SoFi is just swarming with information and news and products and releases of. They're going to be releasing more news very soon. SoFi is going to be releasing more news very soon. And ladies and gentlemen, this SoFi chart right here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I can't tell you any more than this chart right here, which says it all. This chart basically says it all. It's the SoFi 5-year chart. And what it shows you is we are now at a breakaway point. We are at a point in time where SoFi is now forming a very nice shoulder right here. Right here. SoFi is forming a shoulder, folks, where this point, this line is that I have in here. The reason I have it here is because it was resistance way back in 2021, folks. This line right here was resistance on SoFi's chart way back in 2021, right here, folks, right there. This line where we're sitting right now was resistance at $21. And look at this line right here, where it is. Look where it is. Look right here where my cursor is. Look at this line where we are right now in the stock price. The reason I had it for resistance and a line there is because you can see the SoFi 10-day moving average hit that number once, and the SoFi 10-day almost hit it again here. So I had a line right there for resistance, and that is the line where we are right now. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can clearly see, when SoFi breaks over this line, it's never had a stop in between here and here. When it fell below this line, it never stopped from there to there. When it went back over this line, it didn't stop from here to here. And it went back down, it didn't stop from here to here. So folks, it is not going to stop from here to here. Okay? It isn't. It never has. The next line of resistance is going to be right there at $22.93. And you had better be selling at 22, 86, 87, and 88, 89, and 90. All right? Because then it's going to pull back to this price right here, about here. And that price is going to be $21.90. They're going to drop it $1 from $22.90, folks. $22.88. They're going to drop that dang thing about $1. And then it's going to go to this level next after that. And that price is going to be $23.88. You better be selling $23.66, folks. You better be selling $23.66, I'm telling you, when it gets to that number right there where it stopped right there once. You better be selling that number right there, $23.66 or so. What is that? $23.88. Boy, you better sell $23.88, folks, because then it's going to drop back down to about here, about there, and that'll be $23.55. And then it's going to jump to this price here, because right now, folks, double K. Alexa, call double K.
Calling double K.
So here we are at a point where there's no resistance from here up. What are you doing, double K?
What are you doing?
Well, I'm sitting here talking to a bunch of people about SoFi in the after hours and showing them right now why it's at a break point and it's building a shoulder at this point and it's going to springboard from this price all the way up to $23.30 is the next place of resistance. So from right here, when we break over this price of 21.30.33, we're going to jump all the way up to here because we've never had since, and even back in 2001, ever, there's never been any resistance between 21.25 and 23.34. And if you don't believe me, go look at the 5-year chart and you'll see exactly what I'm saying. Look at SoFi's 5-year chart. You'll never see any resistance. Never. You'll never see any resistance between the prices I'm mentioning, where we are now and where it's going. You'll never see it. You've never seen resistance. Go pick the 5-year chart and look at it. It's beautiful. And where we are right now, it's amazing, folks. We're gonna springboard. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure don't believe so, folks. Not looking at that 5-year chart, I'm telling you. So what do you got your eye on today, my friend?
Well, Candle was one of them.
CADL, huh? Okay. Good.
That went up. That went up big time.
All right. Cha-ching. You guys remember he's been telling you about CADL for a couple of weeks now, probably 3 weeks at least, maybe longer.
Shit, more. Excuse me.
Well, I know, but you called back
more.
about it. You called back about it about a week ago and said, hey, better watch this one.
Yeah.
Yep. Good.
And even one of your listeners brought it up at one point.
Yep. So today, my listeners sold with me this morning at 21.30 in the pre-market. Then they bought it back, SoFi, at 20.77 and 20.66. And now it's at 21.33 and just closed at 21.33 again, Carl. This is getting so easy. It is just so easy. It's so easy, man. And so anyway, you guys are having a good day again. SoFi green again. And folks, it's just been shrugging off all of these naysayers and these downgrades from Tim Schwitzer, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, $13 price targets, all of them screaming 13, 12, 13. And here we are at $21.33 close today. And by the way, I was showing people just now, I keep track of SoFi's high lows each day. And just so you're aware of it, recently, 3 days ago, they swung the price on SoFi $1.23 and it only recovered 29 cents off the low. But then 2 days ago, they swung SoFi $1.08 from the high to the low and it recovered 73 cents. And today, they swung the price $1.02 from the high to the low, and it recovered 91 cents. It closed 91 cents off the manipulated low today. Wow. Man, folks, they swung the price from 21.42 to 20.42, $1.02. And after it hit the low of 20.42, it closed at 21.33, just 11 cents off the high, and regained 91 cents off of their rundown low. Folks, if you don't know what strength is, that's it. That's the definition of a strong stock that the bulls are in control of, if you ask me. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I mean, that's amazing, Carl, to see SoFi coming back so strong after the manipulation's down each day now. Man, it's all just manipulation. Any pullback. I put up a video last night and I told everybody, buy SoFi on every pullback. Buy SoFi on every pullback and you won't regret it. And that's what we're going to do every day on this channel, everyone. Okay? All right. Well, I said to everyone this morning.
And by the way, Black Sky, that was up 9% today. I had a bunch of them just go off today.
Black Sky, yes. Are you into RBLK? RB, yeah, RBLK.
Rocket Lab? Rocket
Yes,
Lab?
RKLB,
RKLB?
RKLB, RKLB.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I knew you were, and that someone mentioned them this morning on the channel. I don't know how they ended up at the end of the day today, but
Oh, they're up, they're at $42.83.
jeez, wow. And where was?
They're up 8.2% today, but they were, I mean, it's been constantly like that for the last, it was $20 like a week and a half ago.
Oh man, it's just insane. I tell you, man. Well, everybody, listen. We got some runners, and SoFi is just looking so strong. Every single time they try to run this thing down, it just shrugs it right off and just keeps continuing to climb. And even now in after hours, these market manipulators working in after hours, they couldn't run this thing down all day 8 cents. The only reason they're able to get it down 8 cents now is because their market traders trade 1 and 2 shares back and forth to each other all evening. And it's now only down 5 cents. So what do you think is going on there? It was just down 8 cents and now it's only down 5. And probably, just like every day, they run it down and hold it down as long as they can after the close to try to dissuade people from coming in. But lately, we've been seeing from 7 o'clock on, it just goes right back up and goes green. It's all just pure and simple manipulation, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Mr. Cambone said, I made 156% profit since last Monday, and I made 15% today. All right, Mr. Cambone, excellent, my friend. Man, people are making...
Very nice, very
Yep.
nice.
Yep, he says, we attack contracts all day. There you go, my friend, exactly. And Michael Anthony says PFE dip could work. That did announce a 0.43 cent dividend a few weeks ago that Fidelity has as a 9.2 is good for any company. PFE, folks, the dip on it could work. That did announce a 0.43 dividend a few weeks ago that Fidelity has a 9.2 is good for any company. Thank you, Michael Anthony. JP Panic, hello. Wow. Noto is okay, but the stock took off after his finance guy began to speak publicly about SoFi. Yep.
Yeah, I actually don't mind Pfizer right here. It's actually not too bad.
I know it's a stock that what's his face, the Motley Fool guy, the bull from the Motley Fool there, Jim Cramer is always pushing Pfizer.
Well, it's a big name.
Yep.
You know, and it's been around for a long time, and
well, Keisha,
they're in the drug side of things, so that's always a benefit.
Keisha just came in and says, "Hey, Cat and Tank, I miss you guys. Hope all is well and making great gains and profits." Yes, we are, and you are too. So thank you for sharing that and dropping in. Jeanette says 2173 used a closer Zoom. I apologize for the confusion. So at 8:22 p.m. Sunday night, 2173. Okay, let me go back and adjust this in. 2173. I'm going to put that in on my high-low after hours. 2173. Thank you. You caught that one. That's good that you sniffed out that price. Thank you very much. All right. It's good to know that, folks. So, folks, that's probably going to be a place of resistance as we move forward. But, wow, what a great day again for SoFi. They tried to run it down $1, and it came back and regained 91 cents of that. Took it down $1.02 off the high today, and it came back and regained 91 cents of that. This is the way.
Ooh,
So
this is interesting.
Go for it.
The FDA is probably going to start fast tracking drugs just because of the, just because of getting things to market.
Okay. Well, I know one thing's for sure. We've made a ton of money on that TENX and TNXP. Wow. TNXP hit $47 today, double K, I think.
Did it really?
Yeah, I think TNXP just took off today. Someone mentioned it this morning, said it was up huge, and they said they're going to sell it when it hits 50. And let's see where it is now. TNXP, folks, TNXP that we told you to get in at $11, folks. $11. And for those of you that
Yeah, I had it, I sold it, I had it, I sold it,
I know.
missed the one.
Gosh, look at that. Today hit 44.71, and it was up 4% today again, rising. So congratulations, everybody on this channel that bought this. I know Katie Wentworth did, and she bought it at $2 a share. And then, like you did the same thing all of us did. We were buying it in the twos. Then they did the 20 for 1 or 1 for 20, and it went to $20 a share. And then that sucker dropped to $11. And I told you that day, man, they got what they wanted done. They kept it over $10, double K. They kept the price over 10. Sure enough, they got what they wanted on the shoulders of the shareholders. We lost a lot of money. Many of us were down. Many of us were down 50%, but they kept it over 10, and that was the key. They kept it in over 10 because at $2, no institutions can buy in. They can't buy until 5 or minimum, and 10 is usually the minimum. So they just had to get it over $10, and they did. And now all the institutions have been buying just like they hoped. So there it goes. It's now at 42.78. Hey, Keisha, thank you for being here. Mr. Hamba, where do we expect it to fall to? SoFi, I'm looking for a buyback tomorrow again at 2088, 2088, 2077, 2066. And then we're going to sell it again at 2120, 2108, 2113, and 2120. I do believe that they will work it between the 20 back down to 2086 or 7 or 88. I do. And if they don't, then the thing's just going to go up to 2250. It's just going to rocket. And tomorrow, get ready for it to come out of the gate and rise just like it did. I showed you guys the 5-day chart on this stock, and you should be able to see that they like to keep you guessing. They run it up one morning at the open. Then in the afternoon, they double ta-ta it. Then the next day, they run it down for the third ta-ta. It's got the total recall formation there. So this is what they did last week. They ran SoFi up on July the 8th. Then they did a double nut in the afternoon. Then over after hours, it jumped a little and then went up in the morning pre-market. Then the next day, they tried the third washout. So they had the run up, then 2 washouts that afternoon, and the next morning early, washout. And then they ran it up in the after hours, and boom, it spiked. Then down, and then the after hours, another double dip. And then sure enough, in the after hours, it rises. And then here we are today with the same thing they did here, the same drop this morning. And then the run up, then the pull back, and then run up here. And then the next day ran it up. So folks, here it is. The same pull back this morning, the same pull up, the same pull down, the same jiggity jog, and then watch in the morning, boom, that's what she's going to do, because that's what she did over here. The drop, the run up, the little jig jog, then an after hours, and then the run up the next morning. This is us, the dip, the sideways. Tomorrow morning, expect the run up. And by the way, if you want to know how much, this price went up from 20.15 a share in after hours. It spiked all the way up to 21.23, $1.07 higher. So tomorrow we could possibly run up from 21.20 to 22.30 tomorrow morning. 22.30, folks. Put your sell orders in there at 22.28, 22.30, 31, 32, 33. Please put your sell orders in there tomorrow morning at 22, 30, 31, 32, and 33. All right? Because if they did it over here and they made the double Tata in the afternoon, and then they dipped it in the morning, and then they ran it up the next day from this 2015 to a price of 21.25. That's a $1.10 rise. So if they come over here now off this price of $1.10, that's going to be 22.30 to 22.40 tomorrow morning if they run it up. Just showing it to you. You don't have to believe it. You can just take it with a grain of salt for all I care. But I'm showing you what they did last week and what they're probably going to do tomorrow morning. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So at any rate, just so you're aware of it, SoFi institutional ownership just reached an all-time high on Friday. 1,012 institutions now own SoFi. And after today, there may be even more. There may be more. I haven't looked yet. SoFi institutional ownership, I have not looked at it yet. But I'm going to look right now and see what it says. And what does it say here? SoFi institutional ownership. Verifying you are a human. Oh, please. They're trying to verify that I'm actually a human being. There I am. I clicked the button. Now I'm in. So where did we end up today on SoFi's institutional ownership? Did we have even more buying today? Accumulate. I showed you they were doing that all day, accumulating. All right, let's take a look. Verifying that I am a human being is taking, it says this may take a few seconds. Well, I tried this.
Let me
Go ahead.
throw something at you.
Go ahead.
Well, we got a break in the action real quick. Another one or another two more to look at, or two more that are going to be going up. Joby and Archer.
All right. JOBY and ACHR, both drone manufacturers.
Well, yeah, but they're also they're actually doing the, I guess, air taxi service stuff too, and that just in the last month they've gotten approval for flying those things.
All right, let me put ACHR and JOBY. HR.
Now, Archer is the leader, but it's for some reason the price is lower than Joby right now.
Okay. All right.
I'm guessing that Archer and Joby wind up at about $20 a share.
Yep, Mr. Cambo says solid. I'll wait for under 21. Yeah, I don't know whether or not it will go back up under 21 at all. It might just bounce right off. SoFi might bounce off 21.01 tomorrow morning, or even 21, or even 21.08. I've already shown you what could happen though. SoFi could just, like it did last week, it could go up $1.20 tomorrow morning. It could open at 22 plus tomorrow morning. I mean, go over 22 to 22.30, 22.40 tomorrow morning. And I'm not kidding you at all, but it might do it in the pre-market. So make sure you have those orders in to sell at those numbers, good till cancel, plus extended hours, because you don't know when they're going to run it up to that price. They might do that at 4 o'clock in the morning, people. So make sure you do it. All right.
Also, keep your eye on the gambling stocks. They could go down, and it's because of the tax situation on this last bill, the big beautiful bill.
Yep.
They're going to tax the heck out of gambling.
Oh boy. Well, they're already taxing the heck out of us day traders right here that they consider gambling. You know, Joe Biden used to just say that we were just a bunch of gamblers, you know, and it should be illegal what we're doing, and we should pay double the tax rate of anybody else, these day traders. He just wanted to scalp us, people. He didn't think it was right. He doesn't think it's right that we don't get taken advantage of by manipulators of the market every day. He doesn't like that theory. He didn't like that at all, people. He wants
But
us
see,
to.
also in the tax laws, you're allowed to have gains of like $40,000 in a year without being taxed anyway. So
How do I like that, folks? Well, I'm telling you right now, this little monkey business of 1 and 2 shares back and forth in after hours going to end real soon, folks. We're not going to be 6 or 4 cents down or 7 cents down in the after hours. Just let these little monkeys play their little game for about an hour or so, and then watch what happens at 7 when the real buyers step in and start buying, like they did today between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. And in case you're not aware of it, ladies and gentlemen, today's chart, they started coming in here, right here, and they started buying in very solidly at 2 or 1:56 p.m. And folks, there was a lot of buying from 1:56 all the way up until 2:45 and then 3 o'clock. And then you saw an attempt to splash the close. But folks, there's a lot of shares today which got accumulated here. Many shares got accumulated in this range right here. And that price today was 21.19 up to 21.45. There's a lot of shares. A lot of shares in here, folks. This is a nice platform. And tomorrow it's going to go up even higher, is my feeling. Forget about the little dinky after hours games they're playing early on. You'll see what happens later in the day. And shorts may have to cover tomorrow. They might have naked shorted all those shares today and decided to roll them over until tomorrow and pay the $25,000 fine and try to sell and return those shares tomorrow that they naked shorted today to make the price fall at the end of the day. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. Ratch says $9 cost basis. All right. I've been holding some April dip. I'm not confident at trading, but have loved seeing this price go up. I know it, Ratch. It's fabulous, and it's just getting started. This isn't the end, folks. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of a short can of whoop ass. My stream today shows double K. Did you see my stream today? The thumbnail has one of the famous boxers from the boxing. What do they call it? WFF or W? I don't know. I don't follow it all that much. But
WWF.
The WWF, and his name is, the boxer's, I think, McAllister or McCumfrey. He's somebody from Ireland. He's an Irish fighter. He hasn't done too well in the last 2 fights, is what I was told by my son. But I showed that thumbnail to my son. He knew right who it was right away. He says, "Oh, that's something or another." Andre the Giant, someone says. Gary Edwards, Andre the Giant. Well, hey, everybody, listen, I've had a great time with you here today. I thank you for all of your support of this channel, everyone. We're up to 20,322 subscribers now. Holy smokes. 20,322 subscribers. And by the way, folks, a massive increase in viewership. And so I want to thank you very much today for streaming with me. And I want you to see that lately, look at this. I want you to see something, folks, here on my analytics when I show you this. I want you to see that this video recently that I did last week had 5,000 or 4,200 views. Now look here. Look here. This one was put up on July the 1st, and June the 30th, this video got 3,800 views. June the 30th, 3,800. July the 1st, 4,000 142. July the 9th, 4,427. I'm sorry, July the 2nd, 5,136. July the 7th, 5,198. July the 8th, 5,789. July the 10th, 6,313. And ladies and gentlemen, today's video has had 7,000 views on it today. Today's video has had 7,877 views today of Shorty and a can of whoop ass. All right, so look at the growth of this channel. It is expanding rapidly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, all of you who subscribed today. And I hope you'll consider becoming a member of this channel as well. So congratulations, everyone. And now let me turn on this light here. Double K, did you hear that Colin Powell might be stepping down from Fed chairman position? Double K, are you listening?
Yeah.
Did you hear that chairman?
That's not Colin Powell.
I call him that. I like him. I like to call him that because he's a real asshole. He's the next closest thing to the asshole, the colon. His name is actually Jerome. But did you hear that he's about to apparently resign because he has been mismanaging the federal, the Fed? He has been mismanaging it, and he's decided that he wanted to build a little castle, the Fed building headquarters. He wanted to get a passage of a bill to spend $2.5 billion American tax dollars so that he could build what it looks like the Taj Mahal over at federal headquarters. And right now, the budget on that $2.5 billion, he's over budget, $700 million over budget. This is the guy that's running our monetary system, folks. In a building that he set aside and got the money for to get $2.5 billion to build this Taj Mahal federal headquarters that looks like a palace, and it's $700 million over budget. And this is the guy we've got sitting trying to run the Commerce Department or running our Fed office. And he is $700 million over budget. People are calling out all kinds of boxers now. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Superfly.
Moondog Maine. And adorable,
I like that one.
and adorable Adrian Adonis. So, anyway, let me tell you what it means for the U.S. to have an idiot who won't lower interest rates, even though his target at the Fed office said 2% inflation would garnish interest rate cuts. Right now, the Biden administration just added to our debt, our national debt, he added $8 trillion to our national debt. And listen to this, Double K. Janet Yellen, I think is her name, was our old Treasury Secretary. And her decision was to handle this national debt was to get 10 trillion in treasuries. And so they have now 10 million in treasuries expiring in the next few years. And folks, this is costing us hugely, this interest rate where it is now. And in fact, Scott Bessent, the new Treasury Secretary, has to now refinance that $10 trillion in treasuries that expires in the next few years. So Scott Bessent now has to refinance that debt. And folks, listen to this. Every point in interest costs the U.S. $500 billion That's a $500 billion for every point. And as Donald Trump said on his interview on the airplane the other day on Air Force One, they asked him, he said, if the interest rates were to drop 2 points, it would save the U.S. $1 trillion in cost. So why doesn't Jerome Powell and his group of 12 individuals running the whole shenanigans? Listen, folks, just so you know this, the Fed is basically a cartel. And they have 8 F1C meetings every year. And what they do is those 12 members are participating and discussing the future of our monetary system. And these meetings are held behind closed doors and in absolute secrecy. 12 people discussing our monetary future with no inquiry by the public whatsoever. No.
Well, there's never inquiry about the public the way the government works.
That's right. Now, in case you didn't know about this, the Federal Reserve was created unconstitutionally. Back in 1913, it was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. But let me explain how it came to be. Folks, what happened was that on this date, it was the most diabolical fraud that bankers have ever perpetrated on the U.S. people, on American people, by bribing senators to pass the Federal Reserve Act without required constitutional amendment changes. Without an amendment to the Constitution, they got the senators to pass the Federal Reserve Act without what was required, a constitutional amendment. And they did it. They orchestrated all of this over a Christmas break, Christmas holidays, when many of the senators were with their friends and family celebrating the holidays. And then they passed it. And folks, it was an unconstitutional Federal Reserve Act. That's how it came to be. Now, just so you know, back when Woodrow Wilson signed it into law in 1913, the Federal Reserve was then allowed to, for the very first time, control artificially and fix interest rates. And what it allowed the Fed to do, the Federal Reserve, and by the way, they do this by fixing one rate only, and that's the overnight rate, which is the only one they can do. And the question to be asked is, why are 12 people in this country given this kind of authority to determine what's going on at such a level and behind closed doors and with no type of public intervention or questioning? How in the world did this ever happen, folks, where 12 people became in control of it all? And folks, I want you to know that in an interview last night, they asked Lindsey Graham on Face the Nation, I believe it was, or CNBC, one of those shows. They asked him, how are you going to get any more money funded to Ukraine to stop Putin when the U.S. government, including those in Congress, will not approve new funding right now? And what he said was mind-blowing. He said, many of you may know that we have seized billions of dollars of assets of Putin and Russia, and we are making interest on that money we have seized. And he says the EU, European Union, wants to just use interest off that money because they're not allowed to spend it. but they can use the interest that's accruing and give it to Ukraine. Well, I got news for you. This guy, Lindsey Graham, a senator, just said on Friday that don't be surprised if those assets are not seized. He says right now they're going for new funding to seize those assets. And he also said to these three countries, China, India, and Brazil, he said, you better look out. He said, because we're about to come after you for doing deals with Putin. And we're going to do it. We're going to leverage in a way that is going to hurt them bad, is what Lindsey Graham said. A new bill has just been introduced and passed that gives, he said, Donald Trump unprecedented hammer to absolutely decimate China, India, and Brazil for helping Russia. And he also said China has been buying oil from India, has been buying oil from Russia cheap and reselling it, which he called despicable. Despicable. And he said that India buying oil from Russia and these other countries, Brazil, they're fixing to pay the price. And he said that on this interview that was given, and I happened to catch footage of it. So he's telling that there's big changes coming, and watch out, Brazil, watch out, India, because Donald Trump is coming after you. And he said the news will be coming out soon. Why can't we vote it out today? Jimmy Hacksaw Dugan, the green bastard, ravishing Rick Rude. Man, you guys. Gary Edwards, the lesbians. Why can't we vote it out today? Well, I don't know. I don't know why. Yeah, we should put that on the floor to vote that out, to vote it out, the Federal Reserve. Anyway, I'm just letting you know some more interesting news. He says that once this money and assets is seized, that America will have license to sell tremendous numbers of arms and ammunitions to the Europe. He says that. He says once this happens, America will have carte blanche to sell massive amounts of weapons and arms to make them stronger and to sell them to the Europeans. Right now, the Europeans want to only use the interest money on the seized assets to give over to the Ukraine. But he says Putin, this is Lindsey Graham's words, Putin thought that we would get tired of fighting and that NATO would get weak and succumb to the constant barrage. But he was wrong, says Lindsey Graham. He was wrong. And they have now become stronger and stronger than ever. Now, I want you to know that this video that I'm going to share with you is something you need to watch. It's RJ Talks is his name. And I want you to watch this video right here on YouTube, okay? I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to share it with everybody now. And all I got to do is get over here to my history, and then I'm going to share you this video. And I hope that you will take a look at this video because it really is very, very, very good. And also, Tanner's last video was exceptionally good. And just give me a second here. Okay, here we go, folks. I'm going to click on this video right here, and I want you guys to watch this video. And this video is right here, says Trump drops hammer on Canada as Jerome Powell to resign. Okay, now I want you guys to please take a look at this. Skip ad. Now I want you to see something here. Give me a second here. Just give me a second here, folks. Here's where it says Bill Pulte, the chair of the U.S. government, backed mortgage lenders Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, posted on X that he heard reports of Powell wavering about finishing his term without providing any evidence. He says, I think this will be the right decision for America, and the economy will then boom, he says. And I want to take you over here because I want you to see what I just told you about, where you guys can see this. Hold on a minute. And this guy, Russell Voigt, right here, this guy claims that the federal government has been totally mismanaged and that they have been ripping off the American public on Squawk Box CNBC. This is the director of the OMB, and he talks about the Fed chairman being an absolute idiot, basically, and how he's misappropriated funds and he's going to go under an inquiry. Now, I also want you to see, if you give me a second here, this video footage and Donald Trump talking about, here we go. Please listen to this, folks.
Their second and by far the most diabolical fraud ever perpetrated on the American people by bribing senators to pass the Federal Reserve Act without the required constitutional amendment.
All in favor, say aye.
They did this during Christmas vacation, when many senators were home celebrating the holidays with their families. And that's how the unconstitutional Federal Reserve Act came into being. They were very clever, and they understood that whoever issued the money for America would control the government. The bankers won, and the American people lost, because most politicians will sell their soul for $1. And now the Federal Reserve could issue dollars legally. As Mayor Rothschild said, give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes its laws.
The Federal Reserve was formed in 1913. Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act into law with the goal, the mandate, to maximize employment while minimizing inflation. What it really does, though, is rate control. They artificially fix interest rates. They do that by fixing one rate, the night rate, the overnight rate, the only rate that they actually control, the complete inverse of a free market. Free markets aren't curtailed or constrained. Why are 12 people in D.C. given this kind of power, making all their decisions behind closed doors? We could go deep into the Fed and why it's a racket. The politicians originally established the Fed to allow them, the politicians, to continue borrowing without any real repercussions in the market. They wanted to keep spending more and more money without letting the markets react proportionately. That's the truth. And now we have this blob of an organization with 25,000 employees, an organization that, in my opinion, shouldn't even exist. Let me know what you think. All right, that wraps up this episode.
So there you go, folks. And you need to go check out this guy's channel. He's got 612,000 subscribers, RJ Talks. RJ Talks, folks. And I just wanted to share that with you. I told you about it earlier, but there it is, folks. I mean, there's the ugly head of the reserve and how it was all created. The Federal Reserve. Yep, 12 people running it all, and behind closed doors and in complete and utter secrecy. Man, oh man. All right, I just wanted to share that with you, folks. The British Bulldogs, WWE, exactly, put it on the floor. Thank you, my friend. JFK tried that, John, and it didn't work out too well. That's right. George the Animal Steel, Dustin Goldust Rhodes. Yeah, Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes. The Undertaker, Bruce the Bendover. The great Fuji. Frankie, the fist, Fetchman. That's the day they enslaved America. That's right. RJ Talks is one of my favorite news channels. Gorgeous George. Pretty boy Pat Patterson. Man, you guys are really going way back. How about Flaming, what's his name was? The guy that was the flaming guy. Oh, man, he wore the boas and stuff. There it is, pretty boy. Yeah. Anyway, everybody, it's always a laugh when you say you trade paper money. It's all paper money, LOL. That's right. Hey, Jason, how did your stock ended up doing, Jason? It was, you were talking about New Egg. I think it got pretty trounced into day, New Egg, but I'm not sure how New Egg turned out. But I think it didn't do that well end of day. But I did look at New Egg earlier, and I want you to know I looked at it. Yep, I did look at New Egg, and I saw it just got falling all day. Yep, they took it down all day and closed it out lower. So anyway, but yep, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Yeah, baby. Made about $6 a share on Big Bounce. Nice, Jason Perry. Good. Yep. B69 Rich says big time wrestling. All right, Double K. Let me take a look. I want to take one other look at a stock Double K called out a long time ago. DKNG, DraftKings.
Oh, DraftKings, yeah.
We're going to take a quick look at what
a little bit. There's all the betting stocks are kind of going sideways right now.
All right. Yep. Well, over the last 6 months, it's up 9.48%. Wow. Well, I don't know if you've seen SoFi or not, but people, this thing is really catching on fire. And it is on its way to 22s, 23s, 25s, 27s, 28s. And it won't matter if they hold it down 6 cents in after hours or not. Tomorrow, this thing's going to probably open up at $21.66 or so and go to $22 where we're going to sell it. We're going to sell it at $21.66, then $21.77, $21.88. Then they're going to pull it back down to $21.44, $45, $49. Then we're going to sell it at $21.96, $97, $98, and $22. Then they're going to pull it down to $21.66 to $21.77. Then we're going to sell it at $22.06, $07, $08. And then we're going to buy it back after that at $21.93 or $21.87. And then we're going to sell at $22.13 through $22.20. And we're going to buy it back at $21.98 and $21.99 and $22. And it's going to just keep climbing, folks, like that. We're just going to keep working it. Yep. All right. You think it's worth holding long-term rest of the year? Sure, Ratch. Yeah. The price is going to be probably 26, 27, but why not sell it on the big run-up on earnings call and then let it wait for a pullback, because they always run this thing down 3-4 days after earnings. So why not sell it when it runs up earnings morning, pop out some big shares up top there, and then wait on a pullback, okay? Because they always pull this down after earnings. Always, folks, always, at least for 2 days anyway. All right, everyone, thank you very much for being here. There could be a crash in the fall. Sure could be. There could be, but I don't know. All right, everybody.
What? A crash?
A crash in the fall. I see no reason for any crash in the fall. By then, the fall, people won't even remember tariffs anymore. It'll be long gone. And, folks, well,
I don't know about a crash, but I do. I mean, there is. I mean, I was saying a pullback, and then I retracted that. But I mean, there will be a pullback. There always is. Stocks don't always just keep going up.
That's right.
But how much of one it all depends, I don't know. It depends on how everything goes and how the economy goes. We don't know everything. It's It's right now. It's a roll of the dice, and it's ride the wave.
Ride the wave, baby. Ride the wave. Well, I want to thank you all for being here with me today. I appreciate it very much. Oh, thank you very much, Marisa. Marissa, thank you for your responses, and I hope you're doing well now that SoFi's up over $20. Marissa, if you're listening, I hope that you're doing much better now. I know there were some dark times, and I tried to respond to you in a very positive way, and I hope that you're doing much better now, Marissa. Okay? You should be with SoFi in the 20s now. I think you should be feeling pretty darn good about you, because you were telling me that you had lost it all. You felt like you had lost it all. And I understand when SoFi had gone from 10 and 11 down to 6 that it seemed like the end of the run. But this has just started. So, Marissa, I hope that you're listening, and I hope you're doing okay these days, because my heart felt for you when I read that, and I told you just to hang in there. Hang in there. And everyone else, too. I've always been telling everybody here, keep hanging on. And I'm glad you did, folks, because I know many times people were tempted to throw in the towel on SoFi. But look where we are now, dadgummit. Look where we are now. All right, folks. Jason Perry, thank you very, very much. Thank you for that $5 donation just now. Thank you. Your name has now been added to the list along with David Garcia and Gwinnett. Thank you very much, Jason Perry. Oh, VZ Rover, thank you. Thank you and Jason, look what you started. Jason Perry, look what you started. And look at that. VZ Rover comes right in with a nice donation. Roddy Piper's the best weed of all time. Hey, you hear that, Double K? Someone just said on my channel that Roddy Piper is the best weed of all time. VZ Rover and VZ Rover again. Thank you, VZ Rover, for that contribution. I appreciate it very, very much. Every single person who contributes to this tank gets their name on this list for the drawing. And by the way, last week on Friday, I had all this, and then I flipped over and I had all this and all this. I mean, we had 30, 60, 90, 120 people in on the drawing on Friday. So thank you all for all of your contributions all week long. I really do appreciate it. And so that's going to do it, I think, for today. I want to thank you all for being here and those contributions. And yes, thank you all of you wrestling folks out there. And let me get on my way now. Let me go see what's going on. Double K just said sayonara, so he's checked out. And wow, look at all the news that's going on with SoFi. Just look at all this news. Look at all this news that I shared with everybody on this channel today that I gathered over the weekend on SoFi. It's a lot of news, folks. There's just so much going on with SoFi right now. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at NBIS. We're going to be looking at PMN tomorrow. We're going to look at QUBT, ACHR, and JOBY. We're going to be looking at those stocks tomorrow. All right, everybody. Wow, what a day. What a day, folks. What a day. And thank you all again for your contributions to this channel. I am going to end it all right now, and I hope you have, as always, a very, very, very good, successful career in your trading. I hope that you all stay in great health, because really that's the most important thing. And then last but not least, I hope you'll tune in tomorrow at 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time when I'll start my stream and talk more about buying on the lows and selling the highs. Yep, big banks earnings tomorrow. That's right, Jason. And if we see big moves and big announcements and good future guidance from the banks, then SoFi most likely will piggyback right along with those. All right. regardless, if they get bad news and bad forward, then that still will help SoFi because that's legacy bank suffering and SoFi's making all the money and pulling in all the customers while legacy banks fall. So it's kind of a win-win either way for SoFi tomorrow. All right. Well, you guys, thanks again for those late contributions just then and for everybody that donated over the weekend and to my Cash App and to Venmo. And if you want to know how to help support this channel, then I'll show you right now. Just come up here to my, and you can just donate right here, folks, to me directly. To Cash App, you can just donate directly if you're making money. And folks, I will be very grateful. That's my Cash App and that's my Venmo. And if you want to listen to my music and you want to just chill out and listen to my music this evening, or anytime you want to be on a road trip and listen to my music, I am right here. My music is Tyler Self. Search for me on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, or any music provider that you have. All right, that's going to do it for today, everyone. And if you want to send me anything in the mail, there's my address to mail to me. But please notify me that you have mailed me something because I don't check that P.O. box too often unless I know something is on its way in. All right, well, I'm out of here. And Alex McCall, if you happen to be listening, I'm going to be ordering your coffee mug just like mine. You're going to get this coffee mug, and it's going to be coming to you. And we'll hopefully have it to you by Friday, okay? I don't know how busy Pedro is, but we'll get it out to you, Alex McCall. Thank you, everybody else. I am done here now. I think I've done my job for the day. I had a great time, and I hope you have a great time as well this evening. Spend time with your family around that dinner table. Talk about things that are important to everyone. Get in and dig into your children's activities and inspire them, okay? All right, have a great night, y'all. Big money day. Yep, tomorrow's going to be another big money day. God bless each and every one of you. We'll see you 8:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I got to think of a good thumbnail to come up with. Something about Powell. Maybe. All right. You guys have a good one, everybody. God bless each and every one of you. All right. All right. See you. See you all. Yep. See you tomorrow, 8:48 a.m. Eastern. Same cat time, same cat channel. Bye-bye.